Hello, Husky. Okay, now to find a clean shirt. So I'm still technically uploading this video that I posted. Gotta go put it on all the other platforms. And then I want to cover like one particular video before we get into the coverage of day 2 that I have planned for myself. Hello, San Francisco! Ma ha 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 ha. Ma. So many fucking tools on YouTube trying to tell me to edit AI. Oh my god.
Another day.
That's not what I clicked. Na 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 na. I'll never understand why it always shows this text as completely black. Whatever. Birds flying high, I don't wanna get it. Birds flying high. What's my bucket shit? I cannot wait for those chords to get here Tuesday. Alright. So, videos are posted. Now, I'm going to talk about something real quick, because it has me upset. Two things, actually. See if I can find them. First one is this.
You guys know that I've been a YouTuber longer than, and a streamer longer than YouTube Live has been a thing, and you have to use a bunch of alternative sites and everything. I have to say the meta used to be a lot different back then, because back then...
Pause. There is no such thing as the meta in terms of what she's describing. It was just what you did. Maybe you could say that that was technically the metagame, but the metagame wasn't even the metagame, because the metagame was actually lie and steal content that doesn't belong to you and hope that you don't get caught by the organization you stole it from. That was technically the meta. Everybody else was just grinding. You say she was grinding it out, which majority of Vincy's content is rage bait. Yeah, that's about right.
And I used to just like roll out of bed, turn my camera on, and start rage baiting people and like put on a fake Starbucks outfit or like a fake whatever outfit. One time I took a photo in a Hooters outfit because you can buy them on eBay back then. I would just like be like, guys, Starbucks didn't hire me.
So I just got my rejection letter from applying to be a barista at Starbucks.
This video itself has lots and lots and lots and lots of things to do with something that I'm going to talk about. But I first need to find the thing I'm looking for. I think I retweeted it recently on my platform. see here. Ludwig, 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 Ludwig. Not that one. Not that one either. Although that one's part of it. I can't find it. It might have been on TikTok. Okay. So, here's a particular clip I'm looking for. Ludwig's outside of Streaming University getting followed by a person. And he says some shit along the lines of, I know every person who showed up to my class. You didn't show up to my class. Well, why do I have to show up to your class when I can just be out here making clips and doing content? And he says something along the lines of, you're not hungry enough. Because the only ones I can find is the shit that he posted from the classroom. Yep. Classroom, 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 classroom. This one has a clip from the outside, but I don't think it's the clip.
I'm not a fucking word. Don't say a fucking word to me.
Yeah, because
it's a cameraman. I've been trying to instill in a cameraman to not talk to me. That's Bonnie's cameraman. He spoke a word to me. I yelled at him for like 10 minutes. This is off camera. This actually happened. Since then, he has not said a word to me. Tim's in chat.
That's just a clip of Ludwig demonstrating how much of a piece of shit he is, as he describes in his own words how he yells at people that are a part of Stream University, as he's there on a platform, to be a content monetization system for people who are a part of Stream University. Never mind that. That's not the clip we're looking for. Let's see here. Ludwig, 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 Ludwig. I don't think it's this one. Maybe it is.
So what do you do for us? So what can I do for extra credit? What you mean? What can I do for extra credit?
I think this was one of the guys, but it's not a guy on the hoverboard, so I don't think it's the right one. For all of the credit of all these goddamn accounts on the internet, not a single one of them can actually produce the content I'm looking for. Oh, I hate Stream University too. That's why I don't cover it. There's nothing interesting that's going to come out of Stream University outside of like a self-referential clip every now and again. That's what drama accounts do, bro. This is the clip. No, this is the clip of him wiping out on the hoverboard in front of Cinna. This isn't it because it's Nina jumping on the desk and inviting back for Kai. Da 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 da. People harassing streamers who went there to be harassed. I can't seem to find the one that I'm looking for. I'm trying to find it, but I can't find it because I want to be able to put it on tape. But I already described the clip, so if somebody's able to find the clip, post inside the Discord so I can find it. But anyways, so something said by Ludwig, and the points that she's going to be making here in this video, I have a serious problem with. We'll get into why. It's not that hard to get into why, but I want to get into why, and then we'll focus on something else.
You know, just do my daily rage bait, do whatever what was funny. Like, one time I pulled up a meme, and I was like, you guys keep saying I look like an alien. Stop saying angel now at me. You know, it was just this very, like, fun thing to do. And there wasn't like, oh, you know, I need to have a working title, and I need to worry about all these different things. It needs to be formatted, and there needs to actually be, like, what's the point of this and that? No, there wasn't any of that. I was hard maxing. I was just doing. I was just doing what I thought was funny, and people liked it. Old YouTube, it was like a troll's paradise. You could do whatever you want as long as it was funny. That was the only rule, is that people had to find it funny.
Pause. Peep the words she said. YouTube used to be a troll's paradise. Not a content creator's paradise, a troll's paradise. As in, nobody did anything at all seriously, nobody at all did anything for just the sense of this fun for being fun. It was about the fact that they were performing for other people. And other people had to find the performance to be funny enough that they decided they wanted to be in on the joke too.
Or entertaining. Funny's always entertaining, whatever. But now the word entertaining has turned into something else. It's turned into, like, how can we psychologically rape the audience to the
That's not what it is.
max. And it's really come from this Mr. Beast era of content creation where
Mr. Beast didn't cause it. It was caused by Twitch streamers. Try again.
now it's all about, oh, well, if the viewer retention drops 1%, you have to change it here and there. And it's like, you have to look at the graph and see where it dips. I didn't do any of that.
No people do that at all, period, right now. The only thing in which they've been taught to do, and ironically, that is one of the few things that was being taught by Ludwig, is this.
Hey, guys, we're gonna tackle your problem today. My clips are great, but I can't get a lot of viewers. Here's the deal. You cannot always be the clip. Except for one guy. But this is real. Hey.
One of the few things which some of these people are actually talking about, with the exception of fucking Ronaldo. And Tyler 1. No, actually, the fact of the matter is that there is an actual system to this. There's an actual knowledge to this. There's a cadence to this. And unfortunately, for somebody like Bridgie Venti, who spent most of her time on the internet basically existing as a person who's gotten enough people around her that she can be able to do something, like basically shoot Chrissy Mayer in the face live on camera to get her kicked off of Friday Night Sites, with Chrissy already having done things to put her in that position, but all she did was pull the fucking trigger to make sure that everybody heard about it and saw it. A bunch of attention-seeking assholes have effectively taken a lot of audience members and are trading them back and forth between each other like Pokemon cards. And although you could blame a lot of these things on the current system of YouTube as it exists, no, actually, it was not anything caused by a YouTuber that created this problem. No, this was created by the Twitch streamers. The Twitch streamers said, if your clips don't go viral, you're not important. If you can't pull audience members, if you don't have X amount of viewers, if you're streaming to 0 viewers, you should give up, you should kill yourself, you should stop broadcasting entirely. In fact, I'm pretty sure one of these clips is Ludwig saying that to a user. Where is it? Right here.
Did anyone here not write something down? My genuine advice, at this point, and I do not say this with malice in my heart, you should probably quit streaming. I do not think you are cut out for what it takes to be a full-time streamer if you are not willing to put the work in right now to do such simple things as laying out the goals for what you want for yourself. I don't care if you guys are successful.
What a horrible idea of things to say to people in a room that are supposed to take your advice. That's crazy as fuck.
Multi-millionaire. My life is awesome. But if you don't care for your own life and your own success, then who can? Who is supposed?
Hey, here's a question, and it's a rhetorical one. Hey, how did most broadcasters get their name out there? Did they do it by hard work, hard grinding, sticking with their friends, and making an entire enterprise out of what they did? Or was it a bunch of broadcasters in Texas and California that created drug parties that they went to frequently to size up whether or not a person was or wasn't a part of the ring gear games of their audience, so they could decide if they were or were not going to become members of One True King or offline television amongst the WLs, poggers, and internet influencer and host squad communities? only for them to then lock those things down into castles and to steal themselves in those castles, never interacting with anybody else outside of those influences, and multiple people on the net doing the same, while trying to monetize the easy free bait that was existing inside of a small koi pond as a big fish while they raked in donos during COVID. That's right, the first thing happened. And how did they get into that position to do that first thing in the first place? Did they start from 0 viewers and then network with each other and then collaborate with each other over time frequently? No. I'm pretty sure it was collabing all the time and showing up on somebody else's broadcast and then that influencer throwing money at you. You know, Ludwig, the guy who said that I could make a channel go viral without anybody knowing that I made it. But he had to soft drop and then hard launch the channel multiple times to get people to notice it. And then, did they or did they not put out their own content, or did they steal from Viacom? Did they steal from Hollywood? Did they steal from fucking Kitchen Nightmares and MasterChef and Iron Chef, only for a reference about them to be made by none other than the man that made those shows live on the platform as they were stealing from him? And the only reason why they weren't deplatformed and banned from the industry was because he let that shit go. I'm pretty sure it was the second thing that I just described, because that's literally what Gordon Ramsay could have done. That's literally what Viacom could have done. Not just over SpongeBob SquarePants, but over fucking Atlas too. Disguised Toast, Senna, Ludwig, Pokimane, several of the members of the WL Poggers community. Just stealing! 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 Like they're physiologically and spiritually black! No. It's neither of these things that these two are saying. What made old YouTube fun was that you could put out anything, and there was not a bullshit archetypical AI system hanging over your head saying whether or not your content was real or if you were a fake AI content creator. Aiden wouldn't have made a new channel under the name of Science Sybil if it weren't for the fact that people thought her videos on her platform were AI. There is a point here where, even for her, it's like maybe what, a year ago? Right around here? There is a point where Aiden started putting herself in her content rather than just making thumbnails. And then even when she was in the content, she wasn't necessarily in the content. For all the points on the screen where she was introducing the content to the camera and talking to the camera, she would set up the content to where now she has to show up in the material because they think that she's fake. Meanwhile, over on her other channel, if she has it featured here, she should. No. So she hard launched it on the other one. On her other channel, that she's slowly building up over time, alongside a man who I want to choke the fucking life out of, but I can't, because unfortunately he is actually being a good friend right now. Not to me, to her. She has to show up on camera, because if she doesn't, both her and Uzulu would get banned on their own channel. Which also is in comparison to her other channel, Broken Crown, technically her second channel, making this her third and fourth channels, where she does not show up like that on the channel. But I believe she's since given this over to her mans, I think. No, she does appear.
there from you.
And she has to do it here too, with Spoon and Bill. Like, I don't know how people like Brittany can say this shit with a straight face, unless it's of course just hoping that other people don't fucking know. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. But the people who can't see it, she's over in the left side corner, right here. Spoon has always been an avatar, and Bill has always been an avatar. There are very rare images of Bill existing, for in all of the time in which I've been Aiden's friend, as well as Bill's friend. But this is shit that I have watched physically happen to my socials and to my mutuals. And technically, to me. So I don't get. Also, hello Sinsel. How you doing? Clip in my Discord from Kino, where? Timestamp from the news stream. I left the post in Discord. What channel? What channel? General. I don't remember being tagged in something. No, you did. That's right. I looked at this earlier, but I didn't click on it because I didn't know what the context was.
Like, response content isn't inherently a problem, but it gets really... It becomes a problem if it's just motivated by obsession.
True!
And you can't help but just but be disingenuous all the fucking time.
True!
And you're not even doing this out of a love of the hobby or you're passionate about it. Like, Eric just responds to people because he hates their guts. Like, he doesn't have... He never gives like a differing like opinion. He never articulates what he finds so good about what he's defending. He just has that opinion because he's a contrarian. And
true.
Yeah, like in terms of just like anyone else I respond to, like he's the laziest. Like Birdbrain, Otterly Noah, Colin. They at least put in some amount of effort. Eric Debunks puts in zero amount of effort, and that's why like I occasionally make response videos to him because he sucks.
True, so true, King. Yes, it's exactly what Ace 1918, 1917 does. It's what a lot of content creators do. It's what Berkey Venti does. Only difference is that she always structures her responses based around whatever drama is happening after inserting herself into said drama. But the point I was getting to with this, and also the clips I was showing from Ludwig, is everything on the net is literally following the pattern that was set forth by Twitch broadcasters. Because Twitch was the #1 platform where people went to go post their content. It was a platform that did not follow the rules of YouTube, so something that I could do on Twitch alone, on a single broadcast, I can't do on YouTube. If I want to do something, like I like listening to 90s R&B and New Jack Swing and hip-hop and slow jam R&B songs, I can't do that on YouTube, because I will get copyright stricken. It's not because I'm stealing the copyright, it's because that's how heavily trained the bot is on the platform. If I streamed only to Kick and only to Twitch, I would not have those problems happen. It would be literally not an issue. But we are multi-platform content creators because you need to promulgate your content onto all of your main platforms and your alleged side platforms, because there are some people that do not want to support the agency and the business and the industry that is created from one particular single place, and they want to watch you on various places. So, you cast a wide net, and you do multiple things. And it doesn't require that much work and effort. Do you know why? Do you know why it doesn't require that much work and effort? It's because what Brittany Venti just said there was a lie. You don't have to do a lot of fucking effort. I will show you how much effort it takes to do, if I can find the example of what I'm looking for. Although what I might just need to do is I might just need to use backlog display capture. Yeah, that might be what I have to do. So down here, and display capture. right here, is all that it actually takes. Okay? Because I couldn't find the fucking screen to do an OBS. Still don't think I can. No, because it doesn't project the OBS screen as a screen to be projected to. So, this is all it actually requires. You use IOTA multi-streaming. You set up your main broadcast for YouTube, or for whatever platform you intend on having as your, quote, main platform. You put it out, and you put up links. You add them before the broadcast begins. You set them up. You set up your main, and then you set up all of the additionals, and you set up the vertical, if you need to set up a vertical. And then you just click buttons. Stop streaming, end broadcast, would also be select broadcast and begin streaming. You select the one you're looking for. You project to the category that you want it to be in. You click the button here, it goes live. Click, click, click. End broadcast, turns off this one. These remain on, but it won't let you reconnect to a YouTube stream, which means you set up events. You don't just go live. You can set up events around what you do. And that's what you do every day. You decide if you're going to go live about something, or if you're going to talk about a specific event, and talk about a specific topic. And then you're done. If you want to set it up in which you can go all day, every day, with a live stream that is for everyday content, and then a live stream that's about separate events, you literally plan them in the backlog. It's not hard. It's very easy. It's what I do every day I go live. I'll show you. Here's the web that I use for my backlog. This is the one that I use every single time. It's got technically 5 tabs, but only 4 tabs. Backlog and the backside of the YouTube streaming platform. Twitch, Kick, X, Botrix, which also can be Nightbot, but Nightbot basically becomes another version of Botrix. You go here, you want to make a platform, you go to Schedule Stream. It shows you all the settings that you've already used, all the other broadcasts you've already gone live with, up to a certain point. This one goes all the way back to February. You want to set up a broadcast that has the same links that you used the other day? Go to your last broadcast. Hey, look at that! There's the last broadcast I did literally on the 17th. And here's all the other ones that I did with daily thumbnails. Click on it. Reuse. Change the title to what you want. Keep all the metadata the same. Keep all the links to the play chat the same. Keep the description the same. Click, 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 click. Set it up. You're done. Then you go here. Click Edit Stream. Change the name. You're done. Same here. Click on this. Change the name. You're done. Go here. Go to Produce. Go to Create Broadcast. Use the broadcast name. Set up the category you want it to be in. For this, you do have to set up a source, because you have to make a new source and then give it a stream key in which to broadcast to. But let's assume it's like setting up the one for today. Put that name, set up the category. Click on the source that's not already being used. Click everyone, start immediately. Create broadcast. You're done. It is not hard. It takes 3 minutes. 3 minutes. It only ever takes 3 minutes. But Brittany would have you believe that it's a whole convoluted process that takes hours of having properly done. And even when you're doing it from raw setup, IOTA multi-streaming is free. Restream costs money for links past the first 2. So, where you would only be able to get YouTube and Twitch, I have YouTube, Twitch, Kick, X. You have to pay for X. You have to pay for X. Thanks, Destiny. You have to pay for X because you have to be an X sub in order to have it, because they have put multitudes of options and tools behind the platform after navigating to fully be on Twitter. It was a setting that was free. You didn't actually have to be an X-paying sub. But then, you know, Destiny said those crazy-ass shit that he said about the victim that was the fireman that got shot at the first Trump assassination attempt. Or was it the second? I can't remember. But Trump assassination attempt, whichever number it was, he said that crazy ass shit. People tagged Elon and said, do something about it. And what Elon did was that he made it so you have to be a paying X subscriber. $8 a month. But even if that weren't the case, all that and more, that's at least if you were to say that you didn't want to broadcast on X. 3 platforms. Total. The 3 main ones that people are on. They can find you whenever you are on, however you're on. If it's the case that you don't want to be streaming it and you want all of your gaming content to go specifically to those, then put it out to those, and you're done. Your main platform content, your planned broadcasts and live streams over evergreen content, and your gaming content all live in different places, but they all collectivize together. Add in the background of things like TikTok, you have up to 5 connections. And TikTok has its own proprietary piece of shit. But there is a system to make that simple. But I would highly tell you, do not stream on TikTok utilizing their servicing. Because it's a bad platform. Because it has the same problem that YouTube does. Which is that it has too many bots trying to scan your shit to constantly punish you for the crime of not talking the way that they want you to talk. Because they don't want you to talk like a creator. They don't want you to talk like a human. They want you to talk like a member of the modern audience. A member of Twitch. You're always sanitizing everything you say. You're always sanitizing every topic you're talking about. And the bots will detect whether or not they think that you're a fake person or not. And will actively punish you for the crime of trying to do what a normal content creator would do. Not a troll, but a content creator. Because an A-logger isn't actually a creator. You're not creating. You're just narrativizing.
When I did YouTube, when I started off, I didn't have to look at a graph. I didn't have to look at how to best psychologically hit my audience every 30 seconds before it dips. Like, that's not how it was. But it's been like that ever since the Mr. Beast era, because YouTubers see what Mr. Beast does and that he's successful, and then they emulate him, and then because so many people...
Here's the thing. People who are original do not need to worry about what another content creator does. The people who mirror that content creator are the ones who care about that. People started chasing views, and they started chasing views for the purposes of sponsorship and events. They said to themselves, I want what they have. And then when they didn't get it, when they're not able to get exactly what it is that those creators are putting together themselves, they get upset that other people have something that they do not have. And then they say, this is the reason why the platform sucks. No, it is not. There are lots of things as to what it is. But it is not that. I don't remember which content creator was that I was looking at for this particular one. I would like to think that it was the Dragon's Treasure. I don't think it was. But it was one of the VTubers talking about the amount of money that Ludwig makes based on how much his broadcast brings him. Let's see here. I know that it was a post made on several platforms. I'm going to go find the one that's on Reset Era. Here we go. So, he reveals on his broadcast exactly how much money he makes.
YouTube! That's just the YouTube revenue. This includes YouTube live streams, shorts, and videos, 270,000. Twitch gonna be smaller for me, guys. I do not make as much on Twitch, 57,000. I only run about 6 minutes of ads an hour. I have 9,500 subs. That's about what you make for that. The biggest bulk of my money, though, I made a pivot in my life. I decided I wanted to stop being viewer funded. All right, I did a subathon. I had the most subs any streamer did. I had like an average of 20, 30,000 subscribers. I ran a higher density of ads. And then I said, you know what? I don't feel good as a multi-millionaire getting these people to pay me money. I didn't like getting 100 gifts. It made me feel weird.
By the way, he's lying. He didn't like the fact that if he allowed himself to monetize them into the ground like this, being a viewer-based person versus being a sponsor-based person, that it stops him from being able to give the opinion and the viewpoint that he's about to give you. I'm about to tell you the truth that most broadcasters would do. If most broadcasters would monetize their people into the fucking ground by doing ad reads and also doing ad runs every 3 minutes on the hour, every hour, That's how the majority of people monetize the back end of their actual views on Kick and Twitch. Kick is a bit different, but on Twitch alone, the majority of most money that you can make is a bulk on that platform, and it's already bad because now this is with the splits being basically 50-50 instead of it being more like the 70-30, 60-40, or in some cases 90-10 splits that you get on other platforms. If they could monetize you into the ground while also maximizing alleged output of content, views and subs, and everything else, they would. The only reason why somebody like Ludwig would care to say, I don't want to be viewer-based, I want to be sponsor-based, is because he gets the ability to then make himself look like he cares about you when he fucking doesn't. Because if he cared about you, he would be broadcasting and streaming and doing multi-platform on all these platforms. And they would have not gone out of their way to try and tell you, why would we ever leave this platform? Kick is just Twitch, guys. Remember that dumb shit that came out of Pokemon's mouth? Remember that shit? Right before Sigurusa jumped platform and went to Kick? And now she's having the time of her fucking life, actually doing the thing that she claims that she did? When she and her husband continue to do this kayfabe, where they pretend that they have a bad marriage, and then they cosplay as Hassan Piker and Kaya the dog. Where she's focused on trying to build a horse sanctuary, and owns her shit, and owns all of her proprietary brand content. The fuel pumps, the fuel store itself, at the gas station, every single bit of merchandise leaving the store, all of this she can be able to afford the life that she has, while she's looking at the fires that are consuming the Californian coastline, and she's like, yep, that's what all that shit gets you. And people were turning against her because they realized that actually she's a lot more based than she was. Amaranth, yeah. That's the reason why. The honest answer is that Ludwig would fuck you into the ground on money if he could, while maximizing it, because so many people don't actually know how the back end works, unless somebody actually explains it to them. There were rules against us telling you. But ever since year 7 of the Carl arc, I have been open and honest, and I have told people and showed them and walked them through why it is important for you to know. Because otherwise they would just lie to your face, and you just believe them, because how could you be able to prove them wrong? However, we're not done with the clip.
I'm gonna start pivoting to get most of my bread from sponsors. That's the biggest cut of this. Okay, I'm a Rebel athlete. I have an AT&T sponsorship, and I also have an Alienware partnership. These are long-term partnerships. All right, and I do one-off deals as well, as you guys do. This number's 800,000. Okay. So the total you can break through.
So, there's a version of this clip from last year, and this was a clip that was done by Double Agent, where he walked them through how much a Weeble sponsorship could get you, and how much money you would actually be able to accrue if you did a similar system. Now, I tried to pull this up because I know I retweeted it somewhere, but there's a clip of one of the VTubers. I think it might have been Kirsch Vestaltz, maybe it would have been Pippa, but there is a version of it where they basically said, I wanted to go streamers sponsored too, but I realized that I wanted to actually rely on having viewers, because the viewers would support me where the sponsorship deals would drop me off. And the truth, Nuke, of that is that actually it is better to be based on that. Let me see if it is Kirsch that I'm thinking of. Carl can't spell. Content creators need to have simpler names. Kappa. Scrolling, No, that's correct. So it was Kirsch that I was thinking of. So, here's what Kirsch had to say on this. Some crazy numbers for 1 month. Ludwig goes on to say he wanted to switch from being primarily viewer-funded to sponsor-funded. This was also the mentality I had when I was a 70 a concurrent viewer streamer, that eventually I should pivot to sponsor funding instead of relying on the generosity of my community. Then Asmin Gold mentioned that you have more freedom if you stay viewer funded, that you don't have to constantly worry if economy will bend the knee to some kind of council mob that didn't like something you said. Reminder, Rev got dropped from Advanced GG sponsorship for having a public conversation on Twitter with another VTuber who had said fuck ICE. This avenue of full sponsorship funding is completely cut off from anyone that's not left-leaning or willing to or not willing to fully sanitize themselves for the left, as long as companies are afraid of left-wing council mobs, and this is correct. This is the actual truth of the issue here. And this is one of the things that actually stops people from being able to have the actual opinions that they do, to bring things to light with what things matter with. The reason why things are different is because, number one, Ludwig and people like Twitch, they set the standard on what people are willing to take and accept. And if you pretend to tell to people like myself that actually it's not like that, you're not a broadcaster. You don't know. You can't possibly know. You couldn't possibly know if you're not already creating right now. Because if you were, you would realize how many people choosing to push back against you that would be. Carl, how do you know that? I already told you guys earlier before, but somebody actually asked me a question about this off camera yesterday, and I will do this again on camera because it's necessary, because you kind of need to understand the case of this, okay? So, this hate threads like this, made by Birdman fans, that just put my name in their mouth 5 months ago, because he told them to do so. And then they're sitting there, making shit up about somebody, talking shit up about people, and they can't even use my name. Funny enough, Birdman quote tweeted Jay Longbone, who this guy associates with and watches videos with and makes content with. Oh, this guy is a conservative scumbag for another conservative scumbag. Bro needs to clean his room. I can smell the basement just from here. Remember when we talked about this and we covered this during the KinoFlex drama, and we then got to know KinoFlex, and we were dealing with this and these other comments? You remember the other things that these people said? Don't worry, I'm gonna show it to you. How can this black man get pressed? I just block these people and I keep it moving. Not worth the engagement. These people aren't worth listening to. Not worth getting to know the content of. Clink, 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 clink. That's the sound of multiple people shutting their minds, shutting their eyes, shutting the door from ever learning about who I actually am. Because somebody from the left wing, because be it beyond yourself. Anthony Edward West, the Birdman 15, is left wing. He might criticize people from the left and the right, but he will only ever target people that he considers to be of a conservative position. Doesn't matter if they're actually right wing. Doesn't matter if he actually knows what their actual real politics are. What they happen to be left-wing on, or right-wing on, what they happen to be conservative on, what they happen to be progressive on. It is always going to be this person, projectively at a distance, is a boogeyman upon whom which I will purify myself and my toxicity through by claiming that they are all the bad things that I don't like. This, Brittany, this right here, Brinty, is what created the problem on YouTube. This is what created the philosophizing on Twitch. It's what created the attitudes on the broadcast. It is what destroyed people like Pirate Software. It is what has purified and saved and created entire networking opportunities for people like Asmin Gold and Kirsten Saltz and Pippa Pipkin and various other VTubers. This right there. People don't know anything about me, but they were told by a bigger creator than my channel that I am a retard. Therefore, they have closed their mind to any opportunity of learning anything I have to say. Because somebody else, just like Anthony Garulia, just like Utterly Noah, just like Ace 1917, before they ever learn a single thing about you, they allegedly know everything there is about your character. And thus they will never actually learn how stupid they actually are. They will never realize how badly they have been fucked up by them. But it doesn't matter. It's just another trolling internet, guys. It's just entertainment. Even if you don't like the content, change the channel. Wait, why isn't there enough people here? Why can't I find my favorite content creator? Why is their channel gone? Why is their channel being closed down because allegedly they're a fake content creator? Wake up, Venti. Wake up, Brente. Wake up and smell the triple half cap, no foam, double latte with a vanilla rim.
Do it, it becomes the norm. And so now everyone is trying to do the Mr. Beast method, where it doesn't really prioritize the quality of content, even though, yes, he has HD.
Your content isn't even of quality. What the fuck are you talking about? Rage baiting, trolling, and antagonizing people on the internet is not content. Getting involved into drama spear material to then deplatform and become tortuously interference into somebody else's contract is not content. That's drama. You're not making things that are supposed to be evergreen. You're making content that's going to be here today and gone tomorrow. But you're leaving your finger and your touches and the stain of your fingers on somebody else's face. It's like putting your fingers like here, right here, right here, right here, right here. And imagine, if you could, that this is the hand of Andy Gorulia. This is the hand of FD Signifier. This is the hand of a foreign man in a foreign land. This is the hand of every single person. And what they do? What do? Mush! That's what you're actually doing. That's what Kiwi Farms does. Or rather did. If Jersh is ever able to get back onto the ClearNet. We'll see if he does. I don't think he will. I think he's burned too many bridges for him to find himself out of the hole that he has with Cloudflare. Because he's made enough enemies with people, because he doesn't know the first thing about Fight Club, which is you don't talk about Fight Club and bring in people that are very much going to constantly open their mouth and say, yep, we know everything we know about you, because we learned it on... Insert content creator and platform's name here. Tell me I'm lying.
Cameras, and he has a bunch of people working for him, and he uses his fake AI voice to do things for him, so he doesn't even have to work. Yes, this isn't a commentary about having good production value. This is about how it has turned from the priority being something that is good storytelling and something that's funny, it has soul, and not just his fucking AI voice over it or whatever, that he doubles himself with. But now it's turned into like, oh, let's make noises every 3 seconds. Ding, 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 guys, subscribe and like the channel. And it's just like, you're just having flashing lights thrown into your face, making sure that you don't look away every...
Flashing lights thrown into your face. What's going on in the background right now, Venti? What's going on with the way that you're choosing to speak to the camera, Venti? What's going on with the background of your setting, Venti? What are you talking about? What you talking about? You're doing it right now. You're just doing it differently. Every single creator that has this take, you're not actually against the things that are being done in those heavily monetizable, multi-million production videos that are being made, which are being made for a specific audience. In reality, what Mr. Beast is making isn't for people like you and I. It's not. It's for kids. It's for children. It's for children to watch. And to go, wow, this is so great! Because guess what? The kids, at the time of Justin TV, turned into the broadcasters that are creating the nigga slop on all the platforms. The people who used to make things back in the day, back then, when the motto was broadcast yourself, made the content that influenced the development of the influencers that are now the creators on these platforms today who do the exact same fucking thing. Everybody does it. They just want to do it from the other side. The very few people who said, I will not do that, or the people like myself who said, we're going to grow grassroots first. I'm not going to latch myself onto somebody else's influence. I'm not going to latch myself onto somebody else's platform. I'm not going to dick suck my way to the top by being a type of person who gets clout off of somebody else's platform that doesn't even belong to me so that I can try to manipulate who has access to whom. I'm just going to make shit. And if I want to be involved with a person, I'm going to be involved with them. And if they try to fuck me over, I'm going to let people know, hey, yo, this is the reason why I cut ties with this guy. Go off. Be to your own devices. And only ever when I choose to do things a very specific way is when a person has tried to fuck with my system, with my program, in such a way where I have to now protect myself. Because I'm not going to be accused of being a pedophile by a person who is actually out here trying to fuck kids. I'm not going to be accused of being a horrible person to someone who I've done nothing but the nicest to. Especially live on tape. Over something that they will lie about in private that I have to reveal in public. I'm not going to be accused of being some evil shadow Nosferatu because I chose to give somebody who's being blackmailed against his will $90 out of my fucking pocket, and it somehow turns it into Carl paid for rape fetish content. Not going to do it. I just named like 4 different dramas in the last 5 seconds. 10 seconds, 15 seconds. If you don't know the context, that's how bad it is. People like me fighting fucking devils 24/7. Because, unfortunately, down here, deep down, we only care for ourselves. Nobody knows. Nobody cares. Because it's not fun. Change the channel. Click. Ha ha ha. Change the channel. Click. Ha Do you realize how cancerous that is, Venti? How negative and how performative? There's a rip in my shirt. Do you realize how performative it is to have people actively choose whose side they want to be on, to the point where a person like that of Chibi Reviews has to sit there crying to himself saying, wow, I can't believe my whole friend group chose the cheating bastard who NTR'd me and my fiance over me because they like him better. And then people on the internet sit there going, ha ha, your wife, your potential wife, she fucked you over, ha ha! And none of them realize how fucking evil that is. Because it's just content. It's just content. Somebody's life blowing up in front of their eyes is just content. Somebody making content about the worst day of their life so that they can monetize it and say, yeah, you deserve it. But it's not that important, man. You just gotta learn how to get back up on the horse. Never mind the fact that we have 5 different websites and 5 different communities in those websites and multiple users on multiple boards between those websites that all are choosing to keep up and track and be up with the Joneses on these topics so that they can tell other people about the worst days of your life and remind you of them in perpetuity, while at the same time doing that to every other group on the internet and calling it content. Now, individuals who deserve it, like Dan's Burst Studios, trying to clop it with the best to the point where he's trying to hide what he's doing and being a spurg at it, no, that does need to be discussed. That should be talked about in front of the camera. Because people are not realizing that it's something that's a problem. But then you turn around and you see people saying, oh, well, Chibi Reviews is rage baiting out here, doing all this shit, and I don't like it. And so is Brittany Venti. Where were you then? So is Mouthy Buddha with the fucking incels. Where were you then? Hell, so is even Poe on the timeline, stealing other people's content and reposting it. Where were you then? Right there, in that same chair, yucking it the fuck up. It's just that you don't like the ones that are doing it now, because you can't find the ones who were doing it before, because they were either permanently banned off the platform, or they had to go underground and then re-emerge after things were safe. And now, it's just the way it is. That's the consequence, bro. You and everybody else in the goddamn world, should you think that way, with that kind of attitude, you're the reason why we're here. Did you think shit was sweet? You finna learn how sweet it fucking is. Every Tom, Dick, Harry, Sarah, Sally, and Susie Q want to keep up with the Joneses, but you don't seem to realize that there's something wrong with the Johnsons. Mr. Johnson's getting fucked in the ass by his son, and his mother doesn't know what to fucking do because she can't be able to stop the pedophile that her son is from raping her husband. But unless somebody puts it in front of you on a camera, you don't fucking notice. Oh, I've got too many things going on. There's too many pieces of content that's being produced by too many channels. I gotta flick off my favorite channel, and I gotta put on a 4th screen so I can watch 4 content creators at the same time, and then I just oscillate between them. When something really viral happens, I gotta post about it, first in that big audience, and then bring all that back here, and then feed it back like a loop. It's like an echo. Just go down, and then go back, and then go down, and then go back, and then go down, and then go back. How do you even have favorite content creators when you do that? It literally would be changing a channel at that point. Just flick the shit on until you find something you agree with. What's that called? An echo chamber?
3 seconds. And that's what's being prioritized on YouTube right now. A lot of YouTubers that you may not instantly have thought of when I said this are using this method because they're also...
Strike again. Most of them are taking pieces of the advice. If every YouTuber was making Mr. Beast style content, you would know it. They're not. Instead, it's bisexual lighting and community groups and influencers being influencers with other influencers and making deals and doing underground conversations with other people so that they can have their own Friday Night Fights versus every other Saturday Night Hypnosis and Side Scroll the podcast. That's actually what it is. But the left-wing ones just aren't as popular because they're so sanitized and so safe, they're not saying anything that we haven't already heard. Meanwhile, what's going on in SinglePlayerCarl's house?
Slaves to the algorithm. We are enslaved to the algorithm. We are slaves. In general, on multiple sites...
You're only a slave to the algorithm if you want to ride the wave. If you don't want to ride the wave, you are so free to do whatever the fuck you want. But the consequence is, you don't get the views that come from it. Search engine optimization is trying to show people content that they're searching for. if you have dead subs and dead views, or, more specifically, if the AI has decided you don't deserve to be seen, and there is a block put on your account by an agent of YouTube that has decided that they will demonetize you the same way that they demonetized, the same way that they demonetized Count Dankula, there's nothing you can do than just make a new account and start over again, which is exactly what most people did. They made different segments of different accounts for different types of content, so that they could then put their gaming content separate from their creative entertainment news content. And so everything instead became various focused channels. So instead of everything being on the SinglePlayerCarl channel, there is something on the SinglePlayerCarl channel, and then there's SinglePlayerCarl Gaming, and then there's Multiplayer Michael, and then there's Family Man Carl, and then there's the channel for for Star, and then eventually when Zillion comes of age, he gets his own YouTube channel, and they're all a part of the packaging of the Carltoon Network broadband package, right? You follow one creator, you get 5 channels for the low-down price of $9.99 on every single one of them. It's literally cable! Which brings the promise around the cycle to what we had already known before. YouTube became cable. YouTube became cable. Twitch became cable. Kick became cable. Twitter became the broadband source of various other content creators that are all on the same cable network. And that's on top of the fact that you already have the same problem with the streaming platform. Because streaming platforms became cable. Unless, of course, you're a pirate. Then in which case, it's not. You can just watch whatever the fuck you want, whenever you want to. Because you don't feel the investment from all that money that you're spending to have to pay it back. And I even made my own content back then about that too. But I wasn't a big named content creator, so nobody fucking saw it or cared. The point here is I'm not agonizing about how much of a lowly victim I am. What I'm saying is that I've been ahead of the curve since forever, and people don't know because Brittany Venti doesn't know the name SinglePlayerCarl, and if she did, she never said anything about it. Or she, just like Vito Baswalti, was out here actively trying to stop me from making connections with people by trying to call people like myself a spurg. The same way that the biggest names of the biggest retards have been doing in perpetuity. Because they are trying to stop their competition from making waves. Because they're all riding the same algorithmic promotional cycle. It's just that they're trying to make sure that their content dominates on SEO content before theirs does. They want their channel to be more popular than your channel so that they can sit on top of the king of the hill. And from that period in which it was priority creators all the time, especially under Susan Wojcicki, it was that way. And it was not, and was it not the most abysmal fucking platform to be a part of? Yes, it was. Rest in peace, Susan Wojcicki. You might have fucked up the site, but that didn't mean you deserved to die of cancer.
The algorithm is what matters. You have to pander to the algorithm. It's no longer about making something that's human and funny. It's about how can I get the retention number to stay at the same point? How can I make sure to use psychological tricks to make noises and flash lights to make someone not click off the video? And it's like, at what point is it slop? And YouTube slop has been the meta for all of the cattle to watch.
That is true. It's all slop. You're just adding to it and you're complaining about it.
Cattle to graze on, this YouTube slop is open field for them to graze on. It's like if there were cattle grazing on grass and the grass had crack in it.
Well, not really. That's just what normies do. People who are enlightened and awakened already know what their favorite content creators are, and if they don't, their favorite content creators probably have talked to, did an interview with, or maybe had a communique with somebody else who then became one of their favorite priority creators because that creator told them to go support them and watch them. Because that person was involved in something big. Remember that thing I said before? Most of the favorite creators that became people, they became platformed because people became aware of them because they were being victimized. Kanoflex, was he not being victimized? Callisto, was he not being victimized? The Act Man, was he not being victimized at the time? Even by a dumb, insane leftist like that of Quantum TV, before he himself then became one of the big victims? And then all the other channels around them, for gesturing themselves as being under attack by conservatives, under attack by Republicans. Is that not the grift that he tried to use? Mr. FT Signifier to build up his platform before he became a member of the Nebula elite amongst the commies and the tankies and socialists. Modern day shuck and jive, bros. Modern day shuck and jive.
That's what the Mr. Beast method is. He's giving little bits of crack to the viewers. It's all about optimization. So what does that mean? Okay, it means that when YouTubers think about making a video, it's no longer, I'm just gonna turn the camera on and say something funny. No. Now it has to be about, is my thumbnail 10 different colors? Is it the color red? Is it made with AI so it'll get boosted in the algorithm? And mind you, I'm not saying this like I haven't done this myself or some aspect of like...
But you are, Brittany. You're literally saying it as though you are holier than thou because you're one of the real people. I mean, you're a real person, but you're not a real creator. How do I phrase this in a way that I want to make clear of it? You are a real person in the sense that the way you make things is a real product that's being designed and made for people. But you are not a real creator in the mindset of somebody who wants to see everybody eat. You are a creator in the way that somebody wants to basically take money out the mouth of another person because they prefer to, right? Because, like, when it comes to making thumbnails, with us hiring and paying for thumbnail artists to design shit for us, sometimes, Brittany, sometimes people like myself decide, hey, I'm going to do a shit post. And if people understand the shit post, I'm going to make sure that they can see the difference, right? Here's a thumbnail from the old era of Short Fat Otaku, right? For Devin's channel. Before he updated to what's going to basically be his new brand, right? Here's the gag that I did for the thumbnails I'm doing for my coverage for SGF. Do you understand that part of being an influencer is paying deference to the people who came before you and understanding the differences and ways to catch the attention of audience members? I might have gone so fast that people didn't notice it. I might have to go slower. Here's what I did, or rather, here's what Dev made in the past. Here's the edit that I made. In order for people to get it, they have to know about a creator like Dev. But you see, Dev is already poison in the mouth of most people. They don't like him now compared to when they used to like him before. But I changed so many things in this picture, although the one thing I couldn't change is the corn chip bag. The thing outright refused to let me make any more edits after I was able to get the jug in position right here with the retro jazz colors. But we've got anime posters. I wanted it to actually be Fruits Basket, but it ended up instead being Inuyasha, because you can see behind me, underneath my Taco Belmont, which is one of my more iconic posters, is my Prince Yuki doll from Fruits Basket. And then, of course, you have a reference to my partner and my child. Up there, where he had the picture of Tracer. And then the Super Famicom / SNES has been replaced with a PS2 Silver Slim with the internet broadband peripheral connector. And then we got a jug of what should have been called Negro Gulp, or excuse me, Negro Sip, but unfortunately it wouldn't put the label on there, so I put the logo instead. To create that, Brittany, I had to both 1, know of this image, 2, think of how I wanted that to come over, 3, make the changes unique enough that even though this was created utilizing an AI replacement tool, I actually made some of these assets myself. The only ones that I didn't were specifically the changes that it did with the edit for the skin and of the hair for the headband. And even then, it was based off an image. That photo, the photo that's on the wall, that photo is the photo that I keep in my wallet. Allah. The positioning is different. But alas, real things were used to create this edit. That's what a creator does. A creator sees a vision, and then they make forward ways in order to create and supply that vision and deliver it to their audience. The difference between the past and the present is with the use of AI tools and utilizing them correctly and appropriately to be able to make better things and better names and better voices and better titles and better thumbnails and better product. And usually it's only for the thumbnail. Everything else has to come from the creator. And have I not been the yappiest black boy that you've ever seen on this side of the internet? Can't AI plus me, baby. So, what the fuck do you mean, Brittany? What do you mean the Mr. Beast method is when you give your audience crack? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Because just like how Extra Crusher just said, in the troll days of YouTube, the average animator, it was hard because it was based on watch time and not click-through retention. Because that's what it was actually originally based on. It was click-through retention. Are they clicking on your annotations? Are they clicking on your links? Are they watching your subtitles? Are they engaging with your playlists? Are they engaging with the majority of the majority of the content? Is it any of those things? Is it being upkept and being constantly consumed by a number of retention rate that's above or below 20%? That used to be the way that it was, and then they changed it, and then they changed it again, and then they changed it again. 3 times in the last 10 years. I remember because I tracked it, and I kept watch, because that's when some of my shit started blowing up more often than not. And just like the last time that I showed it, the shit that they do now, algorithmically teaching you how better to make your content, is literally written into the fucking background of the fucking content that they produce on the platform, and that they show you as a part of the material that comes from your coverage and comes from the attention that they give you from the fucking AI board. You click on customize channel, you go to the channel part, you get to go to your customization setting, which is under here, versus your dashboard, which is up here. Here's the community guideline strike that I got for listening to music on my platform for alleged third-party content, even though it's training, and this is going to expire around the 3rd week of my birthday month. All the different outputs that they allegedly blocked because of copyright strikes, because of the because of the DMCA system, and how fucked up the bots are with things that aren't even relevant at this time. Not even relevant. Content from years past. But it's being claimed automatically, which definitely does fuck with things in the back end. And then, for the content, it tells you from your analytics how you're successful, how you're streaming, and how you're going, and it's all because of AI. All in the background. So, like, retardation does not even explain some of these things. This is just you not telling the truth about how the platform works. Because then, every so often, these motherfuckers are trying to tell you, hey guys, here's how you learn how to get more people to click on your stuff. Hey guys, here's how you build your communities using shorts. And it's like, they don't trust you. They don't trust you to be a creator on this platform. They're constantly trying to manufacture new people. Constantly manufacture new creators. Instead of just being, existing, vibing in your space and making a name for yourself like a normal human being. But what do I know? I'm just some ranting dumb chud. Carl always at level 10. He's always at a 10. He can never go to a 3, then a 10. Salsa la boca.
Trying to appeal to the algorithm. Pretty much every YouTuber is guilty of this, okay? Every YouTuber has to have some level...
Every YouTuber is a business person. Therefore, every person who's trying to make business, every single person is guilty of trying to make money on this platform. Yup, you're damn right!
Of marketing nowadays to make it. Any modern YouTuber. There is a level of exhaustion, a point where it goes too far, to the point where everything...
Yeah, it's where you don't want to micromanage all these things. And you're just like, bro, just show up to the broadcast. Click like on the video. Retweet, restream. Tell your friends that I make content. Tell them to come through. Join the material. That's the simplest shit any creator could ask for. I don't even tell people to do that shit. The only time I ever put anything like that in there now, because I have a version of it that I like to use, is the one of the fucking Dresden guy going around ringing the bell, where I put it now at the back of most of my edited content with the open fucking door! Because it's actually funny as hell.
is slop and everything is encouraged to be slop, and there's an incentive to make the slop. What actually is slop? It's now...
The incentive to make the slop is actually to put out chud content. Curds, cheese, filtered. Constantly putting out something about whatever the topical thing is at the time. It's not just putting out trash. It's constantly keeping up with the Joneses. That's what actual slop is.
Whatever little quick things get the numbers higher. And that includes, like, if it means catering to children as well. Why does it have to be...
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, Brittany. Do you know why it doesn't? Because if we were to appeal to children, we'd get hit by COPPA! Every single time that we make content, every single time that we produce material, every time that we look at the shit that is in front of us, and then we use the shit that is there on the side that is with the material under our fucking platform. Every single time. Every single time. From the settings. It shows you here this fucking question, Brittany Venti, that you are clearly not telling the truth about. Again. Again, you're not telling the truth. It's written into every single piece of content because they made it so. Brittany! 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 It's right there! Right here in black and white! Right here in black and white! Regardless of your location, legally required to comply with the content for the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act and other laws. You must tell us if the videos are made for kids. And if they're made for the kids, the things like ads and live chats won't be available for streams made for children, meaning you wouldn't be able to be a successful business-minded YouTuber unless you were somebody trying to make something like Queer Kid Stuff, Miss Rachel, or anything else. Why are you lying? Why are you lying? Why are you lying? Why are you lying? And this isn't just one of those, well, Carl, you're trying to nitpick. No, I'm not. This is not a nitpick. It's why we have the ability to monetize in the first place. On that same setting, mind you. On this same setting. Third one down. You get to decide if you monetize the live streams. You get to decide the level of the mid-roll ads, whether they're scheduled or manual. You get to decide the rate at which they get put up. And in the back end, they tell you whether or not your platform to content has the ability to make ads or not. From piece to piece to piece to piece to piece. All of this, Brittany, all of this precipitates on whether or not you actually trust people to actually get to know you as a person. Let's see here. Can I find some of the content, some of the viewer comments and posts made on some of the material? There's one bit in particular I'm looking for. I think I remember which one it was. It should be this one. Oh! But I didn't even intend on bringing that one up, but this is relative to bring up anyways. So, in the background, in your page, so for some of your content, it actually outright now has a standout that says, shopping disabled, potential limited. It says that you can't be able to do shopping. It says and shows you where your audience has been claimed. It shows you who claimed it in what region. A lot of my shit gets blocked. Like, right here, the AI fruit juice video, the one that had titties, this one automatically was disabled by YouTube. And I understand why they automatically disabled it. It's because the fucking AI shit out here with fucking pierced fruit nipples, right? Because the entire point was me being like, hey, yo, y'all need to see what they're doing over here on TikTok. And over here on the platform. But then, over here, for something that is in the material, they censor it based on the material that is the song that is not being clipped. Because if I was to clip the song that the woman in the short is dancing to, the context would be lost on you. Mind you, this is just my shit. Imagine what must happen on the back end of Jeremy Hambley's account and what must be happening on the backside of accounts like the evil YouTubers who steal content and then the only thing that they do on the bottom of the screen is they fucking stare like this. What shit plays overhead. Like, they just stare at you at the camera and they just look like this.
What the optimal thumbnail is, with the optimal colors and editing, and the optimal titles all the time. And the answer is because you're competing with everyone else, and if you don't, you lose. So that's kind of where we're at, where if you don't partake in this slop tube system, that you're going to be left behind, and you're not going to...
It's all beyond the pale of retardation, okay? It's all beyond the pale of retardation. All beyond. And most of the people who know it is the way that it is are the ones that are not saying things that could just correct it on the record. However, that's what I was looking for. There are times where the realest, real content and comments... Somebody help this fucking... Nope. Not help. Newest. There we go. I don't know why I couldn't be able to find what I was looking for. I was looking for the Alabastard's comment on this. On some of the content that I've posted recently. Like, after I've gotten my new media phone. Those of you who have noticed some of the shit that I put out like this. And I'm going to show this off to y'all because I know y'all have... Some of y'all haven't looked.
Pussy wide open, wide open. Spread that pussy wide open, wide open. Spread that pussy wide open, wide open. Right now. Spread that pussy wide open, wide open.
Long ago, in a distant past, when the love was free, the burger sugar was pure, and the quaaludes ran like water. She was the queen of the dance floor, and everybody saw her, and she more than likely wore the brown frills. You know the ones, the bikini set piece, and had a peace love sign directly underneath her lower dorsal. And she's still getting it to this day. You show them what, Bethany? You show them what? Somebody better come and get her, because she's taking out her dangers.
Content like this does not get made frequently, all the time, on the internet. I don't see Brittany Vensey making content like this. You know why? Because she'd make a lot more money trolling people live on camera and antagonizing people that are involved in organizations like Friday Night Sites. So that people can say, oh my god, look at how she's fucking with her literally live on camera. Shaming her, slut-shaming her, because once upon a time she went, and by she I mean Chrissy Mayer, went onto a broadcast, and they were like workshopping a scene that they had created about what their favorite MILF scene would have been that they would have recorded if they were porn stars. Does it matter if the context has been removed from the situation? No, it doesn't, because most people only remember the content that was given to them at the time in which they heard it. And unfortunately, that's not how people remember shit on the internet. They don't remember what actually is true, they remember what they were told. Remember, Brittany said the words herself. They're not out here being storytellers. Storyteller is another way of saying liar, even though a storyteller is supposed to be able to draw you into the tale. And then, in the comments, with people of my audience that actually have fun talking to each other, there are things that my audience is saying that it's like, yeah, like, I'm menopausal and I would never be this cringy. Probably because my husband would divorce me instantaneously. Dancing skeleton. This is hilarious. I hope I can move like that when I get to her age. Start practicing these dance moves now. You don't see this kind of engagement. Because they've long since figured out that they can outsource that to other people on their behalf. And not so that they can go focusing on making more shit and trying to be as funny and inventive with other case examples. No. It is because it is all about trying to maximize while minimizing. Maximizing your profits while minimizing your exposure in game. I've said it thousands of times. People want to be more than 110% involved while being able to say, want to be more than 110% in the know about the knowledge of the situation while being less than 10% involved so they can wash their hands of it. That's the reality of the problem here.
To be able to make content, or at least not full time. It does work. People can do the bright colors and use AI to the max and create the perfect title to entice people where, oh, it needs to do this, and that, and do this whole checklist of optimization with your keywords and all of this nonsense. Yes. Does it work? Yes. But while I'm being told to do this, right, while all YouTubers are being incentivized to do this because if you don't, well, then you're not going to make it, right? That's what you're told. While, yes, it does work, there are content creators who ignore the rules. Every so often,
yeah, like me.
You see talking head videos, the thumbnail won't be anything special. It'll just be like a picture of them from the video, like the default thumbnail. And their title won't be this like, oh, it needs to be a calculation of like, I did 100 blah, blah, blah things today. I tried all the blah, blah things today. But I'll give you guys an example. I've talked about him on my channel before, Elisha Long. He is a good example of somebody who does not...
She starts yapping about creators that don't put in a lot of effort on their thumbnails and they don't do all the algorithmically promotional things. But in the first few sections of this, mainly because I don't intend on going over this entire thing itself. You want to go watch this video yourself and you want to be able to see whether or not you think what I said was correct or right on the record on what I spoke on, here's the link. Have at it. Have fun. But no. The things that Brittany Venti says in this piece of content, in the first 7 minutes, is just contradictory to the reality of what YouTube actually is these days. Like, the content slop is slopping because people don't want to put in the effort. Meanwhile, over here, literally live at the same time as me, Harmful Opinions.
A lot of information, but it seems so.
What is he currently doing? He's reacting to content. He's listening to a video. He's listening to a video, and he's going to react to it. His title and his thumbnail is, I'm slopping. I'm slopping so hard, guys. He currently has 212 people. At the time he went live and was premiering this, only 47. Here's what he's doing on his side. Is this a bad thing? Is this a bad thing for him to be doing? No, not at all. It's just what it is. 57.5k subs. A healthy channel. The chat's not moving a mile a minute because that's not what a non-healthy channel does. It's moving at the speed that a normal channel audience should be moving at for the people who are engaged. Accounting for the fact that people who are in my audience are clearly middle-aged, we work for a living. Even when I worked for a living, I couldn't always chat with the YouTubers, and I couldn't always be the most vocal member of the chat room, but I was always there. The things that Brittany's talking about, just not true, man. It's just not true. It's just not true. It's just not true. And it's like, all of these things, they have never been like that since ever. Even in an era in which it would have mattered, in the era of the Sigma grind set for Twitch, for example, you still had people interacting and interceding with people. The only difference is that for some of us, people who used to be the ones who set the standard are gone. Number two, we're middle-aged. We work for a living. Internet ain't free and cheap. There is no free internet, free Wi-Fi, free space, free PC, free Twitch sub, free tier 3. No, it's none of that. You gotta pay it for your fucking keep. So, I gotta pay for it. Most people gotta pay for it. And very rarely when we can afford somebody to have the ability to be a part of something, when they choose to give out gift subs, very, very rare. Not intended. Not something you should be expecting. And then, because people are making snap decisions, constantly changing those channels, looking for something to keep them entertained, what are they going to do when they lose something like Kiwi Farms? What's going to happen when the majority of these creators, whose basic channel is basically just reading the threads from the farms, no longer have access to them? Assuming that they're not willing to go on a tour. Because if you just, log into tour, you can get there. But what's going to happen to them? What's going to happen to them when they can't monetize that? When they can't be able to make money off that? When they can't be able to do that? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? They're going to die. They're going to fall off. They're going to stop existing. And it's going to be hilarious as shit when they do. Because the honest truth is that The internet has gotten a problem with creators. There are people who aren't actually out here with skin in the game. There are people who make material, and they only make material in the interest of potentially getting someone else to give them attention so that they can be able to justify being a part of the connections that they think make them relevant. That is it. That is the only thing in which they are willing to do. They do not care about anything else in any other stratagem. It is always going to be about the haves and the have-nots and who gives a shit and who doesn't give a shit. Now, my opinion is my opinion. But my opinion is that people like Brittany Venti don't give a shit. And of course, she doesn't give a shit. Why would she give a shit? She doesn't have to work on the fact that her channel may or may not die off on the net. As long as she keeps finding new targets in which to A-log about, in which to make content about, in which to troll about, she will always have an audience. That will never be in question. That will never be a concern. Same thing with people like Peachy and Pokimane and Cinna and Valkyrie and Hassan Piker and Destiny, etc., 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 especially with the takeover and how much content has really crossed over from all of the different news cycles and all of the different creators that are part of different news cycles, especially if they happen to have a leg in politics. They will always be relevant. And they will always be relevant because they are always, 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 always going to have people in their audience that are only interested in what they're doing. Doesn't matter if it's Hassan Piker, doesn't matter if it's Hutch, doesn't matter if it's fucking Memphis Wave, doesn't matter if it's fucking Sticks Hex and Hammer 666. But actually entertaining people, being an entertainer, being a part of an entertainer cycle, being a part of an entertainer club, and making something in that veracity, very likely that that's not going to continue to exist. Mainly because those kinds of creators, they don't make money. They don't make money on the platforms. There's lots of reasons why they don't make money. But the main reason is because those kinds of people, Aiden Underground, Dickers, Morale, Gisticle, fucking Explosivo, the fucking dregs of BreadTube and CornbreadTube, the dissident right, like that of fucking Nick Fuentes and the shit like them, they just don't, they're not popular. Because people see them as characters. They see them as people that they're here today, gone tomorrow. They're not existing in the places where you and I watch content. And they're not amongst the creators that you and I know about. And they're not making a name for themselves, connecting to those people. Because they're not interested in actually talking to them. They're just interested in talking about them. I'd hate to say that if ID verification was enabled across the board on the internet, Brittany Venti would probably be the first to accept it. Yeah. Like, I didn't even mention Instagram, mind you. I was once told that if you use Tor, your location is pinged for people who make Red Room content. If you go on places on the dark web that you're not supposed to be on, it does. Tor is just a browser that allows you to create a tunnel connection to sites that would be on the deep web. And it depends on how deep you're skimming, alright? Let's say this is the deep web, or this is the beginning of the deep web, right? The beginning of the dark web. This line. Everything above this line is the clear net. This is the safe internet that you will always be able to monetize and browse and cross. That's why whenever you see people steal content from other platforms, they're always stealing from the same 5 websites. Those are the ones that are safe on the clear net. That includes Kiwi Farms whenever it bobs its head up above the line of the clear net. Whenever they are currently going through being traffic trolled and they get pushed under the clear net, Tor is basically a submarine that lets you skim. And depending on how deep down you go, is when people see if you are in places you're not supposed to be. Because it's like going into the internet through IRC chat rooms. If you go through IRC chat rooms and you use the lingo of the IRC chat room, you're going to be mostly safe. right? Like basic OPSEC. Don't tell people who you are. Don't announce yourself. Don't give away identifying information. Don't be a fucking retard. Don't try to do things for attention. But unfortunately, what people do is they do shit for attention. They go out of their way to claim clout from trying to fuck with people. And what ends up happening is those people who want to play Mr. Billy Badass and they want to stream themselves doing shit on camera, that's when the whole I've got your information, like I have your open information source shit starts happening. Right? Like, I post your IP address, I post the location for which your IP is coming from, I post the image of your router, I tunnel into your router, I forward your ports, I put up a rootkit back network access hack into your system, I download a worm, I download a malware file that gives me the ability to hack your system, and I just start monitoring your keyboard, and every now and again, I jiggle your mouse, and then I type things into the program that you didn't type, before I then start looking into your website links and blah 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 blah. You know, all the black hat shit that people like Pirate Software would brag about doing. But people like myself, as a white hat hacker, when I used to do that shit when I was bored, when I was a script kiddie, all we do is that we're trying to see, hey, do you have an internet wallet open anywhere? Do you have anything I can steal your Bitcoin? Oh, no? Let me just fuck with you on Ragnarok Online then. That's the most that most people are willing to go to. The people who are trying to snuff you, you have to be doing illegal shit for them to care. They don't... I'll put it like this. Why would a person come into a cul-de-sac neighborhood, like the neighborhood that I live in, to kidnap me specifically, or any of the people, or shoot up any of the houses on this street, when all the money that they would make on the deep web, on the dark web, could be made on the deep web and dark web, unless they specifically, explicitly, as a lark, wanted to come and fuck with people like my neighbors and myself? Why would they do that? There's no money in it. There's no money, there's no clout, there's no attention. That's retarded. If there's no money in it, why would they do it? And these are people who could trade in millions and millions of dollars that eventually become assets, get flipped by the ATF or get flipped by the CIA to become a part of a counterintelligence task force. Because why would they be fucking with people who are doing legal things, but in a matter that would possibly expose them in this way, as opposed to, like, you going down in a diving bell to the bottom of the ocean and you get killed by a deep sea fish down there. True. No, the only people who will do shit like that, Snitzel, are trolls like Brittany Venti. Brittany Venti is the kind of person that for Chrissy Mayer was like, let me dip my toe into having some controversial people on my platform. And then in comes Brittany Venti saying, we love the game! Rah! Wrecking her entire shit with Friday Night Tights. Just because she had the chance to. Just because she could. That is less a person from the deep web and the dark web fucking with you, and more like a person recognized you in public, knew who you were, and knew if they said a very specific set of actions and phrases to you, that they could make you chimp out. And then they put a camera on you, and they're like, yeah, this is this guy, I know this guy. This guy's a walker on the internet. We're making him trip out on the internet for fun. And then they post that for clicks, and then everybody's like, oh my god, I can't believe you came across Big Dick Swagger 659 in public. That's so crazy. Meanwhile, you, in your actual life, if you were Big Dick Swagger 659, you're crashing out the same way Dragon Lord's crashing out. The same way that well, let's not use Cyrex. Cyrex deserves the attention he gets. But, not Amanda Windley, the fat one. Amber Lynn Reed were to be. Just like if, Booty Booty were to be. It's less the way that they'd engage with a normal person in normal life, just because, you know, nigga slop, and it's more the way that they'd interact with a troll. And they'd only do so if they believe that the person that they're doing it with would never hit them back. Because disproportionate retribution is the name of the game for the majority of the people who are getting involved in this content, and doing most things in the internet in the first place. Like, right now, assuming that my browser works correctly, girl, lay it on me, trail above me, on lead, Put it on the way, yeah. Put it on a bag line. Put it aside in time. There we go. So, right now, on my Tor browser, I have Kiwi Farms up. Like, I have it working. I have it working on the Tor browser connection. And it's got the whole fucking thing with all the fucking numbers and the letters and shit that has it running on the Onion link. Because they're being DDoS attacked since the Tor link that they can connect to is stable. Right? As well as the article that Jersh put on the platform. All of the things that go into the kind of shit that you'd want to know about. For people that now use Kiwi Farms, as opposed to how they used it back in 2017, when I stopped being an active user, and I only checked up on it every now and again for particular people who were being watched, that I didn't want to do the research for myself, you can access it at any one time and get to know whatever's going on there. But if you choose to try and come forward and you want to do it as a LARP, that's LARP. They're LARPing. The majority of these people are fucking LARPers. They're posers. They're not actually doing this shit for real. They're only doing it because they think that if they fuck with you, that you'll just be a thing that will constantly just scream and rage and react, and you'll be able to milk fun out of you for perpetual days. If they thought that if by just saying words to you in public, you turn around and you fucking shoot them fucking dead, they wouldn't do it. That's the reality of it. Like, that's the problem that I have. That's the problem that I have with people like Brittany Venti. It's the problem that I have with people who call themselves alleged content creators, but they don't actually make content. They're just fucking lol cows hiding behind other people's purse skirts. They're not real creators. They're just trolls that are gotten bored, and now they've run out of things to do and talk about. So now they just keep up with current events by talking about drama content. And they're not even talking about the drama content that is coming to them. They're talking about the drama content that they found on Kiwi Farms. Or, to be more fair, because not everybody trolls the forums, it's the content that they found by going onto Twitter and looking at accounts like Awkward20k. It's what they found by looking at accounts like this. And occasionally keeping up with accounts like mine, or keeping up with accounts like Donald TV. Donald Torres Burgos. Keeping up with the things happening with the Snarkers, for example. Or, even occasionally, keeping up with people like Dragon's Treasure. Amongst the places where people like Jersh and other influencers no longer exist and go, while talking about several things that are specific to the things that they care about. And then every now and again, they keep up with people like myself. They keep up with people like Niru. They keep up with people like the Master of the TDS. And that's the way that most people actually get their content on the internet. That's the way that most people actually keep up with the Joneses. They don't keep up with the Joneses the way that most people do. They probably do so just by skimming 1,000 different updates from Twitter, and that's it. Everybody else, they are going to the nines to say they're the first one to have the information. There's a very old adage about that. Everybody's trying to be first. Meanwhile, you should be the one who's supposed to get it right. Now, it's good to get it right and first, but people usually don't. They get the information from who they get the information from. So you shouldn't even give a shit. You just shouldn't care about what people do. When they zig, you zag. Matter of fact, when they zig and zag, you should be doing the Macarena. Stand out, be different. Stand out, be different. Make sure other people see you being different. And then monetize you being different while you're doing it. That's what should matter, period. That's why, currently, and I'm going to leave it there pinned for a while, this particular chart that I made is relevant. If I had to make a dial gauge on more of the things that I choose to care about, actually, I can just use the one that I made inside of Obsidian because it's my fucking file. I can just use my fucking file because I'm the one who made it. When I want to focus on things that are important to me and that I consider to be valuable, especially when it comes to like the things that I want to be informed with. If I wanted to make a graph, and I wanted that graph, and I wanted the things on that graph as a dial to be judged by those who know what's being known, especially if they are a person who knows ball knowledge, I would only invest myself in my own takes. And then occasionally I would look over, and I wouldn't be looking at the people who I would consider to be on there. Because there's many people who should be on this chart, right? There are many people who should be over here in the side of a crazy retard for the right wing, crazy retard for the left wing, and many, many, many names that should be here for the journos. But there are names that I did not put here. I just made this very quickly to try and narrate and navigate the point that I was making. But if I wanted to know whether or not my takes were correct, there'd be a person that I would use as a barometer. With gaming takes, it's Razor Fist. With content creation, it's Dr. Ramaricam. And I don't copy them. I just watched enough of their content for inspiration for how I would want to make my content. And then I made my content the way that I wanted to make it until it was exactly the way that I wanted to fucking make my chicken. And I would refer to this graph as a case example of what other people could use if they didn't already have a reference point. Because there are thousands of people who could probably be on this graph in the position of all of these different file nodes. But this is what it would look like to me. Notice, you don't see people like Brittany Venti on most maps like this. And it's because they're just an influencer. They sit there to influence the internet. They don't sit there to actually create shit that people want to actually talk about, get to know about, and be invested in. Is it a fault that she could overcome? Definitely, 100%. Her and anybody else who does this. But the fact of the matter is that I'm right about what I'm saying, and it's true, because if they wanted to, they would. What's stopping Brittany Venti from having like having a fucking Pokemon set and being a Pokemon content creator and talking about how much she loves card games, while at the same time still talking about the same retarded dumbass shit on the internet on another channel? Nothing. She doesn't make that because she doesn't want to. She's interested in trolling and being made money from being a troll. She doesn't want to make shit of creativity. And as a person who's never actually made shit with a design and a focused goal, she doesn't give a fuck about whatever happens to the platforms and how they make their shit. She's just gonna exist like a fucking dust mite or a spider in the corner of your bedroom. She will be a spider in the corner of the machine of YouTube and Twitch and TikTok and whatever the fuck else, because she's interested in the things that give her the ability to post about shit, and then she probably lives on a different platform like that of Instagram. The same way Dave Paul Riviera, known as Airbagged, likes to sit on Instagram fighting for his life on Twitter and shit, because people don't know who he is on that platform, but we do know who he is as he continues to fan evade on places like X. Because he wants to become a gaming content creator through all the left-wing figures trying to uphold him, because he's willing to suck the dick of the corporate engine. Meanwhile, here I am, shucking and jiving to make a fucking dollar to prove to you that I know fucking ball game. By giving you the notice, telling you, showing you. Do these people tell you that shit? No. And they never will. Because they're not real! Put it to you a different way. In case there are people that are like, you're repeating yourself too much, I don't understand. Did you ever see Mr. Medicare? Did you ever see Jim act ever the same way that Brittany Venti does? No, you haven't. And when Medicare goes live and he talks about whatever he talks about, and then he has to take the VOD down because he has people who are enemies against him that would constantly spam reports against his channel until they got it closed. And then it gets re-uploaded by people like Original Purity Sen, the girlfriend of Weaponized Nerd Rage. Do you ever see him behave the way that Brittany Venti does? No, you technically do not. You don't see him starting petty little fights against influencers and creators. What you see him do is fight the boogeyman of the internet. One step at the fucking time, and all of it for the love of the game. Because the man's dying, he ain't got nothing fucking left. He's fighting the fight that many people wish Total Biscuit would have fought himself, but he couldn't because he was a part of that propagandized engine for the left. He just was somebody that for himself, his gaming takes took precedent beyond everything else. But when it comes to just being an original, unironic shit master, shit posting master general, he is exactly that. Brittany wishes that she was that, but she's not, because she's not Medicare. And technically it is a position that's afforded to men, but women can have it too. It's just that Medicare is the only one. He has an it factor that other people cannot replicate. And if and when he dies, God rest his soul, knock on wood, they would not be able to take his spot. Nobody could. Nobody should try to, but they would try to do their best to carry on without him. Because it's the same reason why Jeremy Hambley is fucking jealous of Kino Casino. It's the same reason why Anissa and Ian Joma of iDubbbz and fucking, I don't even know what she fucking calls herself. I'm pretty sure she just goes by her fucking legal name. Are upset about with Kino Casino. People who aren't creators and are just replicators, imitators, and people who have all tried to do the Mr. Beast thing, because Ian Joma tried to do the Mr. Beast thing and it didn't work out for him, because it was based on mean-spirited behavior, and spite can't help you build a platform. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. There is something categorically bitch-made in the spirit that does not let you succeed when you are a fake-ass person. And when you're more focused on being a fake-ass person than being real, it becomes very evidentary to the audience members who happen to listen and watch. If people ever were to see it for what it is, they would say the truth. But, you know, part of the trick is that the Emperor has new clothes, you know? Now, when I throw this shit away, we're gonna start. What the congregation say, amen! Alright. 2 hours in, I got my spiel out. Let us now chut it up with the best. A man? What you mean a man? I am a fucking man. I look like a fucking man. No, I know what you were doing, Zeppi. I was playing along. I was referencing this very specific lyric. I'm trying to find the goddamn song in question, but I can't seem to find it because, it doesn't want to. It's a song where it goes like, bitch, tell me she looking at me like a man, bitch. Bitch, you is a man, type shit. It's a rap lyric song from drill rappers, and I cannot remember what the title of the song was or who sung it. So, apologies. That probably went... Oh, she got the itis. Okay, you excused.
Hola, and welcome to the Latin America Games Showcase. I'm Clara Kovacic, I'm the lead actress of Tenebrisomnia, this retro survival horror with live-action cutscenes from Buenos Aires, Argentina. On behalf of myself, Andres Borghi, Sabiot Studios, and New Blood Interactive, we can...
Funny enough, the death of YouTube is just how it is with you, the death of church. I think modern-day churches, ones that do not focus on the parish, but instead are more focused on the internal life of the preachers and the pastors that are preaching at them, is well-deserved. My snack box is over there. I think that the churches need to die for a different reason than what most people would claim churches would need to die for. It's not blue ice cream, it's Luigi's. I think the modern day church needs to die because they have forgotten that we are in the business of saving souls. And it is instead trying to proselytize a message that helps people talk about how they should be priestly, earthly, and godly, instead of just teaching the gospel. And they're so focused on using Christ to talk and preach division instead of actually teaching acceptance and expectation. That is a $10 way for me to say the church is more focused on preaching racism and bigotry. Black church, for example. Racism and bigotry and who to hate and how we are so more elevated that to know how to be able to figure out who knows to hate than just helping you understand what, even in his own words, him being an example of the problem. People like Kendrick Lamar tried to communicate in Reincarnated on the third verse where Samael, Lucifer Morningstar, is supposed to be learning from the monad of God why exactly he needs to learn how to heal himself so that he may have space in his heart for other people. I would like to hope that I don't get my stream clipped by playing that part of it. But for those of you who have never heard the lyrics of Reincarnated, I will walk you through it very quickly. Very, very quickly, I will walk you through it. It won't take that long.
The only factor I respected was raising the bar. My instincts sent material straight to the charts. My father kicked me out the house, I finally forgive him. I'm old enough to understand the way I was living. Ego and pride had me looking at him with resentment. I closed my eyes, hoping hoping that I don't come off contentious. I'm yelling, Father, did I finally get it right? Everything I did was selfless. I spoke freely when the people needed me, I helped them. I didn't gloat, even told them no when the vultures came. Took control of my fleshly body when the money changed. Son, you do well, but your heart is closed. I can tell residue that linger from your past creates itself. Father, I'm not perfect, I got urges, but I hold them down. But your pride has to die. Okay, Father, show me how. Tell me every deed that you done and what you do it for. I kept 100 institutions paid. Okay, tell me more. I put 100 hoods on one stage. Okay, tell me more. I'm trying to push peace in LA. But you love war. No, I don't. Oh, yes, you do. Okay, then tell me the truth. Every individual is only a version of you. How can they forgive when there's no forgiveness in your heart? I can tell you where I'm going. I can tell you who you are. You fell out of heaven cause you was anxious. Didn't like authority, only searched to be heinous. Isaiah 14 was the only thing that was prevalent.
So, the problem that I have with modern church, as you can see here with the lyrics, and we're going to go over them slowly. People, like Kendrick Lamar, wants to have an entire party for himself. Specifically, he went and he basically slandered the criticism and the name that was Audrey Graham, Drake, and basically called him and every person he's involved with a pedophile. Remember? Not like us. And then, he's over here having a crisis of faith with himself, saying, listen, I want there to be gangs between the Crips and the Bloods to not fight between each other, because I put all these gangs on one stage. I'm trying to push peace in my city. But nigga, no you don't. You love war. No, I don't. I don't like war. Oh, yes you do. Oh, yes you do. Because how many people have actually listened to Iceman? How many African American men and women listening to my broadcast right now that are in, quote, the culture? How many of you have listened to Iceman from beginning to end? That is an album in which Drake responds to the shit that Kendrick said. Bar for bar, line for line, song for song. But I can promise you, the majority of people, all they cared about was the meme of, I'm gonna smack that ass. I'm gonna smack that ass until I leave a print. Yes, I'm gonna smack that ass. I'm gonna smack that ass until it's cheetah prints. Meanwhile, in his own music, Kendrick says, I was having a crisis of faith, and Isaiah 14 was the only thing that was prevalent. Isaiah 14 holds the prophecy combining the restoration of Israel and the downfall of Babylon's tyrannical king. From the section of Isaiah 14, the section that taunt that addresses the morning star, or the son of the dawn, translated as Lucifer in the Latin Vulgate and in the King James Version, the passage describing a figure who sought to elevate himself above God, stating, I will ascend to heaven, I will raise my throne above the stars of God, with an immense pride, leading to the ultimate casting down to the depths of the earth. Historically claimed and aimed at the arrogance of Babylonian kings, this is frequently read by theologians of the archetypical spiritual rebellion of Satan. Satan. The Satan. As in the adversary. As in specifically the angel specifically designed to be the court-appointed hater of heaven. That's not Lucifer Morningstar. That's not what the devil is. Because the Alpharamic angel that is the accuser, the adversary, is specifically Mastema. Putting aside religious theologians, what am I actually telling you? The Black Church, for example, specifically preaches division instead of preaching to you how you can live your fucking life. There is a piece of content that I specifically bought that media phone for, that I was trying to put together and put out before I started talking about all this shit. But I got so fucking irritated that I wrote a tweet, and then I posted that tweet onto my public YouTube community posts about how I was going to get this media phone so I could make this piece of content. I bought this cell phone, specifically, this motherfucker not been charging. I bought this cell phone specifically with the camera that it has, and for it to have not any data on it, with a new fresh drive, because this one clearly got some issues with it, my actual phone, because I wanted to talk about the discourse of the fucking dating epidemic that they're talking about on TikTok right now. About this voice note app guy, I'm sitting on my cookies, about this voice note app guy who made a voice note about how he wanted to see a girl again, but unless she was open and honest about them having the same expectations and the same desire to get to know each other intimately, he didn't want to see her more. That turned the internet into trying to find ways to basically narrativize about how a man having clear communication with a woman must have been about men being misogynistic, men trying to lay claim to women's bodies, men believing that they are owed promissory promises to sex because they think that consent isn't an ongoing conversation, and a bunch of other bullshit to basically get around the fact that there are a bunch of incel women that don't realize that there are some women that like having sex on the first date. On the first date, on the second date, on every date. And those incel female dating strategies girls, those girlies, that listen to TikTok as a way to bury their emotions while they look for validation on the internet, are unwilling to actually preach acceptance that, hey, women like Saf and Tusky, they like to fuck! Because how many people have been here in the room when Saffronette told us about how she was going at guys, saying, I picked out a band man, and then I climb on top of him and I roll him for everything he's worth. Had me fucking blushing live on camera. They won't have the ability to have all that fucking discourse around the Me Too culture and shit because they're more focused on trying to talk about the thing they want to talk about. And in the black community, let alone therapy, they would rather teach and preach division and hatred about the white man, about the black man who's allegedly performative and shucking and jiving, yuck, yuck, yuck. Like myself, allegedly, being a coon, before they would ever teach you how to sit down and properly talk to a woman on a date. And Lord forbid that woman be white. If it's not snowing, I'm not going. If it's not snowing, I'm not going. Because the only thing that was fucking prevalent was each and every one of them talking about Isaiah 14. That's the only thing that's prevalent in the mind of the African American black male. Wedding at? Well, they're at home. Or at work. Or in Atlanta. DreamCon was like, what? 10 days ago? 14 days ago? They probably went home to go work on their cosplays so they can go play some more Undertale and or Deltarune. But the church is more focused on preaching various versions of Isaiah 14 with racial and interracial politics and relations to each other and other people than they will ever preach love or the gospel. That's if you're a spiritual person. The way to look at this from the position of a person who is a part of the secular state, an influencer would rather tell you to shit on a lolcow than for you to ever look into a reason why the lolcow is a lolcow and figure out why people like TV Reviews doesn't deserve to be antagonized, even if he does deserve to be criticized. And that's the difference. Preaching, antagonization, and criticism are not the same thing. So, on the topic we just left, Brittany Venti would rather teach you to antagonize and ostracize people that she herself doesn't like before she would ever teach you to learn how to criticize and then help grow the creators that you do like. I teach you all. I have always tried to teach you all the same lessons I teach myself. I would rather teach you how to give criticism than tell you to antagonize somebody constantly. For constant, always, and forever. Even with the people who have decided to say, I was told by FD Signifier, I was told by Anthony Edward West, the Birdman 15, I was told by Anthony Gramullia, I was told by Otterly Noah that this isn't a channel of a content creator that I have to trust. I have always taught you all, criticize them for the things that they actually said and did, and hate them honestly. Don't just sit here pretending that you know everything about the goddamn world and that you are the greatest fucking thing that stars in the goddamn night sky, because we're not. Your star can fall quickly. Like that. In the world of the influencer trade. Sometimes by design. Because all it takes is somebody choosing to make you in the same thing that you'll talk about somebody else being. It's no different than the African American diaspora. They literally pick and choose which targets are acceptable to attack for the blacks, as much as they could for the Mexicans and the whites, and hell, even the queer, the non-gendered, everything. It's one vicious cycle of hatred, where everybody else preaches division and hatred. There are very few people who teach you to have discernment. And that's the thing that I hate, amongst many things, but it's the number one thing that I hate amongst creators. They will teach you to hate everybody. Hate thy neighbor. Never learn to judge thy neighbor fairly. And certainly not love thy neighbor, or even make space for thy neighbor, but hate thy neighbor. They're not like us. 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 Because truthfully, if you actually go through a couple of Kendrick Lamar songs, especially TV Off, you can really truly understand the Carl perspective. Because I can say that I am the biggest hater. Oh my god. I can truly say that I am the biggest hater. I could tell somebody I hate the way they talk, the way they walk, I hate the way they dress. I hate the way they sneak this. Because when I catch flag, it will be direct. Yes. But I'd never hate somebody so much that I would never be able to sit down and have a conversation with them. But they will with people like me. Do you know why? Because if they talk to me, they can't demonize me. If they understand where I'm coming from, and they actually made an emotional connection, they could not turn their eyes blindly and say, we're just going to make fun of this guy because I heard everything I need to know about this lolcow. They could never say, oh, this guy just fucking waffles, he just nitpicks. Because they don't want to know what's going on up here. They don't want to know what's going on in here. Because they don't want to let me in here. Forget in here. They don't want to let me in here. Because if they let me in here, they can't destroy what I built. That's why God is not in a church. He's in here. Your body is his temple. You worship him here. I ain't no God. I'm barely even a pastor. But you can call me a prophet. Good segue. Now let's get on with the show. No more proselytizing.
Can't wait to release this game this year. And we hope you enjoyed today this new look at the game and all the other games that are gonna be here. So, que tengan un buen día.
Also, I find it so funny that the game that we looked at yesterday that was probably the most exciting one that I thought I'd want to play is a game that is from the Latin America Game Showcase. Latin Americans are always cooking every year. Every year they're always cooking. And their actors are always so pretty. Aww. Aww. And of course, it's a game from New Blood. Here they go. They're about to print more money. That's okay. You can get off your chest. Is it like Slaughterhouse? I don't know what that is. That's like Faith the Unholy Trinity. It's more like the Chizo Mistos. It is a game with full motion movie cutscenes alongside pixel graphics. Not quite exactly the way in which they drew and made Faith the Unholy Trinity, but it is a unique take on horror games. Such a vibe.
Hola a todos y bienvenidos a Latin American Game Showcase Summer Game Pass Edition. I'm Steffi Varela and today we're...
What you got going on under that sundress, girl? Hold up, go back. Full screen.
Hola a todos y bienvenidos a Latin American Game...
What you got going on under that sundress, girl? I can see that bikini top. Show me! Show me! Oh, the Latin American Game Showcase. The showcase where the games are so good, you're trying to bust nut on the screen for the actors right now, and the spokespeople.
Game Showcase Summer Game Pass Edition. I'm Steffi Varela and today we're coming to you from the beautiful beaches of Colón in Panama. Today's showcase features over 80 games from across Latin America, including world premieres, release date announcements, and major updates from some of the region's most exciting titles. Huge thanks to all of our presenting sponsors, Raw Fury, Two Wedges, Annapurna Interactive, New Blood Interactive, Halberd Studios, ID at Xbox, Goldpack Goblins, and to all of our partners for helping make this showcase possible. Throughout the show, you'll see this icon on screen that means there's a playable demo available right now.
And continuing the practice of things that Carl said all people need to fucking do, they will have demos available on screen. Why don't more people already have this kind of signage on their content for their own expos and shows? It's a handful that do them. A handful.
And you'll be able to find it all on our official Steam event running all...
And then, of course, they've learned to get it going at the same time. But honestly, I think the part that's funny is the whole part where it's like, yeah, we flex in our region, bitch. Don't you want to come on vacation? No, you gotta stay in fucking California and get crunched. Ooh, you've got a stadium. We've got a beach with fine women. Our women's bodies are so aggressively sexual, we need to put them in sundresses so that the fat bitches in the audience don't get jealous. Ooh. And it just so happens to be that on the lineup, LAGS came before women-led. So, like, there's an argument where that kind of actually could have been a thought that they had during discussion.
Week long. But you're here for the game, so let's get started. Brazil is without a doubt one of the biggest forces in Latin American game development. But what's truly exciting is seeing more countries from across the region step into the global stage every year. So let's take a look at how we're growing together, starting with the world premiere from Colombia.
So, samurai inspired, or rather I should say, Kabuki Theater inspired Smash Bros? I'm with it. Bunraku. Okay. Toads of the Bayou? It looks like Toads of the Bayou, but I don't think that's Toads of the Bayou. Skills and raids. Okay. So what we got here is you have a skill-based ATB system, where it's basically the ATB system of Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross, and I guess a couple of Final Fantasies, with roguelike mechanics. July 27th. Void Rage. It looks like it has the DNA of Power Stone, but it's not a fighting game. So what is it? So a combo mad? Side screen, 4-person Castle Crasher like, with a moving stage that always moves right. It probably makes a lot of money on Switch platform, but on the Switch 2 platform, it would only make money simply because other people have already bought into it, and they wouldn't want to go backwards, since the Nintendo Switch 1 edition is eventually going to get retired. Man, they've done a lot of shit to the Switch 2 that makes it barely better than Sony. Zero deductive. Crow can solve. So it's a detective game with a retro feel. That's meant to what? Basically, several different video games where you interrogate people. A cozy old-school MMORPG. Etterspire. Out now, it says. I've never heard of this. Enter Spire free. Enter Spire is a cozy, old-school MMORPG with skill and dedication to find your progress, grind for gear, explore new world of Atria, discover new content every 2 weeks, and join a growing, welcoming community in a free-to-play MMO with PC and mobile crossplay. From Stone Hollow Workshop. Let's see the cat shop! Ooh, no cash shop. Interesting. It's basically RuneScape, but more fun with better controls and more buttons to press and more co-op elements. Not quite as grindy, but with simpler problems. The developers begged for reviews on Discord. In the Discord server of this game, there is a thread. It is a player, or a group of players, giving away free Envoy sets, including meta weapons, the third or best fourth in the game, allowing players to skip about 200 hours of grinding. The weird parts? They want you to state your game experience in detail and notify you if you did not give enough information. Second, all of that gear is impossible to collect. They gave away about 500 sets and have about 200 sets in storage. Grinding one set together takes an eternity. I got a third of an off-meta set in about 4 hours with sheer luck. Most people only get one piece in the same amount of time. It is impossible to have these many sets available. You can check in-game how many people grind the Void, the boss that drops it, and it's not a lot. The items are most likely duped or have been generated by the dead. Third, people get banned for asking questions around why the gear is acquired. One individual who shall not be named is very obviously botting, but bribes the devs by giving away free premium to random players. They've been reported with concrete evidence, but no action has been taken against them. I would like to hear what the devs have to say about this. This game is not worth the hype. This is a broken, tedious mess. I played the game all the way to the level 160 cap in the endgame, and I have to say the experience gets progressively worse the further you go, once I cannot recommend this game. It is abrupt story ending and boring mid-game. Once the main storyline abruptly ends around level 1560, the way to level up becomes incredibly scarce. The progression suddenly turns into a mind-numbing and boring slog. Tedious with level 100 plus grind. Hitting level 100 makes it worse. The only viable leveling up in a path that is brain dead, requiring repetitive grinding through hunt quests, endless uninspired mob farming. Though there is technically a quest tracking system, it's vague and barely noticeable. When you have multiple active quests, the game doesn't let you choose which one to prioritize and track. Adding to that, the absolute lack of buyback features. If you accidentally sell important items, they will be gone forever. The respawning system is outdated. If you die, the game resurrects you all the way back at the starting main city. You then have to waste a ridiculous amount of time running all the way back to the destination. Artificial play time inflation. Pointless gear treadmill. Broken level 160 balance, where the balance falls apart at level 160. The difficulty gap between regular mods and bosses becomes absurd. If you're still wearing the level T16 gear that you grinded from a level 150 and 59 quests, you cannot scratch basic mobs. The game experience hits rock bottom. The developers provided zero transitional pathways to get you better gear. Fake influencer hype. They pay KOLs, influencers, to hype this game up. People who have spent significant time in the game. It's all fake. Pay-to-win movement. Without purchasing wings or mounts, there's absolutely no increase in movement speed. Bad inventory limits. A very huge free-to-play gap between paid and free members. Meaningless updates. There are people talking about being hooked on the grind. There are people talking about pre-release updates. And then some of the more trustworthy reviews that have been posted are talking about various levels in which they fall short. And all this before early access. That might need to be investigated later. And then there was Tetris. Oh Lord, it's just like all the other games. Game references inside of their game. Okay. So it's a combination of Tetris. It's a combination of Puyo Puyo Tetris. It's a combination of Shovel Knight and Bomberman, all in the same game. With platforming. Gunny Ascend. Okay? And if those black labels are to be believed, all of those black labels are people that they eventually intend on premiering in their own crossover DLC shutout. Seems good. And here we have another pixel-based Hades-like. Minjin Renegade. Or Mingungian? Make me, I don't know how quickly to pronounce it. July 14th. So it's out now. Another 4-man couch co-op Castle Crasher-like, but with an isometric top-down pixelate system. Probably a little bit closer to Worship. Dim Wraith. And here we have another friend slot video game. It might as well basically be Iron Lung, but French slot.
Latin America's growth isn't just about the numbers, it's about the people building the games. The titles you're about to see are being developed by incredibly talented small teams and solo developers.
That might be cool and all. That might be cool and all, host. But can I see what your mother developed? Take off the sweatshirt! Can I see your bikini?
Teams and solo developers.
Is Gerda hurt? I gotta find her. I gotta try to stand up.
Celebrity voice acting. Made in the style of Mega Man Legends. For some people, that'd be a plus. Although I shouldn't say that it's celebrity voice acting. I don't know if it's a celebrity voice actor. But after fucking Mouse PI, I don't take any risks.
Oh, thanks for the help. But I still can't believe we're in this mess because of you.
We both knew getting near the tower was forbidden.
So, if we want to get our original bodies back?
We gotta cooperate and help each other, right?
Yep. But you're way too close, Aslan.
I can't remember what we were like. That's weird.
Me neither, but we have to keep moving forward. Together.
Ornament Tower. Wishlist now.
And here we have our digging game, in the vein of things like Wall World and Dome Keeper. Ship Miner. Yup. So, this one that differentiates it from Wall World and from Dome Keeper is this one is basically you exploring the reaches of space, probably mining out an asteroid, and everything in the black field around you, you have to discover whatever's in the environment. That seems good. Very big cozy game for the people who like that kind of thing. Not another cozy game building designer. Although I think we've maybe seen this one already. Yes, I think we might have. What can I say about this game that's positive? It's like playing the building part of Dark Cloud, Dark Chronicle. But you can also just build things in an environment like an autist and vibe, but to yourself by being a room designer. While also probably in the main core of what they consider to be a part of the other mode of their game, you're trying to figure out the feng shui of a building and how everything should be designed. It's a fun game that people would love to play if they're a sim player, and if they're autistic. But not for me. Hello, Boster. Not horrible. At least yet. I'm not sure I understand this turn-based strategy game. Is it checkers? Is it tic-tac-toe with lasers? Oh Lord, one of these games. I love games like these, but I also don't like games like these. Games that are about changing the general atmospheric concept of the world that you're in, so that over time you learn how to navigate that world, so that you can take advantage of what's in that world. Very, very different systems. Very, very different systems. And sometimes those systems are not always the best. Mainly because those systems feel a little bit archaic. Like they're missing something, like they're empty. Because they're games that are designed to basically be like kinetic narratives, but they don't, plan for the long term. And usually the long term that they have to plan for is they gotta plan around the entertainment cycle of a regular user playing their video game all the time. So for me, it's like there's 10 hours worth of gameplay, but I want 1,000 hours out of it. For me, I would lose my ability to be entertained over time. Slowly but surely. I would lose my ability to play it because I'd be like, okay, I've done this puzzle 1,500 times. I need more. I need levels. I need level design. I need intelligent design. I need something. And I'd be triggered in that way. It's such a fun creative system, and I've seen so many different games do it wrong, which is why I always find myself bored with them. Maybe this one I won't be bored with. Painting game?
Shade your own hell, tile by tile.
Another dungeon keeper? With extra steps?
In this roguelike penance.
And it's roguelike, come on!
Seal pacts, bend the rules. Deepen thy bonds with the demons and define sin. Create freely in sandbox mode. Punishment, repentance, indulgence. Canvas infernum. Your penance has only just begun.
Here we have a drill idle game. In the sense of, what was it called? Spacefarer? You know the drill. And here we have a 2D isometric top-down Hades-like. Kosenki.
What's most exciting is not just where the region is today, but where it's heading next. A new generation of developers is emerging across Latin America, with bold ideas, fresh voices, and ambitious new projects like this.
You wake up as a refueler on a planet where plants emit sound. Explore alien temples, interact with your AI companion, upgrade your suit, face multiple endings, and solve dozens of unique puzzles.
Subnautica clone? Subnautica clone.
But in this game, sound and music are your core gameplay mechanics. For example, using your drone sphere, you can hear the ocean's depth. I'm Marcel, solo developer, and this is Soundgrass.
And another Castlevania-like Quantum Quartz. Not feeling it, not seeing it. Arceus? It's either Us or it's Arceus. So here's my question. How much more is it like Comic Zone? Is it more like Comic Zone or less like Comic Zone? If it's not more like Comic Zone, I don't know if I want it. If it's less like Comic Zone, I definitely don't want it. Which one it is, which one it is, which one it is. So you're a monster. So we're dipping in the creed of carrion. Okay. Heaven Crawler. You know, I don't think we've had a really good dungeon crawler since Slasher's Keep. And because of its roguelike, repeatable nature, I haven't seen many people put in a lot of time and effort to master it, let alone play it within the last few aisles. Maybe that should be one of those titles I spend my time doing on the side. I think I will. I think I will. Hmm. 20 seconds for invasion. Boomer shooter. That's just run beast. Another Hades core. I think we have to take a break on boomer shooters. I think we've exhausted all the boomer shooter that we can for a while. These motherfuckers glitched.
ready. Your time is done. Now it's time to bleed. Home run! I think I got some red on me.
I know what this game is. There was a game on the PlayStation and the Nintendo Network called N+. It originated from the Flash game era on Newgrounds. And basically, it was what Super Meat Boy was before Super Meat Boy became Super Meat Boy. It was the first Super Meat Boy, I should rather say. Yay. And in the creation of this Super Meat Boy-like game, people learned so much about early game design that it became the backbone upon which most of them made their content. So another Super Meat Boy for the audiences to fall in love with doesn't seem that bad of an idea. I'd be more concerned that there'd be people who would say this game is too hard. I have to cheat at it in order for me to be able to play it. That's mostly what I'd probably be most worried about. Because every single time a new game comes out and people are really hyped to play it, they get really upset if they can't just automatically win at the game by putting in no effort and trying to learn how the system should be done in order to play it. And it's just... it just ruins things. It just ruins things at the end of the day. We got a little cozy simp. Another little cozy simp. With photography. So you got Cozy Game plus Pokemon Snap. Under Canopies. No combat, no stress. Coming summer 2026. Play the demo now. Here's my thing about cozy games where you have no combat. Why not just play something different? If you want a environmental sim without combat, why not just play Harvest Moon? Or in this case, Story of Seasons. And then, out of the case of the Imagineering game, we've got Colorbound! Also known as I Love My Grandmas. Technically, I love my grandparents. Now, remember what I said before about video games, that whenever they allow you to have the ability to transform and change the environment, it always comes off as if it could be a hit or miss? This is what I was talking about. This right here. I remember when I was a young boy, and I remember when I wanted to play Scribblenauts. And I remember when the game actively punished me for the crime of being inventive. I remember when. Am I excited for a Megahorn? I don't know what that is. Are they ripping off Fancy Pants Adventure? That one game that they had there was probably Fancy Pants Adventures, to be honest. It probably fucking was Fancy Pants Adventures if we're really talking about it. Ow. Chin. This is probably just a good game in general. This right here is probably just a good game. I wouldn't. It could be game of the year. It could be a game of the year. It wouldn't be the game of the year, but it would definitely be a game of the year for the people who love cozy games.
Talking about the next generation, earlier this year we hosted the second edition of the LAGS Game Jam, bringing together hundreds of developers from across Latin America to create games inspired by the theme Jack of all trades, master of none. What followed was an incredible variety of interpretations, from deeply personal narratives and experimental mechanics to competitive multiplayer experiences and beautifully unique visual styles. And while many of these games are still on the horizon, let's look at some games you can play right now.
Dive into a haunting underwater world in A Tale of Silent Depths, a tactical RPG where you command a submarine, battle terrifying creatures, and survive the mysteries hidden beneath the ocean floor. Beat the champions throws legendary
The first game's not bad.
players into explosive arcade matches packed with insane abilities, fast plays, and pure chaos.
It's Latin America, so obviously there was going to be a game in here about soccer. Just accept it, accept it, accept it, and watch Ted Lasso. But I don't think I've ever been motivated to play a soccer game if it wasn't like anime based. This might be one of the first ones that might get me to break that streak. I don't know. We'll find out.
No breaks, no mercy, just goals. Jump into the action today. Start your engines and leave chaos behind in Roadout, a post-apocalyptic action RPG where high-speed racing collides with deadly dungeon exploration. Take on dangerous contracts, sabotage rival gangs, and fight your way through the dead zone as mercenary player. Step into a decaying nightmare in Comatose, a retro-inspired survival horror FPS where you explore twisted environments, solve disturbing puzzles, and survive the horrors lurking inside your own mind. Launching today in Early Access. One of Latin America's standout action platformer is finally making the leap to mobile this summer. Explore a fallen kingdom, master fluid movement, and conquer brutal platforming challenges wherever you go. Smash, dash, and blast your way through deadly machines in Core Breaker, a fast-paced action platformer with roguelike chaos at its core. Unlock powerful upgrades, discover new weapons.
I don't know if it's just everybody else or if it's just me, despite how much I play roguelike video games. But every time I hear roguelike being thrown around on these titles, I can feel my interest get a little less excited, you know? I know how I feel about roguelike. I love roguelike games. However, I can just feel the exhaustion. I can feel exhaustion in my chest.
And uncover your purpose in a world ruled by robots. Available now in Early Access.
Latin American games are reaching players all around the world thanks to the support of global publishers, but also through experienced local teams with bigger ambitions than ever before. So let's begin this segment with the world premiere of one of Argentina's most ambitious games to date.
Is anyone here?
Time travel Metroidvania shooter? Tempest Vitae. I mean, I show me something.
Could you
adjusted resulting in new consequences. The technology and you are very compatible. You will become an exceptional time traveler.
I should not be walking through walls.
Deep Dish Dungeon is a multiplayer game that you can play solo or with up to 2 other players. You'll be killing monsters, bosses, solving puzzles, looting, treasure hunting, adventure yourselves through the dark places. But I invite you to get deeper into connecting to the dungeon, because it's full of symbols and hidden mysteries. I'm looking forward to see you all making the most powerful meal of all, the Deep Dish Pizza, later this year in fall 2026.
Another one of these titles. I could do without people trying to get me to play video games that effectively are just basically Candy Crush with extra steps. But this one looks like it's doing more than that. Farmed on. Farmageddon? Farmadoon? You know, we just had a release for Mina the Hollower. I don't think people want to make games of that particular variety for a while right now, because Mina the Hollower is so big. That and, like, there's another one, Saint something. I think we should chill on those games. Probably just for a little bit. Because this seems like yet another one of those. And I don't know how the hell people are going to find time to play them. But whatever. Looks like somebody's love letter anime. Specifically, Sailor Moon-like anime. From the era and time period of Yu Yu Hakusho and Pretty Sailor Sailor Moon. Or excuse me, Pretty Soldier Sailor Moon. And specifically, Lunar Star Story. I'm sure it's not a bad game. I just think there's too many of them in the marketplace. They're literally saturating the marketplace the same way that roguelike deck builders saturate the marketplace. There are so many of them. Magical Blush. Explore a giant world with your friends. Going to play something. Wish list now. It's not quite an SMP, but it is an SMP. Fortunately, Most FCPs don't fall down the pipeline of being friend swap. This one might. And in the process of being friend swap, it'll have to do more to stand out than you'd like to think it should.
Hi, this is Mark, Game Director on Hellcloud. Our first expansion, Cursed War, is...
I've played this. I am playing this. They made an update. They added a new in-game mode. I have yet to try it. I was supposed to be doing the contest for it, but my time was robbed from me.
right around the corner. And with it, we're releasing 6 new skills that you to make broken builds with. Holy Fire is a classic fireball, which burns everything to a crisp. Jaguar Spear can pierce multiple enemies with a long-range melee attack. Tupon's Wrath sends sparks of electricity flying all over the place. LAGS Sermon shoots bouncing lightning shots, but needs to be reloaded. Cilada is a trap skill, holding enemies in place and debuffing them. And with Kakara Dive, you can leap slam into enemies with the strength of the Kakara. We're also adding over 80 new unique items, which can drastically change how all of these skills work. Don't miss Curse War, coming to PC, Xbox Series, and PlayStation 5 on July 14th.
What you're about to see is probably the greatest indie game to come out in all of 2026.
Yeah, nice attack, bro. So good, it's very beautiful, has vibrant music.
And here we have literally posted by VTubers, the game.
Where did you come from? And who knows, maybe when it fully releases,
Wait, you can show them.
it might just...
Man, I hate this tape. Wait, 1 second.
And who knows, maybe when it fully...
I hate this sentence right here. I hate this sentence. Oh my god, do I fucking hate this sentence. I hate this sentence. I hate this sentence. I hate this sentence. Anytime that this is ever said about any material, any content, any concept, any fucking product, I hate this statement.
fully releases,
Wait, you can show them.
it might just be my game of 2026. This is Colonel Hearts. This is going to win Indie Game of the Year 2026. My god.
Oh my god.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's get into it.
So, Colonel Hearts. It takes everything that makes people want to play Genshin Impact and Zenless Zone Zero and Honkai Star Rail, and even technically, even though I was playing it for a bit there, but I stopped recently because I don't wanna anymore. Arknight's Enfield. It takes everything that these games have and puts it into this kind of format, utilizing, again, roguelike, and more importantly, multiple build design systems. It's kind of like playing the Sword Art Online games, but more specifically a recent one, Fractured Daydream. It's about $69, and you have to pay extra money, or potentially pay more money when you buy it, to get an edition with all of the characters unlocked to you. It takes that vibe of playing those types of games, and then puts it in front of you, and unfortunately, the worst kind of VTubers you know attached themselves to this game. The worst ones you know. The worst ones you know. And I don't mean VTubers specifically and explicitly. You don't have to take my word for it. That's how they presented it. It is basically anime, roguelike designed, gotchas, but without the gotcha part. Hopefully, without the gotcha part. The way that people like to present shit like this boils my fucking piss and blood. Because they always end up ruining it in the eyes of other people. No, some of you all are like, Carl, I'm scared to play the games you play. These are the people who make me fucking annoyed to never want to play games like that, because all of the people who play the game that way have that attitude.
Before we continue, we want to thank our partners for supporting our mission. Our presenting
Take off
sponsors,
your
Rock Theory, True Legend, and
sundress.
Interactive, New Blood Interactive,
Go ahead and undress
highlighting
in
an amazing
front
lineup of Latin
of
American games,
me.
including Be the Champions, an arcade football game with legendary players for pure competitive chaos, Deep Dish Dungeon, a handcrafted survival adventure mixing exploration, crafting, and co-op dungeon crawling, Colorbound, a beautiful color-based puzzle adventure inspired by Aymara culture, Play Faster, a precision platformer built for speedrunners, and Soul Quest, a recently launched action-packed adventure inspired by Celtic mythology, and Goldpack Goblins, whose support inspired a new segment we call Dev Exchange Program, where we spotlight games from other underrepresented regions around the world. Today, with special guest dev team from Indonesia.
Hi, we are Golden from Indonesia.
And this is our first action roguelike game, Grim Trials.
Grim Trial is a heavy metal action roguelike where you act as the Grim Reaper training. In this game, you use both melee and ranged weapons, craft various gears, and customize skill tree to make your own build.
As a 80s like.
Unique point, we use banger music in Grim Trials, a heavy metal music. We collaborate with Sigmund, Indonesian metal band, so you can slay 7 simple bosses with a badass.
Wishlist Grim Trials on Steam now. Download the trailer.
So, a Hades-like that involves heavy metal music that they made by partnering with a company. Not horrible. Close enough. Welcome, new successor to Dead as Disco.
This is the story of the day after I died, and my chance to return to the world. He called himself the Grim Reaper. He told me I was chosen to be Reaper's apprentice. It felt like he knew I wouldn't refuse.
Latin American games rarely stay inside a single genre. Our developers are constantly blending mechanics, styles, and ideas into something unique.
Hi, I'm Fabio, and I'm really excited to be here on behalf of Confidants, an indie studio from Brazil, to introduce you to our next game. Let me set the scene. You are stranded and outnumbered in a post-apocalyptic world ruled by AI. Your only chance of survival is to find and recruit locals to build a guerrilla resistance, then lead an uprising against the machines. The catch is that the machines are among you, and it's up to you to figure out who you can trust. This is Ghostless.
Social detection game?
I have been watching you closely. You claim we're violent. But we only wish to exist. I'm telling you, they look human now. I saw that thing. The ultimate human vanity. It's your exclusive claim to the soul.
Darkness has been charmed. AI has turned against humanity.
So, run-based campaign strategy? They can't usurp the creators and the best team, but they will get close enough. It'll be one way for people to engage and interact with the kind of gameplay design that was intended for Darkest Dungeon, but doing so in a way that probably feels more collaborative than the way that Darkest Dungeon 1 and 2 feels. Holy Dragon Quest slash Majin If slash Might and Magic slash Ultima. Final Flavor. I mean, this is just Delicious in Dungeon, if we're being serious, right? We all know this is Delicious in Dungeon, right? Delicious in Dungeon delivered in a style that we haven't seen since, what? Fucking Shining in the Darkness? Ah, what a throwback. Bullet Hell. Or I guess they're calling it Bullet Heaven now. Delirious. Warden. Holy bitrate. So a coin bazaar grinder, where the entire goal is to gain money over the course of the game. Pseudo-narrative that makes it look a little bit like it belongs to... What is the name of the game? What is that game? What is that game? What is that game? Fuck! It's not coming to mind.
Can't take it anymore. That's it for me. I'm going on vacation. That's final.
But sir, we rule if you leave.
Oh. Eat you.
Dynasty Builder. Stamperer, the Jester's Decree. It could be fun.
So Litany is a roguelike deck builder about making impossible combos, absurd synergies, and those big numbers that makes you feel like you broke the game. In this dungeon, the gods are dead, and we only worship what we cannot burn. Many folks are trapped in this eternal cycle, trying to fight to reach a mysterious doors that no one knows what lies behind. And different from other dark fantasy games, Litany doesn't take itself too seriously. He added some fun and bizarre elements to this hopeless environment. Mechanically, Litany...
So, I don't like the way that he said that. Most games that are dark fantasy, they actually aren't necessarily not taking themselves too seriously. It's that they have a certain look to them. They have a certain look to them. And in that certain look that they have to them, that is what dictates the majority of what it is that they're making. Right? One good example of exactly that is Solcesto. So with Solcesto, one of the things that are interesting about that game is that it gives you a taste of the world over time, and as you learn more about those characters in that world, every time they have an art design where they have the derpy angry face when they slash the face of the boss, it makes it more entertaining because most people aren't actually going to get to see all of that themselves. It's not like Darkest Dungeon, a game that does take itself seriously because it was designed for people who wanted that wanted that. There's not a necessary way where you're, quote, breaking the game in that capacity. You could try to, but game balance is made in such a way where you're not going to really be able to achieve that style. What you're describing here, sir, is the allotment of those who like playing Balatro. And I can promise you, Balatro does not take itself seriously whatsoever. Neither does Slay the Spire. And mostly neither do the players either. Why does a Bullet Hell game not sound cooler? No, you're asking me why do they call it Bullet Heaven? I don't know. I don't know why they tried to swap the name for Bullet Heaven versus Bullet Hell. I can only assume it's to placate developers. I don't know. Yes, they gentrified Bullet Hell. Yes, they did. But yeah, it is a lie to say that most dark fantasy games take themselves too seriously. Some of them don't take themselves seriously enough in the universe in which they built, and some are just shitposts. Unironic shitposts. So it comes and goes with time. Sometimes for the worst, sometimes for the better. Most time it's usually for the worst. So I don't ascribe. I do not subscribe to that narrative. Because that sounds like bullshit in the narrative.
It is all about chasing dopamine. You open boosters, you stack modifiers, and you multiply effects until you reach those absurd combos that feel completely unintended to the game. It's a mix of what we love in roguelike deck builders with this hypnotic flow that is hard to put down. The demo for Litany released today on Steam, so please go play the game and share your feedback so we can craft the best game possible. When we met Litany, it was an instant fit for two edges. Dark fantasy, roguelike deck builder, felt already home. And once we played, we were completely addicted to the game. And we saw much potential alongside Sigils of Nightfall, as both games belong to the same genre, but different approaches. And when we participate in some events, we really realize we were right. Sigils of Nightfall is a dungeon crawler roguelike deck builder with elements of the hour-winning RPG, Mordborg. And now, we're releasing a new demo with improved map design and many community requests. It's bestiary.
So in other words, you were fucking lying. That makes me not respect you guys. So, in the breath that you guys say, this game doesn't take itself too seriously, you then said, but what we did was that we made a game for the people who for those that want to take it seriously, and we made one for the people who don't want to take it too seriously. So we knocked out two birds with one stone. As businessmen, I respect you. As content creator, how dare you lie to my face blatantly like that? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you?
Quest events and dice rolls. And remember, all the content will be available for you to play with your friends on tabletop. So play Litany and Sigils of Nightfall and follow Two Edges to see what's coming next.
Since the beginning of LAGS, horror has been one of the defining genres of our showcases, and Latin American developers continue to create some of the most unique horror experiences in games today.
So many. I like horror games of that type. I don't usually get to play them very often. The closer that they are to Darkwood, the better. I don't often like scaring myself pissless. But if I'm gonna scare myself pissless, I will do so with games that I feel like deserve it. And earned it.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
How long has it been since your last confession?
Since I was 9.
That's a long time. What are your sins? How did you even think to do that?
I saw it on TV, then in a dream.
World.
I wanted to know what it felt like.
Do your parents know you did this?
No.
Does anyone?
Am I going to go to hell?
Maybe. If you don't grow out of it.
Oh no, it's another Yumeniki. No! No! Not another Yumeniki!
You shouldn't even be here in the first place.
Hello, thank you for installing Desktop Explorer. You'll be presented with process around basic computer usage. Who knows what you might find?
Is it a horror game? This seems like a horror game.
Your goal is to find the password and unlock the next puzzle folder. Color, me impressed. You'll do great. Just ignore the feeling of being watched.
So it's like playing a creepypasta where you are a person who's accessing files you shouldn't while you're getting watched by a creature that's watching you in the computer. Basically. I think that's the first time I've seen somebody do that design in like a while. It could be good. It could also end up being dog shit.
I love puzzles. This is getting pretty creepy. Thanks for using Desktop Explorer. See you later.
Oh well. She was right. There is something lurking here. There are things here that shouldn't exist.
This job, it never gets easier, you know?
Sometimes you just get pushed to the brink. Emotionally, physically. Are you sure this is the path you want to follow?
We need to get out of here. Now!
It's okay. I know you can do it.
Richard, what have you done?
As our platform continues to grow, we've been looking for better ways to support and stay connected with our developers, creators, and community year-round. So today, we're excited to announce the LAGS Club, a new Patreon initiative where we'll offer perks, access to opportunities, and community programs for players, creators, and developers alike. We'll soon be sharing more information about this in the future, so stay tuned. But for now, more games. From folklore and mythology to personal memories and real-world inspiration, this next segment reflects the many voices and cultures that make our games special.
we heard about this game yesterday, or rather not yesterday, because my day was cannibalized. We learned about this game on Friday. This game is the one where imagine you're slaves inside of the, what was it, Spanish, Caribbean colonies, and all of you basically jacked the ship from Massa, and now you're playing Master and Commander on the ocean. Yes. Yes. It was called something stupid. I can't remember. Does anybody remember? It was called something really fucking stupid. That's right. That's what it's called. Black Sailors. Ha. What a horrible fucking title. Band of Outlaws, the real world, where magic, where music is magic. In terms of a video game RPG that wants to experiment with this, when was the last time there was a magical instrument music game? Magical Melodies? Xbox 360 era? I think that's right. Rhapsody? Rhapsody. That's what it was called. How long ago was that? Rhapsody, a musical adventure? 2009! But technically a re-release because its original release date was 1998. Yeah, this was quintessential NIS America. That's right. Ah, the shit that they've done to Nippon Ichi Software. Fuck me. Torado Brava. Tower defense game? Yes, yes. Close enough. Welcome back. Latino Plants vs. Zombies. Hiko. It's not quite Patapon. Doesn't need to be.
Warning, please be advised that all game contains no glorification or use of drugs. It is an homage to Brazilian bootleg games and mods of the 2000s and Brazilian pop culture.
And now, hold on to your bundas. You are going to Brazil, cacete. You threw a party in heaven after saving the favela from hell.
Welcome back to Rio. Take a trip to Salvador also.
So, basically, if you are a person that didn't get to play Cruelty Squad, here is a developer that chose to create and recreate the slot games that were made during their homebrew era, with references to Rio de Janeiro.
Action, you guns! Going from Simao flamethrower to Tijuana Beneater and new enemy! Double jump and dash, because it put fireworks up your ass! The craziest overshooter of 326 with 18 campaign levels, traveling to Brazil to save Demamandas from Ronaldo! Fly go off with 255 players, overstay with what?
That's too many people, bro! 255? That's too many people!
Oh my god! This level demo available now! You can loot it! For release September 16, 2026 on Steam!
Well, now.
Latin America's gaming industry continues to grow at an incredible pace, and the road ahead has never looked brighter. Let's take a look at some of the games arriving later this year and beyond.
Crosswinds. This looks like a JRPG. This looks like the entirety of a RPG cutscene. Another social detection game. Playtest begins Q3 from Steel World Productions. Is that Steel World? Wait a minute. No, it's a Pukai Games. Sorry. I mistook your capybara for the Steel World logo. And thus here we have various different fucking call-outs to various different characters, including the very obvious Gavan. That is the most obvious Gavan I've ever seen governed. Oh my god. It's like a combination of Gabon and Esteban Okay, so you got Gabon. You've got Mega Beast Investigator Jispian. You've got Hyperdimensional Soldier. It's on the tip of my tongue. It's on the tip of my tongue. Fuck! Oh my god. Cinema. Thank you. Words are hard. It's like all three of their designs slapped into one between the armor, the hips, the waist, the pelvis, and the chest. What do they call him? Mantis Hero. Okay. But is the fighting game good? Daybreak Slam's the name, but is the game good? Rollback netcode even. Well, it has a demo, so I guess we find out, but I don't know if that has to do with multiplayer as well. And another multiplayer friend slop game. Loot list. That's a creepy ass onion, bro. So, a Wii WarioWare minigame where you go around the game trying to get the money to pay Peter so you can continue robbing Paul? It's not for me. Satisfaction guaranteed. That shit right there is not for me. I haven't heard that sound effect since fucking Rayman. Oh my god! Is it better? Is it Heroes? Is there a game that finally will take on the fucking mantle left behind by Rayman? Bring back the life of an urban tree. Take pictures of birds, and then, what? Build a bird nest? Yes, build a bird nest! The bird-song tree! Definitely not a game made for me! Super tacky Astro Ranger.
And while the future looks bright, there are already some amazing games available today.
Welcome to the worst shift imaginable. In retail hell, you're trapped inside Purgatory's only convenience store, serving terrifying customers while trying to survive the night. Stock shelves, uncover secrets.
Another one? There are so many of these!
Keep the horrors at bay. Build fast, think faster, and crush endless waves of robots in years of glory. This explosive mix of tower defense and high-speed action challenges you to defend your base while tearing through enemies at full speed. Step into a brutal infected metropolis in Vultures, Scavengers of Death, a tactical survival horror where you scavenge for resources, survive deadly encounters, and uncover the truth behind a world consumed by infection. A dead man hired you to solve his murder. In the posthumous investigation, every suspect has secrets, schedules, and motives hiding beneath the surface. Uncover the truth in this stunning hand-drawn noir mystery. Fight through hordes of enemies in Soul Quest, an action-packed adventure inspired by Celtic mythology. Harness the power of Morrigan, goddess of death, and battle to reclaim the soul of your beloved. In The Warrior, nothing stays the same for long. Every level transforms the gameplay, the mechanics, and even who you control, as every character fights to become the protagonist of their own story. Uncover all the secrets in this wild platforming adventure today.
That's all for this year's Latin American Game Showcase Summer Game Fest edition.
Huge thanks once again to all of our presenting sponsors, our media, broadcast, PR, and community partners. And
it could have been worse, but it could not have been as bad as her not taking off the fucking sundress. I'm trying to holler at that. 0 out of 10 sundress still on. True, true, cringe, cringe, based, bad and cringe. But no. Much better. Now, get your fucking alcohol out. You're gonna pull your teeth on this one. Nobody ever likes it. Nobody ever looks for it. But it's in the fucking list. And it comes before the SGF flagship. Women, leg, games! The only thing that has improved about this program is the fact that they have gotten better graphics alongside black voices in gaming. Can we put them on mute? No! I have to listen to them. You have to listen to them. I'll be right back. Ugh. I have to go do medical things. I'll be right back. There's my game. It's on the window capture. Then I didn't make the thing. This and 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 this on the inside and then this and we're good. There we go. I have to set up the thing inside the thing in order to have the VTuber thing on. But I will be back. 1 second. One moment. Young bucks running wild. They're throwing out that ass. And they're doing it for style. I hope you enjoy your fucking resetter, because we're getting right into the shit.
Connect.
Alright. There's no way to do it other than rip the band-aid off. The only thing that's gotten better is the logo. What do women love? They love magical girls, and they love characters in games that are cozy. So I'm expecting character games, cozies, and probably a deep dive into Kernel Hearts. That's what I'm expecting here. How shit is it?
Hello, everyone, and welcome.
Hello, white woman. Hello, white woman. I see that they've chosen a person who actually has a fucking play button on the wall this year. And look at your desk. And look! Second shelf up above, from the top. What is that? Is that Pretty Soldier Sailor Moon? I think it is. And there's also 50 billion chocobos. Man, don't you just hate it when Carl's right?
To the Women-Led Games Showcase Summer Games Fest Edition 2026. I'm Brianna White, actress and content creator, but best known for the voice of Aerith Gainsborough in the Final Fantasy VII Remake series.
It's that bad, huh? Fuck having regular content creators. Let's get voice. I guess. Why have literally women on camera when you can have women that are voice actors? Why not? Might as well. Oh, I'm such a bastard.
I am thrilled to be here hosting this show. You have no idea. It's just a mission that's very aligned with my own heart, to champion women doing awesome things in an industry that's traditionally been very hard for women to navigate. At the same time,
I would like to remind you that we aren't retarded, as this is a house that stands all the women who are responsible for gaming expertise and gaming accolades. We don't believe that bullshit, because we're not fucking stupid. No. Get that shit the fuck out of here. All the way the fuck out of here. Every time they'll tell that lie, we have to remind you to stop saying that lie, because we know it's a lie. There are definitely men, and there are definitely women who don't want to sing your praises, and don't want to say your names. But you cannot lie to me. You can lie to your friends, you can lie to yourself, but you cannot lie to me, because I will not take it. No, I will not.
it's very aligned with my own heart to just champion awesome games. Today, we get to do both. We are so excited to have you here celebrating an awesome lineup of games created by women-led teams from all over the world. At Women-Led Games, our goal is simple: spotlight amazing developers, connect communities, and help more people discover the incredible games being made.
Player bases, not communities. You do not want to connect communities. Connecting communities is like touching tips. You don't do it. You don't touch tips. You don't touch tips.
Made by women in this industry. Throughout the showcase, keep an eye out for this icon on the screen because it means the game has a demo available for you to play right now. And speaking of...
Even women-led games have learned from their consequences. Everybody's learning the Carl standard.
playing games, don't forget that we have an official Steam event live right now, featuring many of the games you'll see today. Wishlist your favorites, try some demos, and support these amazing teams. Before we begin, a huge thank you to our sponsors, Gold Pack Goblins, 2.5 Studios, and Quali for helping make this showcase possible. All right, let's get into it. Enough talking from me, right? Let's kick things off with a segment dedicated to games for you to jump into and play right now.
Hello, I'm Hélène Fortin, head of production at Mipu Media.
What a horrible screen that is.
Games, and I've been supporting the team on Black Jacket. My favorite part of Black Jacket is how something as familiar as a game of 21 can become deeply strategic. Every decision carries real weight. You're building your deck through different suits, shaping your strategy as you progress through the realms. And at the same time, there's a more personal layer. You're a lost soul trying to escape hell, and each encounter reveals a bit more about the world, other souls, but also about yourself. My role is to help connect the different parts of the team and to ensure smooth communication, both internally and with our partners. For me, it's important that everyone has the space they need to shape a great game. I hope when people play Black Jacket, they feel the tension we wanted to build.
The best thing going for that is that it was quick, it was fast, and it was a roguelike. Those are the only redeeming qualities. And now for something out of an anime. Oh, Warframe? Okay, never mind. And now we shall glaze Rebecca's nuts and her feet yet again! And right into another one.
I suppose he sent you to hunt me down, yes?
Urian Caldecott, wanted for historic crimes against the old colony.
I'm waiting for you at the cathedral. There is something here you really need to see.
You truly do mean to kill him, don't you?
And it looks like they decided that they were going to remake Sorrows, but this time with a different philosophy.
What do you think a man like him would do with all of that power?
How do you expect me to kill a god?
Your job is to lead me to the gallows. Maybe you ought to ask yourself why.
Here, folks, what do you do for fun? Other than shooting things, I mean.
Urian told you about the prophecy, didn't he? Of course he did.
I've not blinded by you folks, and time is running short.
Talking. Can you imagine that this one is the one I didn't put into 1.5x yet? Let's fix that.
Horrible thing, have you awakened? You just tried to kill me. Stupid child! Can't you see you fallen for a lie?
Hi, I'm Rihanna, and I'm the programmer on Tree Planter. Tree Planter is a relaxing game about building a perfect woodland landscape. We're also doing something good for real trees. For every copy sold, we plant a tree on local farms. Thanks to your support, we've already planted here.
And there's our women-led game with the growth on farms.
Wildlife Trust and the Brex Landscape Partnership to add new levels to Tree Planter, inspired by their nature reserves. We'll be starting with a Lackford Lakes inspired
But
album. This will bring lakes, ponds...
But I can't be too much of an asshole, because they're actually doing the same thing that Green Games last year tried to do, and I imagine they did this year, which was getting it to be tied into, we're doing this based on real nature parks, to bring attention to the nature parks, and probably money to them as well.
And rivers for tree planting, and other species that love wet woodland, such as willow trees, fish, dragonflies, frogs, birds, and maybe a cheeky goose. We're early in production and will be co-creating the levels with rural young people and children from Suffolk and Norfolk, who will be drawing some of the art for us. Wishlist and follow us to stay up to date with tree planting.
They're watering it from underneath. They're watering it from underneath. And now, finally, after how many fucking patch cycles have they done it? I don't even fucking know how many now at this point. But finally, Digital Extremities is finally bringing you, from the makers of Warframe, Warframe, but fantasy. Welcome to Soulframe. In other words, imagine the entire universe that already exists inside of that of Warframe. But imagine it as a fantasy universe, and the same shit that you do in Mordor, and the same shit that you do in Elder Scrolls, and the Elder Scrolls, and the same shit that you do in various different campaign settings inside the world of Dungeons and Dragons, especially that of the Forgotten Coast. Now, do the same shit with a water shooter. Do you want to look like a mushroom bard? Do you want to look like a general indiscriminate forest grove walking archer? Do you want to be a giant hulking beetle warrior? Soulframe. Oh my god, it'd be so much stupider if it weren't for the fact this is going to get all those Destiny players to play it. Because you're going to be like, finally, a game for me! And standing over you with just her dick in the fucking frame, just her and a giant floppy penis is gonna be Rebecca, and Rebecca's gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm queen of the losers, yeah, you love playing my 2 video games, take this shit, take this shit, take that, take that, take that, take that. She ain't gonna be moving her hips that much. She's gonna be standing there like a black man, like, yeah, look, you put in all that work. Yeah, throw $200 at the fucking Founders campaign. Yeah, you want to get those exclusive soul frames, don't you? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you loving this shit, girl. Yeah. Smack! Smack, smack, smack! Oh! It's so funny. Because in like... No, Fancy's actually correct. In like a few years... they're gonna possibly, maybe, sort of drop this game on you. And then you'll start playing it. And you'll be like, why are we playing the same 2 Forever games twice? Same concepts in general design. Same appeal process. Same game modes, playing the same 2 games. And then, I'm gonna look at all of you the way that I look at y'all when you look at me when I talk about Path of Exile. And I'm going to stand there and be like, why the fuck you doing this to yourself? And you're going to be like, you don't understand, Carl. It's different, Carl. Carl, you need to understand. It's different, man. I'm telling you. Oh my god. Call me a liar if you can't call me a truther. Fuck me running. And she will. She will fuck y'all running. She will fuck y'all running something fierce. Because if there is one thing that Rebecca will do, is she will put that oo-wop on y'all. Why did somebody block this? She will put that oo-wop on y'all, and it will be hilarious. High fucking hilarious. Did I do that? There's a possibility I could have been the one that did it. Get down it, bone. Anyways. I don't want to wait for my life to be over. Maybe it was me.
皆さんこんにちは。アクロバティックちりめんチョコでディレクターとアートを担当しているヤチャボックスです。ジレティング初考慮
That is a lot of rapid Japanese, ma'am.
が私がコロナ禍で苦しかった時に電話を
I feel like there's an optical illusion going on with your shirt. Yeah, there was. Her shirt was coming in weird for me.
通じて心が救われた体験をもとに生まれたゲームです。ここは月が落ちてあと21秒後に世界が終わる生と死の狭間の世界です。主人公のメアリが電話を通じて心残りな魂を救うという物語です。電話で相手が見えないという状況を表現するために登場人物は全て動物にしました。この表現によってより多くの人たちが感情移入できるんじゃないかと考えています。
Ah! I see, I see, I see, I see. I see. I see, yes. The tactical nuke that all Japanese developers have. Ah, yes. Uh-huh. Yes. The tactical nuke of the strategic furry makes them feel like that's them, so they want to play the character more. I see what you're cooking.
鮮やかな色彩のイラストと演出で魂、心の動きを表現するなどビジュアルの美しさにもこだわりました。人とつながることの痛みと救う体験できるゲームになっているのでぜひプレイしてみてください。
And then the cozy game that we all know is going to be made.
We all know that games can make us emotional. They can inspire us, they can scare us, they can make us happy cry to hundreds of thousands of people on the internet. You know, that one might just be me, that might just be me. But the most important thing about games is that they're fun, right? This segment is dedicated to games that are designed to keep a smile on your face.
Hello, I'm Lara, art director at Kineko Studio, and today I will present you our puzzle game, Tricastrophe.
God damn. I think we are seeing a first here out of women-led games. They are running a tight ship. Tighter than a 12-year-old. They have made sure that they cannot fuck this up in any way whatsoever. I don't think I've seen one necessarily overly cringy joke at all. Not even once. Not even projective like. And like outside of the general aphorisms, like we kind of have to accept that they're going to say things like, oh, this has never been done before. Women have always been blah, 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 blah. We kind of just have to accept that being the norm. I don't think we've seen a single cringe moment. Here, not one. And that's special. That's special, people. It must not have been made because there's no way that it's breaking because it's not even placing.
It's a colorful ice isometric puzzle game where you guide a mischievous little train through vibrant worlds and help it reach its destination. Each biome has its own personality, atmosphere, and visual identity, so you're constantly discovering new places, new vibes, and new little details along the way. The puzzles start approachable, then steadily grow into satisfying brain teasers that reward experimentation and one more try thinking. It's cozy, bright, and a little chaotic, in the best way. Trophy is out now for you to try on PC on Steam.
Creating your perfect mecha via gunpla. This doesn't belong in women-led games. This is a male game. This is an autism simulator for guys. Stop it. The neurodivergent girls still one away from the men. This is what happens. Hashtag women in men's spaces.
Congratulations, and welcome to your new job at the Carnum Isle Post Office. Your role is simple, and you'll do wonderfully. Stamp, sort, deliver, repeat, every day just the same. The system is perfect. If the mail whispers, pay it no mind. If a customer seems strange, do not avert your gaze. If you feel tempted to wander outside, don't. There's nothing for you out there anyway. But you don't need to worry, because I'll always be here, watching, listening, guiding you when you forget your place. Some say the post office doesn't let people leave. That's silly, isn't it? It's just that no one ever wants to. So relax, do your job, and everything will stay exactly as it should. Forever. This is a totally normal post office, where nothing weird ever happens.
Hi, I'm Andrea from Wonder Valley Games, here to show you some of the work we've done to expand the demo for Arcane Eats, our delicious deck builder where you cook up the tastiest combos. In Arcane Eats, you shape your cuisine deck with magical ingredients and kitchen tools while hiring a crew that knows how to make the most of what you're cooking. In our expanded demo, we've also added a new spice to the mix, enchantments. At Charms & Noble, you can buy cookbooks to enchant your cooktops with spells like Happy Hour Ritual and Raging Spices. These will make...
Charms & Noble? Okay. You got me with that one.
Cook up the tastiest combos. In Arcane Eats, you shape your cuisine deck with magical ingredients and kitchen tools while hiring a crew that knows how to make the most of what you're cooking. In our expanded demo, we've also added a new spice to the mix, enchantments. At Charms & Noble, you can buy cookbooks to enchant your cooktops with spells like Happy Hour Ritual and Raging Spices. These will make your flavors even more powerful, and you're going to need it because you can now play through a second week of running your restaurant. And week 2 is when the nightlife starts to show up and get rowdy. Vampires, werewolves, a sneaky raccoon, and gelatinous cubes. If you can survive all that, you'll face off against a new judge, Julia Cragchild. Julia is a culinary legend known for her gigantic appetite and earth-shaking enthusiasm.
That's a joke about Julia Childs, the world-famous woman who taught multiple kitchens how to cook. Whoever made this game knows what the fuck they're doing. Good job. Look at that. Women-led games got a compliment out of me.
If you can make a meal to move this mountain, you'll earn your second mithril star and be one step closer to proving your epic status as a chef. So come test your hand in Arcane Eats. The expanded demo is out right now on Steam.
Excited for the big game, kids? Come on, 3, 2, 1, dealers! Oh, what the hell is that? Plain language.
Oh, we're going in!
Oh, where are we?
And where are our kids?
Oh, those monsters got them! Guess it's time to show those daddies who their daddies are. Name's Daryl Wilson. Nice to meet ya.
We have finally found a game that is gayer than Dream Daddies. Look at the fucking title. Look at the fucking title. Dungeons and Daddies, BDSM. They put the fucking title with a fucking asterisk and a star. Shame. Shame. Shame.
I I'm way too high for this right now. Don't make me pull this video game over.
I'm not a stepdad. I'm the dad that stepped up.
It's a bullet heaven with a story. Good luck finding your kids if you survive this.
Ma'am, could we not fight? I'm something of a feminist.
Why can't anybody just let me kill a bunch of people? I'm on your side, I'm vegan. So you only eat plants?
Dungeons and Daddies, BDSM. Bad dads survive monsters.
Based on the world's 4th best tabletop role-playing podcast.
And it's an auto battler. By all appearances, cringe does not define what this is. No. Cringe does not define how embarrassing that should be to play. I remember when I was waiting expectantly to try the kinetic narrative that is Boyfriend Dungeon. It was before Kit Fox put out the DLC that added more characters. And I remember the entire goal that people could not handle with it was that you were supposed to hate the hateable character who was basically the villain of the game. And all of it was meant to be targetable towards women. But it was enough of an accessible game, with an okay squint and don't look at it game loop, that you could tolerate it existing. And you tell me that not only were you pathetically cringe enough to make the joke of, haha, we're gonna have dads, and we're gonna make those dads do combat and have puns and jokes and say all the typical fucking things that people have said about stepdads, with very clearly a woman doing the stepdad voice for the second one. But you then put that just nah.
Bad dads survive monsters.
Based on the world's 4th best tabletop role-playing podcast.
4th best tabletop role-playing podcast. Who is that? Who is that? Horse game. And the horses don't have a horse cock? It might be normal. Now, the horse girls that really love horse games, they're punching the air right now because there is no giant flopping horse cock. But hey, I think we've hit our cringe quota so far. And hey, we're only 1/4 in! Horses of Hoof Print Bay.
I'm Lillian. I'm Georgia.
I'm Stacy.
And I'm Sharon.
Finally! I can finally make a joke that isn't just Barbie Island Adventure! Barbie Horse Ride Rescue! Excuse me. Horse Ride and Rescue.
We're from Pickpock, and in collaboration with Mattel, this is our upcoming game, Barbie Horse Ride and Rescue. Set in the fictional Moonrise Valley, Barbie Horse Ride and Rescue explores an optimistic Barbie world that celebrates friendship, fashion, and of course, a love of horses.
As someone who grew up playing iconic Barbie horse games, it's so cool to be bringing that nostalgic feeling of wonder and discovery to this brand new experience. Whether you played the games yourself or not, you'll find our world full of that familiar Barbie charm and connection.
Fashion has always been a part of Barbie. We're creating a dream closet of customization options, giving you the freedom to express your unique style.
And of course, horses are at the heart of it all. The tech is inspired by iconic Barbie fashion too.
It's been such a joy combining the world of Barbie with our expertise in horse games. You'll discover a game filled with authentic equestrian moments, riding challenges, and a compelling mystery. Barbie Horse Ride and Rescue will be available on the App Store and Google Play on the 16th of June, and will also be coming to Steam and Nintendo Switch 2 next year. We'll see you in Moonrise Valley.
My name's Holly from Reliable Plumbing Services, and this is Philosophy.
And this is where Carl is going to try really hard to be nice.
You climb through a surreal vertical world shaped by the history of ideas. You play as a small spark of thought, ascending from the depths of Plato's cave through 2,500 years of philosophy, from the marble ruins of the classical world, through the cathedrals of medieval scholasticism, into the cold machinery of modernity, and beyond, in search of whatever truth might be waiting at the top. Alone or with a friend, you'll climb using only 2 buttons to flip, plunge, shoot, piston, and swing your way up. You will fall, but you will rise again through eras of ideas, both bad and good. Play the free demo now on Steam.
Here's one thing I know.
So, you took Pinball and Jump King and said, what if I made this into a game? Okay? If the chuds decide the game is worth it, you will hear more about it. If they decide that shit is cringe and gay, you are about to see so many people fucking crash out on this thing like it's nobody's business. Unbelievably so.
Know to be true. Most games are more fun when you get to share in the chaos with your friends.
This was 13Z when we first started building it. It was rough, but over time, we saw the game we imagined come to life. Hi, I'm Eddie Torres, creative director of 13Z, The Zodiac Trials. 13Z is a fast-paced action roguelite inspired by Eastern Zodiac mythology. You play as a challenger, a shape-shifting animal spirit fighting to become the 13th Zodiac, solo or with friends. Fluid combat is the heart of the game. We focused on fast action, verticality, ever-changing builds, and movement that feels unique to each character. We also have more challengers on the way. We built the upgrade system around 8 different elements, with skills that can be modified based on how players want to play.
If you already listened to what I said yesterday about Toho Dystopian, and you're also familiar with what I said yesterday, or the other day, I keep forgetting I didn't stream yesterday, and what I said the other day as well about Blaze Moon Entropy Trigger, this is the exact same kind of game.
There's the Jade Tree for permanent upgrades, so there's growth with each failure or victory. We also spent a lot of time building the world of 13Z, to make it feel as lively and rich as the combat. We hope you'll try the demo, and if you like what we're making, wishlist 13Z on Steam.
Lucky Roll Studio is collaborating with Women-Led Games. We've added a free update to include new avatar items, an Artemis card back and nameplate, 2 new titles, and an Artemis emote. Draw Draw Pass is a chaotic party game where players take turns to collaborate on one canvas. Then, the guesser has to figure it out.
What's going on?
It's free on Steam, so grab your friends and get ready to draw. We're also excited to announce development on our next project, The Witch's Whisk. Cast different spells to whip up delicious baked goods to feed your hungry customers. In this magical world, you play as a witch where your whisk doubles as a wand. What kind of magic will you whisk together in your bakery? Wishlist The Witch's Whisk today.
We have an experimental reactor, and I really do think the whole thing might implode. And that's where you come in.
We've seen versions of this already. There's a reactor, it's going to explode. You and a co-op player work together to try and discover the mystery of why it's going to explode and then try to stop it from exploding. And this wibbly-wobbly timeline bullshit. We were here tomorrow, that's right.
Now, I don't want you to get overexcited, but there are moves. You can cut through time itself. Stabilize one of those, and you could pop back to your own time. And while helping yourself, you could perhaps fix a few teeny little problems you need to. Logic thanks you for your service.
The world is ravaged, destroyed by the scars of the Titan War. But legend speaks of those who endure. Those who wield its power. Few survive the lands of Serana. But the storm has twisted what remains. So carve out what shelter you can, and hold it for as long as it stands. Alone or together, you find solace while the winds settle. And when it turns, you soar. You fight. You evolve. You become something more. You become Stormforged.
Come to the festival held by Arat and his friends. There's lots of beer and lots of odds and ends. My video showing the game went viral on TikTok and Instagram. I really like this so much. Like, it's still so good, even as like a little early slice demo.
There's a huge response to this game, and for good reason. I mean, it's incredible. I can't wait to see some of this game. I'm so excited. I love this so much.
So far, I'm in love. I'm obsessed. I'm addicted.
I'm just hooked. I want more and more. Yeah.
It's not sponsored.
So many case examples. So many. Oh my. So many examples. Let's see here. Backwards.
Like, it's still so good, even as like a little early slice demo.
There's a huge response
Potatosaurus. Never heard of this person. Quirk Chungus.
to this game, and for good reason. I mean, it's incredible. I can't wait to see some of this game.
Jen is online. Never heard of this person. Quirk Chungus.
I'm so excited. I love this so much. So far, I'm in.
Early slice demo.
There's a huge response to this game, and for good reason. I mean, it's incredible. I can't wait to see some of this game. I'm so excited. I love this so.
Lady Taito. Never heard of this person. Yet again, cozy streamer, alongside a Zacharias. Okay.
So far, I'm in love.
And yet another Quirk Chungus.
I'm obsessed. I'm addicted.
I'm just hooked. I want more.
That is in French. I've never heard of you. Captain Inbill. Okay.
More and more. Yeah.
It's not sponsored. I just think it's just really.
Cruz Zadar. Also never heard of this.
It's really cute.
Personally, I'm blown away.
Doesn't even have a name? Wait, yes she does? No, it's the Lady Taito again?
I think it looks amazing. The whimsical cuteness vibe is there.
Honestly, just flying around with you.
The slyest box streams, 1K follower, professional yapper, variety streamer.
The Aurora Borealis and this beautiful music is like really lovely.
It's a really nice game.
It's been described as a
Norman G game.
mix of Skyrim and Stardew, and I can definitely see that. It's ex-Bethesda devs, and it's a passion project, which I love.
It feels very
Ex-Bethesda. That means it's automatically good.
original, very unique.
Tee-hee-hee-hee-hee to himself. Tee-hee-hee-hee-hee to himself.
Yeah.
Hey, can you hop on my back? Yes! Oh!
I'm in love with this. Look at him!
Look at the snails! Look at the snails! Look. Are they helping?
I guess that must be his husband, her husband or wife or something. I have to assume, if they're not friends.
Helping.
Oh.
So, cozy game designed for the target audience of smaller streamers. What are we watching? Title: Women-led games.
Everybody's helping. That's so wholesome. Can we all just please fund this? Please. This game deserves as much love and support, right?
Hawthorne is so good.
I don't want to let it go yet. I love these characters. I crave more.
Hi, I'm Megha Gupta, co-founder and game producer at Wala Interactive, and I'd like to show you our very first PC console title called Spookaboo. Spookaboo is a physics-based ghost.
I'm trying so hard to not make a joke right now. Don't do it, 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 don't do it. It's not, the event's not even happening, Carl. Carl, the event's not even happening. You can be as misogynistic as you want. No, Carl, don't be misogynistic. Don't do it. But she's Indian!
Scrapping and co-founder and game producer at Wala Interactive, and I'd like to show you our very first PC console.
Come on! It's right there! It's right there!
Console title called Spookaboo. Spookaboo is a physics-based ghost trapping and friendship-smashing couch co-op game for up to 4 players. Team up with friends and family and play as ghost hunters to detect, scan, hook, and trap all the pesky ghosts hiding in plain sight. The game features a wide variety of quirky ghosts with annoying abilities that you and your friends need to evade, along with a plethora of level mechanics that throw in even more chaos. Meet the team behind Spookaboo. We were very bullish on one aspect of the game, that it should make people laugh. We tested the game a lot in different regions to gauge the very same reaction, and we were so happy to see that we actually achieved it. So if you have Ghostbusters nostalgia, or simply looking for a good laugh, then this game is definitely for you. Go check out the game on Steam. Thank you.
that just looks like a regular minigame crafter. I'm not quite sure what to make of this one.
Hey everyone, I'm Red, the creative director of Warframe.
And I'm Megan, community director for Warframe. And we're so stoked.
Hello, Rebecca. Nice to see you again. Is it that time for us to lick your feet? I think it is.
We were able to show off our release date for Warframe's next free update, Jade Shadow's Constellations, earlier in the showcase, and we hope it was entertaining.
Indeed, because games can entertain us in a lot of ways, and some stories stay with us long after we stop playing.
The worlds, the choices, the emotions, sometimes a great story is the thing we remember most.
So get comfortable and enjoy this next segment of games with powerful narratives and unforgettable storytelling, which we feel honored to introduce as story-loving hosts.
Burger Boys! We've already seen this one out before. It's the same as any other cooking sim. You don't go up, you don't go down, you just maintain. That's all you can really ask for.
Sometimes a tavern is a tavern. It's what you fill it with that makes it all.
And I think we've seen this one as well, too.
Tavern Talk Stories Dreamwalker. Coming soon.
And now we have the non-script video game that's being made with your only best quintessential example of the best and bestest trip hop. Lo-fi is a genre that needs to stop getting abused by people that are not capable of making music. Period. That's the statement. Please stop abusing the shit out of this genre, please. Thank you. The sooner, the better. Every Wednesday. Wishlist now on Steam. And yet another Metroidvania. I swear, they make Metroidvanias just for women. I swear that's the target audience. Light of
Land
Light.
of Atlantis launches this year, November 2026.
And now where comes that
And
voice?
of course, great stories are nothing without great characters.
The heroes, the villains, and the weird little guys that make these worlds feel alive are often the heart of what we remember most.
Were you the one I used to love long before the stars forget who I was?
Well, this is 100% a fucking woman game.
I've never known. You will bloom, we're lanterns go through a cracked mirror. I search for truth, this is we go on forget traces left by rock time. This is truth, I believe. Lectures shine on someone else if I return.
Now this one looks good, and that's not just because I'm saying it, because I like axolotls. It's all the things you need, things that are designed to be cracked. You got a cute player character, you've got a small designer system, just to stoke the god gamer in them, and then it's a cute animal fighting other things in an environment that reminds them of every other Hades-like that they've played. Most especially, Cult of the Lamb. And then all of these different interesting designs that make them feel like they're watching a Saturday morning cartoon. Crack. This is fentanyl. Worse than crack. This is fentanyl.
Hi everyone, I'm Hanumi. I'm Pada Brava's executive producer, and Pada Brava is a fully hand-drawn 2D RPG. The boy is Kaku, who's trying to escape this infamous dungeon to rescue his mom. Our game is inspired by classics,
They're now explaining that game we saw earlier. The one with the monkey.
such as Chrono Trigger and Super Mario RPG, which features turn-based combat as well as timing mechanics. We're named from Brazil, and Toada's fantastical setting is all inspired by Latin American culture and landscapes.
And I'm Maki Toada Brava, sound director. The game's original soundtrack is inspired by Brazilian music as well as several other Latin American rhythms, and by the timeless soundtracks of games such as Final Fantasy, Donkey Kong Country, and Chrono Trigger. It's been a lot of fun trying to unite these musical styles to create a unique soundtrack to match Kaku's adventure. Don't forget to wishlist Toada Brava on Steam.
Welcome to Veil's Echo, a cozy horror adventure about an underworld where souls seek redemption. But first, let's meet the
How do you make that a cozy horror adventure?
team. India, Devdas, Sean, and me. Hi. When Veil dies, she wakes up on a train to Dev's headquarters, only to get thrown off into a strange forest in the underworld. To move on, she must confront the memories and emotions she buried during her life, and discover what her ending truly means. One of my favorite parts of the process is designing the characters, most of which are anthropomorphic animals. Devdas spends hours researching how each animal moves, so he can animate them properly, even crabs, despite the fact that he absolutely hates them. Which is why I obviously made our first boss a crab. I have no regrets. Everyone on the team is pouring so much love into this world, and we can't wait for people to experience it. Wishlist Veil's Echo on Steam and jump into Chapter 1 for free today, and the full journey begins in 2027.
I'm Cornelia Borzynska, creative director of Parkour Studio, here to show you Koszmar, the last ever. In Koszmar, you play as Violet, a lucid dreamer caught between two worlds consumed by a mysterious sleeping plague, the walking city where people vanish into sleep, and the dream where players sleep. In Radvan, Violet is careful, grounded, and investigative. The city requires her to observe, explore, and listen. Be prepared, though. Sometimes curiosity leads to dreadful places. On her journey, she encounters nightmare rifts, which rift is tied up a person consumed by the plague. To wake them, Violet must enter the rift and venture into the dream world.
And then more and more and more deep, invasive world action adventure platforming.
But there, rules change. Violet unlocked abilities and freedom that real world will never allow. She is no longer only investigating the plague, but she can fight it. The deeper Violet travels between dreams and reality, the greater cost becomes. The cost is not abstract, it's real. Her actions and choices are transforming what she is, lost in the comfort of delusions, or a nightmare that nightmares fear. While you're still awake, wish is Koshmar, the last Reverian sting.
Before we continue, a huge shout out to our sponsors. Gold Pack Goblins is your team of game industry veterans here to aid you in your game release quest with business, marketing, and strategy support. 2.5 Studios, an independent game development and publishing studio based in Australia that crafts immersive, story-rich visual novels and narrative games that take you on unforgettable journeys. And Quali, a leading game studio developing and publishing hyper-casual, hybrid casual, and casual mobile games, along with PC and console titles. Now we've had some fun, cozy vibes and emotional stories, so naturally next it's time to embrace the dark side and ruin everyone's sleep schedule even more. Let's take a closer look at some horror games that are ready to haunt your wish list.
Hi, I'm Ying, the lead creator of the tiny team behind Anxio.
I mean, that makes sense. Women love this. As we've learned from having horror in our audience for the time period in which we did. Why does it feel like there's someone crawling up my fucking arm?
The third-person puzzle game that is your journey of cosmic horror. I'm honored to be here today to give you a quick look at our game. Let's dive into it.
Anxio follows Ash, a tiny child figure navigating a world where beauty is buried. It's a labyrinth where time and space are non-Euclidean. To survive and uncover the story behind it, he must use Ash's unique abilities to collect pieces of information, solve puzzles, and escape the dangers. As a dual artist team, we've spent over a year handcrafting this world, while self-teaching ourselves code. It's been a massive journey of learning, but I'm proud that we have not compromised our imagination for technical limits. We're still early on our journey, but we can't wait to hear your thoughts. Our first gameplay test starts today. Head over to our team page to request a key, and please don't forget to wishlist the game. Thank you, bye.
My New Year's resolutions are 1. Lose 15 pounds. You don't even have 15 pounds to lose. I thought it was my turn. No. 2. Do the shadow exercise every morning and night, no exception. Beautiful.
Mind you, it's not that I'm not paying attention to what's being used. It is because there is not a single thing interesting about any of these games. God damn it, I was trying to capture those two. Anyways, these horror games here, on this back end, there's not a single thing interesting about any of them. Nothing to my ears that catch my eye. That's bad. Mr. Like.
Terrifying crime scenes with a mix of folk horror. Welcome to Inkblot, a detective game where you are a part of the world. My goal is to create a very captivating, fantastical world you want to discover. I spent a year just searching for the final aesthetic. I draw the inspiration mainly from...
Is it safe to say that Metroidvania games, the definition of indie slop, as long as there's variance to them, may attract the worst audience? The problem with Metroidvania is everybody can make a Metroidvania game by throwing haphazard ideas and concepts and philosophies and ideas at the wall and seeing if any of them stick. But the thing that makes a good Metroidvania is the fact that the Metroidvania actually wants you to encapsulate yourself in the world. You remember the game. There's a game that my sister gave me. It starts with an A, so it's always at the top of my favorite list. Astalon, Tears of the Earth. It is a game that gives you not enough backstory in the beginning, because by design, it is designed to make you learn about the character who contracts a deal with an outer planar being to allow the setting of the game itself to happen in the first place. And then as you play it over time, you get more and more and more and more and more and more access to what you are trying to accomplish. To read directly from the store page, uphold your pact with the Titan of Death, Ephemius. Fight, climb, and solve your way through a twisted title as 3 unique adventurers on a mission to save their village from impending doom. This is technically not exactly true. You meet more and you get more than 3 characters as you're doing it along the way. But, post-apocalyptic dungeon crawler that has Metroidvania and loot, which is more like saying you're trying to explore and discover items that then give you more freedom in which to go do other things. The kind of game that this is designed to be is it's designed for the people that want to get every single nook and cranny possible. It's like taking Wario Land and Pizza Tower and you turned it into a Metroidvania. And every Metroidvania is trying to aim for 3 different eras of Metroidvania. You've got the classic retro era, which is Symphony of the Night. Then you have what Metroid is, which is which era of Metroid are you looking for? Now, if you're looking for the handheld era of Metroid, which means it looks more like the original Nintendo Metroid than Metroid Zero Mission, you're looking for the quintessential kind of gameplay that you can expect from something that is just Metroid. It's not trying to be Metroid Prime, it's not trying to be Metroid Dread, it's Metroid. Which I guess in itself is a kind of retro, but various levels. What you're looking for here is that Symphony of the Night is where people take Castlevania and they combine it with the Metroid-like exploration cycle. Metroid is where, instead of revisiting zones the way that they do in Castlevania, you are trying to accomplish a goal, and by exploring and getting more access to more opportunities, you are able to do so with or without a narrative telling you where to go. So, guided exploration versus unguided exploration. And then finally, you have throwback Metroid. They're trying to give you a game that throws it back to the genre. You don't need to throw back the genre. The genre's already there. You don't gotta throw back shit. This part of the genre, games that want to be a part of that genre, they have to pick between what kind of focus they want to be. And usually the kind of focus that they want to be is the trying to be quintessential. So the same way that Mina the Hollower throws back to the era of Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening on the Game Boy, whereas every other game from that era wants to go only so far back as we're updating a game for modern audiences. Those are what you're usually dealing with. Those three things. A game that wants to be more about telling you where to go than games that let you figure out where the fuck to go and they tell you nothing at all about what you do next. And games that are trying to be retro. And in being retro, they end up becoming the most hard, complex shit this side of the equator. These games, these titles like these, they can be hit or miss. For lots of reasons. The number one reason is because it's doing a lot of heavy lifting. A lot of heavy lifting. Sometimes for the worst, and not for the better.
What?
All of those things tend to appear on women-led games. They're not all misses. Some of them are better than others, but most of them are usually passes.
Then, I made custom brushes and sets of rules for the art team so they can follow up easily. And
I think the most redeeming part is usually the game tends to be more interesting because of the art than the game design. If the art is the most important part, that's usually where you can figure out if it's a game made to appeal to everyone or a game specifically made to appeal to women.
Stated. Working closely with the game and narrative designers, we create and refine the cases. Every detail matters, in the atmosphere and in the gameplay itself.
The game focuses on the outside investigation. A cult is at work and you have to catch up on the ongoing events. Every character I make has to be memorable and somehow uneasy to look at. Characters reflect the situation in the world through their expressions or strange appearance. Characters are not talking directly to you, but they're the one giving you the letters. Through the game you can meet a variety of characters and follow their stories. I'm working closely with our animators who bring the characters to life. Together we finish the character design through its movement and expressions. See you later this year!
The Inferno, a realm of torment for the seeds of the demised. But you're unchained. Freedom. You can get us there. To a trial. The Infernal Pilgrimage. Take the Void's Gamble. Earn the souls that shall fuel our escape. I failed my own chance, but yours I won't squander. Take my light, Pilgrim. The path is dark.
Spooky. Next, Girls Make Games is an organization dedicated to inspiring the next generation of creators by teaching girls how to design and develop their own games. The next 3 games were created by talented young developers through their program, and we are so incredibly excited to share their work with you today.
That's an easy guy story. There are so many shadow exploration games. They have to get new ideas, man. They're all the same. Limbo, Lost. This game is trying to teach me things, and I don't like that. And then we have Pseudo Echo the Dolphin. Find an alternate energy source. Oh, that's totally Echo the Dolphin. What they don't see. Haha. What a clever title.
As someone who works on a game full of cute animals, look, we all knew this was the inevitable. You can't make a showcase this good and not include a good segment dedicated to cats. So as the official ambassador for cute animals and games, here's a collection of games.
And now the forcible Neko Cat cringe.
Featuring cats, about cats, or simply powered by cat energy. Enjoy.
Remember what I just said about the art being good, but the game's gameplay possibly being cringe? Here's a good example exactly what I'm talking about.
Scumfolds from a filthy apartment barely fit for living and rats that call it home. The scene and unseen corners of spaces hold subtle signs that might escape from the most watchful eyes. As a rat, the only way forward is to bite. Bite and bite and bite. Filthy, small, and hated, so they fight to live and fight for each other. Along the way, we piece together a hidden story, through the clues we sniff out, the puzzles we solve, and the spaces we break into. It's an unfortunate life, but then again, so are those lives just above the ceiling, and we built both sides. We observe spaces the way a rat would, and build a world from there, leaving story, characters, and gameplay into every corner to bring a small living world to life. In a world moving toward an uncertain future, we may feel lost, but even in bleak times, hope remains, and that's what we came to show.
Another horror game? But this one with cats? Now this one looks good. This looks gorge! Darkbound!
Please, no, you have to leave me. Okay. I was like, oh, there's Sue, like I should follow her.
Social deception game? Social deception game!
Arrow on fire, right?
And thus we've made yet another Town of Salem copy. Mouse Tree Wisp!
Since you're so sus of me, I'm gonna pick Sue.
This one clock is at 3 or higher because I wanted to.
Capsule collector? Yep. How many capsule collector? Woman coded, woman coded, woman coded, woman coded, woman coded, woman coded, woman.
This next set of games immediately grab your attention from the moment they appear on the screen. From beautiful environments to amazing animation to striking color palettes, you won't be able to look away. Seriously, don't blink. You can't.
Oh, death, spare me over for another year. What is that I can't see? How his hands got a hold on me.
Please tell me that's not a Negro spiritual. Blue Ridge Hunting. Oh no, it's worse. It's an Appalachian simulator. There's no one that makes a good cryptid game. Nobody. Mainly because monster collectors and monster fighters are digital cryptid video game collectors. But no one can really tap that marketplace. It's not time yet. You have to uncringify it. You need lots and lots of work to uncringify it from the cringe lords that made it cringe. Then maybe. I don't know, Seth. I don't know if they get told that they can only make one type of game. I think they tell them to make what they know, and I think all people that make these types of games that are also women literally are all making the same thing that they all have been playing over and over and over again. There's like one cozy game on the marketplace that I think is breaking the norm, and that's Neverway. That's like the one. Everything else feels like they were dared to make something different. Like somebody told them, I dare you to make a game that isn't like all the other ones. And they're like, yeah, yeah! And then finally they were able to do it. And the person who dared them to do it was a man. Fields of Aru. Cooking game?
Hey, I'm Taste of Heaven. Welcome to my world, a magical culinary RPG.
I called it.
Deal with a pinch of root wine ingredients, inspired by Spirited Away, or Alice.
Everybody keeps making cooking games that are based on Japan! Please! At least when Black Voices did this, there was a game where the guy's like, this is a prequel to the best cooking game you've ever played, and the guy was traveling the world learning about different cuisine. Every cooking game is basically medieval fictional Japan!
That's what the humans call me.
but that's not getting stuck on the description. Join me on a fun engine-like fantasy journey. Create a cosmic and point-take recipes to satisfy the appetites of a vibrant and colorful cast of characters, gods, spirits, and creature alike. During your journey, you will make some friends. And who knows, you may even find a little romance in my reign. You'll be surprised how much those relationships can help you overcome challenges. So make sure you're friendly, my little audience. Hungry already? My demo is waiting for you on Steam. I'm releasing in early 2027. Wishlist and follow. There's more cooking in the kitchen.
Now here is a game that does something different. There's a horror game called, what, the third hour, the fourth hour, the something hour? And it uses the Game Boy Advance, or excuse me, no, Game Boy Original pixel color as a methodology to hook you on the gameplay, since most of it is rendered in pixel art. This game is actually doing the exact same thing as well, which is another thing that another horror game people usually have, like, just forgotten exists, has done, which was the one made by Pansas, The World of Horror. That one being based mostly in, like, mid-80s Japan. And all of these adventures all utilize this playstyle. That is beautiful. Short fictions.
Oh, so you want to be a star? And what are you willing to give up?
Fame Show Arena Roguelike. Boy, that is a dangerous precedent to set there.
For absolute stardom. Let's go.
God's TV. It looks okay. It might be aight.
Pretty gnarly.
Somebody say boy. Hey, Lee, where'd that little robot boy go?
He got the big bag.
What? He signed with a fucking god.
What did you say? Are you ready to sign?
Hi, I'm Yasmin from Digitales Interactive. We're currently working on our third detective adventure, From Ruins. Our pixel artist Eugenia is in charge of the environment and interfaces. All animations are being created by our freelancer Martin. My co-founder Julian and I split the remaining workload, including audio, programming, writing, and game design.
Should you be uploading all the work for your fucking designs like that to a male? Not very women-led of you. But then again, that's not what they mean. They mean women-led like they told you to do work. But emotional labor, something, emotional labor, something.
From Ruins is our most polished and focused detective game yet. Decades ago, civilization ended in a fiery blast. As the survivors started building something new, a mysterious woman named Ella took you and your sister under her wing. However, the reasons and actors behind the apocalypse are closer than you think, and their feud is far from over.
Hi, I'm Judith, creative director at Lofty Sky, and Hope in the City is a story of a young woman navigating impossible odds. It takes place in Northeast China, a region where our studio owner Masha was born and raised. Our protagonist Hope is in her last year of high school, preparing for the Gaokao, the national university entrance exam in China, which basically decides the rest of your life, so no pressure. The game begins with her struggling in math class. Hope's less stressed than her classmates because she's heading overseas for art school, but things at home have been difficult. Her parents have been fighting a lot. One day she comes home from school and her apartment is completely trashed. Her parents are gone. No note, no message. How would you react if your parents suddenly went missing? What would you do? As a teenage girl, she keeps running into walls while trying to find out what's going on with her family. As an artist, Hope sketches things that seem important into her notebook. You'll use her drawings of these observations to find connections, form insights, and make breakthroughs in her story, which unlock clues, locations, and dialogue options, bringing you closer to her parents.
So kinetic narrative, a kinetic narrative visual novel. but with detective game elements. It might be alright.
Parents, and the truth. The sketches in Hope's notebook are all hand-drawn with a team of incredible women in key creative roles. Solve the mystery of her parents' disappearance and uncover the truth in Hope in the City. Coming soon to Steam.
You think I was joking when I said that bit right there, but no, they just confirmed it. I think that's the part that pisses me off the most about women-led content. It always says women-led, as in, we've never seen women ever be given a chance in the industry. What they mean to say is, we've never seen women dominate the industry. They want it to be the case that it's a team led with women, the way that Rebecca leads the creative team of Digital Extremes. And not just categorically. An entirely different thing than what most people are expecting to see and hear. In general perpetuity.
Okay, now you can blink. It's easy to see why video games are truly an art form. Beautiful visuals always impress, and some games do exactly that by creating an art style that feels completely unique to them. Here are some games with a visual identity that stand out instantly.
That stand out instantly, you say? The only cozy game that you liked was Slime Rancher 1 and 2? Yes, they were made by a woman. But the thing is that it was not just made by a woman. The player character is also a woman. But it is never beaten over your head that the player character was a woman until they decided to emphasize the player character's body design. Which is ironic. Because you could read the game as somebody who's newly male to female or female to male trans going out into the middle of nowhere to start their life over again. Because the thing that made Slime Rancher good before they mandatorily made certain parts of the game require you to interact with certain males. Males as in male slots, as in letters. Was that throughout the world of Slime Rancher, there was a rancher before you. A man, an old man. I think his voice lines now are voiced by a character actor. But it was just males that you would find in the environment. About them talking about the day-to-day of ranching the slimes. And at the end of the game, once you open the vault land that's hidden behind the door that requires you to feed all the Gordos and throughout all of the areas, that as you collect more and more ports to then make money to then buy the equipment, that basically they finally asked out the person they were crushing on, and the advice of the game is for you to get out there and go live your life and do things your way. I could not tell you what the plot of the second game is. But that game set the barometer for what I expect of good quality content that comes from events like this. I am often disappointed because the meta-narrative never hits the same. Now mind you, most cozy games are always going to be some type of, like, cozy sim. But it's not expecting you to do major high operations of clickback and reaction. But what it needs to do is encourage and reward you for giving a shit in the first place. Because it concurrently does not. What rewarding the game does happens because the game gives you the space in which it can kind of simulate the concept, but not very well. Irritatingly so. And that's very irritating for a title that's supposed to grab you in with its narrative while you're having fun doing another thing entirely. That's how most good genres work. It's trying to do three things at once, but it doesn't do all three at the same time. It does them in phases and stages. Too many win-late games try to do too many things at once. For a case example of exactly what I mean, please look over at the example of Unbeatable. It tries to be way too many things at once. And in trying to do all those things at once, it fails to master the one thing it needs to do, which is to be a good game first. I need more coal. Abigail!
Hi, we're Lucy, director and artist.
And Clara, designer and programmer of VsChat.
VsChat is a detective point-and-click adventure with a fun horror atmosphere, over 25 in-depth characters, and over 40 unique locations. Today we want to show you how we create our puzzle scenes. VsChat is a story-led detective game, so every puzzle, every dialogue has to help you get closer to the truth.
We have a giant mind map that keeps all of the story and gameplay pieces together. When creating a new scene, we break down goals, the information the scene needs to tell, and what interactions we would like. We prototype and test first versions on digital boards, on paper, and then build the entire level with really rough sketches in Engine. Then we...
That's nice. Can you show me the gameplay? We came here to see the games! I didn't come here to see the creative process! If you want to do something about the creative process, then you can be able to schedule your own segment or make a segment about your content that you can then show on your channel after the segment that you have produced on the games segment.
Playtest. We players intuitively know what to do. Is there too much or too little friction? Do you think of the story? After testing, we review feedback, change things, iterate, test again, and iterate again, until we are happy with how people experience the game.
Now we can start creating the final assets and expanding the world through details and flavor. Once everything is set, the scene can be handed off to our sound designer and composer, who bring it all to life.
And that's it. Now we just need to do that for every single scene of the game. If you want to play VsChat as soon as it comes out, be sure to wishlist it on Steam.
You can also contribute to our Kickstarter campaign if you want to get awesome rewards or be part of the game yourself.
Or be part of the game yourself. Uh-huh.
My name is Emma. I make all the visuals and write the story of Burn With Me. I drew all my life, no matter what, but this game is my first serious art project. At first I studied physics, then worked as a data scientist, but kept the art to myself. But then, game dev untied my hands and let me create what I wanted and how I wanted. It's important for me to find my own voice, and I try to borrow from other games as little as possible. Sometimes my path is full of misery, but the happiness of creating a new world is immeasurable. In Burn With Me, you feel like you belong to a closed society dealing with dangerous powers, but it's not as cozy and welcoming. Every time someone dives into my world and feels something, it makes me a little bit happier.
I mean, you get points. You get points for making something that's unique in the way that you presented it here on the presentation. Because there's a game, there's a series of games, and a company that reminds me of. Weather Report. It is a company called Weather Report, and they made a game called Cultist Simulator. And then, that became the Book of Hours, and then that became Traveling at Night. In the process of making that content, it is effectively asking for one simple concept. And that simple concept it's asking for is for you to let the world tell you about your character through the actions that you do and the things that you take part in the process of going through that world. For everything that the game is worth, it does so many things correctly. One of the simplest things that it does is that it lets you explore several endings through the choices you make on the table. It's like 1 part game sim, 1 part risk management, 1 part explorative VR game, depending on how you play it, and 1 part story narrative. Because there are so many endings to Culture Simulator. Some are based on the actual endings you choose, some are based on how you go about those endings, and whether or not you bring along something with you in the way towards that ending. I haven't touched the Book of Hours, so I don't know how the Book of Hours plays. And I'm waiting for Traveling at Night to be released, because I would like to play that game as well. But that game feels a lot like the spiritual founder of this game, Burn With Me. Including the fact that she took the time to do the animations herself, which puts it in like a Hillock mindset. Right there with Mason Lindelof's game, both of them. Because it's surreal. Like the way in which she chose to animate her hand, and the world in which she has chosen to write. It's very surreal. And I like that. What the fuck am I looking at? Ah. Job fit for a devil. Baba Yaga Games.
So there I was in the desert of Neuchâtel, brawling with his rude boy. It's my 3rd fight that day, so I was bloody knackered, but I knew I just need 1 good hit and he would drop. I figured I got a 50-50 chance of hitting, so I spat on the ground and I told him, "Do you feel lucky, punk?" And then, I tripped and I punched the living daylights out of me. Lucky Punk is a perfect information push your luck roguelike deck builder set in a vibrant post-apocalypse. Life's not easy, but you're one of the idiot punks going out to gather supplies to help your community thrive and survive. It's simple. You've got a deck of cards.
How do you people make concepts in the concept of roguelike deck builders always sound so fucking gay? How do you do it? It's like a magical trick you do.
With damage and effort points. You want to build up as much damage as you can before ending the round, and if you collect too much effort, the round ends early and you get nothing. Push your luck in each round as you manage the odds that are being stacked against you. Every decision is transparent, every risk is yours, and every failure completely deserved.
Micro Mega is a vertical, physics-based puzzle game. You guide a sphere through intricate obstacles with the help of strange creatures. You activate old machines, pipes, wheels, use the wind, and even rewind time to find the right path for the sphere to progress. You zoom in to look for small collectibles, or zoom out to understand the puzzle's bigger picture. Each level is inspired by an emotion that shapes the environment, the gameplay, and the pace. Building a game that involves physics and such detailed drawings is a huge challenge. Mani and Jan, the game designer, had to invent their own grammar of playful physical elements such as bumpers and pulleys, wheels, and more. The way they build the game is also a constant iteration between art, mechanics, and level design, often with pixel-perfect precision.
Hi everyone, I'm Keke, the producer and lead artist from Perfect Day Studio. Today, I'm excited to introduce our latest work, We Junk Artist. We Junk Artist is a creative multiplayer game supporting up to 6 players. The gameplay can be summarized as clutter and gas. Within a limited time frame, players need to clutter ordinary items into imaginative masterpieces to convey messages, and let other players guess what they have cluttered or catch the vibes of other players. We believe that creativity is a small flame buried in everyone's heart. Through this game, we hope to reignite that spark, unleash players' imagination, and share it with others.
That's not that bad.
Thank you so much for watching, and thanks for supporting women-led indie games.
That's like 5 presentations out of like what? 25, 30? I lost count. That were not clean whatsoever. But hey, we weren't inundated with the cringe of a bad female host. Hot damn! 5 out of 10 in my book.
We Junk Artists will officially release this August. If you like our game, please add us to your Steam wishlist today. Thank you.
And that wraps up the Women-Led Games Showcase Summer Games Fest Edition 2026. Thank you so much to the incredible developers that trusted us with your games. And thank you once again to our sponsors, Gold Pack Goblins, 2.5 Studios, and Quali for helping make this event possible. Don't forget to check out the official Steam event to wishlist your favorite games, try some demos, and continue supporting these amazing teams. And while you're at it, go catch the VOD for the latest edition of the Latin America Game Showcase. And tune in for the rest of the incredible indie game showcases happening during Summer Games Fest. But wait, don't go anywhere, because right after this we'll have an exclusive post-show interview with myself about my voice acting career hosted by Pink Fairy Blossom on the Women-Led Games social channels. And trust me, it's a good one. Thank you so much for watching.
So nothing about the games, but hey, if you want to talk about the host is doing it on a post-game channel, on the Women-Led Games channel, outside the showcase. Brother! Brother, man, that's gay. I'm sorry, that's gay. That's stupid. That's gay. Stop that. Stop that right now. Stop that right now. Y'all doing stupid shit. Stop that. Stop it today. Today. Oh my god. Cringe does not even begin to explain how stupid that is.
Again, I'm Brianna White, and I'm so thrilled to have been hosting this showcase. It is so important, and all of these games look amazing. Thank you for watching, and enjoy the rest of Summer Games Fest. See you all very soon.
So much pain. So much pain, so much pain, so much pain, so much pain, so much pain. It might even be so gay that I might actually put Day of the Devs on another fucking broadcast. That took out so much of my enthusiasm. Alright. Main event. The main event is 3 hours.
Please welcome to the stage the creator of the Game Awards, Jeff Healy.
You know him. You love him. He's your Dorito Pope Priest. Coming to you live from a studio in a state nobody cares about. Fleeing cockroaches!
It's a good one, don't worry. All right, hello everybody, and welcome to Summer Game Fest, gaming's biggest global showcase of what's...
He's wearing a crushed silk. He's wearing a crushed silk suit. Oh my god. You look gayer than usual. And it's all one color. The shirt and the overcoat. Oh my god. Syncopation there. Syncopation. Fashion. Fashion is not your suit. It is not your suit. That shouldn't be your suit. But fashion is definitely not your suit. You wear colors that look flattering to your skin. If I tone shift your fucking skin tone a couple of skin tones over, that might as well be the pale nude skin tone from a distance. Talking about some swipe this card through the third folding your shit and transaction accepted. Faces! Oh my god. In what circumstances would the suit look good? So let's pretend that his name is not Jeffrey Keighley, and that his name is instead Norville Randall. Right? And let's say Norville has a talking dog. And one day, he goes out with his on-again, off-again, nerdy-ass girlfriend to a really fancy restaurant. And he comes back home. And in front of him, blocking the doorway, is his talking dog. And the talking dog goes from being a quadrupedal animal to being a bipedal man with a chest, standing up in front of you. And he says, "Norville, where are my testicles, Norville? What did you do with them?" That would be when it's acceptable.
Next. You know, we started SGF back in 2020 because we didn't want to lose that magic moment every June when gamers around the world come together to hype ourselves about the future. New worlds, new stories, new characters, and yeah, maybe the return of some fan favorites too. This is our 7th and biggest SGF, and I have to say, guys, the magic is back. We have a great show for you today.
Every SGF, the year that it happens, will be the biggest SGF yet. What are you saying when you say that? Oh, you know, guys, we went from doing this thing inside of a matinee plaza and a marionette to selling out a studio to now going back to a marionette. Because, you know, we just had to get back in touch with our roots as an industry. No. You fuckers would never allow yourself to. You would never allow yourself to. This needs a high water level.
Now, over the next 2 hours, we, alongside some of the world's most talented game developers, are going to show you why gaming's best days are right ahead of us. What I love about SGF is that we put platforms and rivalries aside. It doesn't matter where you play. Everyone
Tell that to Sony.
is welcome here today. And right now, everyone has a lot of games to play. As you can see behind me, in just the first 5 months of 2026, Steam saw a record-setting 9,265 new game releases, and that's up from 7,800 last year. There are now more games and more creators than at any point in the history of this great medium.
But guess what we don't have to match the number at a growing rate? Gamers to play and review them. The stupidest thing that you can say, and I do mean the dumbest, is saying we have so many things to play. Yeah, you probably do. And now for the better, for the worse. Gameplay and content should not sound like selling somebody on a car. We have the best numbers, and our numbers against our competitors are up from what it was last year in the tri-state area. That's not how gaming should be measured. It should be measured in who likes to play the things being played, dude. And if it is the case that you want to measure games and gaming in the capacity of what metrics you want to beat, then you are very clearly not playing the game for what it should be played for. Embarrassingly so. He looks like he's a Gundam soldier.
Now, sure, a cynic might look at those numbers and think, how can anyone possibly break through with their game? But then you look closer. So far this year, 14 new games are estimated to have sold more than 1 million copies on Steam. 10 of those, they come from independent publishers. Isn't that great? Absolutely, and most of them were brand new IPs like Nugenics, Windrose, or Far Far West. That tells you something important. Players, you guys are hungry.
Nugenics is not a unique IP franchise. It is a new game in the franchise of Binding of Isaac. It was a game made by Ed McMullen. That's like saying The Legend of Bumbo, a Binding of Isaac prequel game, was its own new IP that wasn't a part of a bigger franchise. You're saying retard shit, bro. Stop saying retard shit. But Carl, if he didn't say retard shit, then he wouldn't be what he is. Why are you running so fast?
For new experiences. You want originality, games at different price points. And when developers take bold, creative swings, turns out you guys show up for them. Really great, so congratulations to all those games. Now, you know, some games, they become global blockbusters, but others actually find smaller, passionate communities that love them deeply. And today, both of those kinds of success matter. The truth is, not every game has to be for everyone. That's what makes this medium so exciting right now. And
It's so great that you finally decided to learn that lesson several times too fucking late, bro. Because you keep demonstrating that you don't understand that lesson. Maybe hold it in your brain so that you don't forget. You know, just a little bit. Hard cut, maybe. Maybe.
makes SGF so rewarding, because this show helps drive discovery. I hope you find your next favorite game today.
I mean, it does certainly help drive discovery, just not in the way you'd like it to. Isn't that right, Highguard? Oh, shit. Lying to me and I'm lying to him. Lying to yourself, lying to them. Lying to the industry, lying to people who now depended on you to save them, and now their careers are fucking over. At least at the companies that they started at. I guess y'all all ain't shit. Oh, fuck. That's funny. In altruistively a mean way. And I wanted to be seen in a mean way. Lying to yourself.
So get ready to get wish listing. Should we get on with the show? Okay. It's going to be a fun ride. So let's get started with our preview of what's ahead with our first announcement.
Yes, eugenics is tied to... Okay, you don't know. When you defeat a boss at the end of the game, called the Creator, when you've done all the little integral things that you can do, it literally tells you that you are Isaac's mother. If The Legend of Bumbo is the prequel that sets up the story that is the Binding of Isaac, all of the Binding of Isaac until Repentance, eugenics is what comes after, when she's crazy and gone half mad, not knowing that her son died in the toy box. Her coping mechanism is to start becoming a crazy cat lady. It's pretty obvious, too, because the creator is Guppy. The creator takes on the image of Guppy. Guppy, the cat. Isaac's pet cat. That's fucked up? No. That's Ed McMullen. That's exactly up his fucking railroad. And nobody saw it coming.
So, you're the American who called earlier. The sister of the man on the third floor. Ah, welcome to Paris. It's so nice to meet you. Oh, it's freezing. Come in. Come in. We don't want you to catch a cold.
I hate to say it, but your brother is, well, quite odd.
In we go. Oh la la. Mais quelle pagaille! He's made such a mess again. Think, I just cleaned it up a week ago. It's like a boulder rolled through here. Huh?
Listen, voice actress, whoever it is voicing this, you're trying to do an old woman. Every now and again, you slip into young French woman trying to sell me on weed. But whatever.
Ah, the delightful biscuit. I'm sure he won't notice if we help ourselves. Oh, I'm so sorry. It must be the maintenance man from this morning. Won't be long. I'll bring some nice coffee to go with the biscuit.
And now they've gotten their fucking Code Veronica. Oh, how nice of them. Also, the bloodline! The bloodline! The bloodline! What a fucking dead meme that is. There are so many people who keep looking forward to the remakes that they do for Resident Evil, and every single time they get somebody to be excited about it, I just imagine them slowly siphoning your soul out, like the kids from House of Anubis, before they replace you with an imposter that's just like, I love modern redesigned games. I love when people tell me that I should eat and drink shit, that I should eat and drink piss and shit, and never question what people do. Video Game Donkey is an intelligent person, and he's never wrong about video games. Octolieber. Because Code Veronica sounds cringe and hence they don't call it that, I'll play it, play the prototype of the game, which was Requiem. It was fine and enjoyable, but it's also a shame that new interest in Resident Evil franchise is just that, prototypes of the remakes. Anything but a Resident Evil 5. See, I don't think they're gonna make Resident Evil 5 remake without being forced to pull themselves through various hoops. Because they don't want to basically deal with that argument. That's what I think. What argument are you talking about, Carl? They don't want to make a game that very much happens to take place in Africa and deals with a various differential of characters that effectively can be amounted to. We don't want to do what very clearly Michelle Rodriguez was hired and born to do. Because we're lazy fucks that are scared that people are going to call us racist bigots. And my answer to that is very simple. If you're scared of being called racist bigots, you don't need to make the game. That's it. That's all that matters. If you're scared of being called racist bigots, you do not need to make the remake for this game. Let the game exist in the same format it was before, just re-release it onto concepts with modern consoles and the same graphics. Do not try to reinvent the fucking wheel. Don't do it. Because the only thing that you're going to do is they're going to set themselves up for failure. And in setting themselves up for failure, they're going to say, well, you don't understand how hard it is. There's so much writing on this. People are hoping that we don't fuck it up. And that's not true. That's not the reason why. The reason why. The sole reason why. Get my ball. The sole reason why is that they don't want to deal with the memes that are going to happen on Twitter. Mind you, they don't even have to deal with most of the problems they've had to deal with before, because Kiwi Forms isn't even available right now on the internet. That doesn't matter. They're scared of arguments that they believe are going to be pushed and forced upon them by people who are going to treat them like they deserve to be mocked and antagonized forever. Because that's what the people that are going to be doing the remake believe is what they should focus on. They believe they should focus on the opinions of individuals who are going to determinately find ways to hate you. Because realistically, that's what people on the timeline do. They look for excuses and reasons to hate people. And they know that they do it. Many of them are more than proud to say blatantly that's what they want to do. To basically be actual culture war contrarians. And yet, the reason why you should remake the game isn't just because you've already done all the other ones too. It's because to not do so would be a failure. You need to do it because it's what's honest. It's the most honest thing that they should do. They're getting DDoSed.
Capcom on a roll. What a way to kick off the show. Resident Evil Veronica revisits a classic title from the Resident Evil universe, reimagining the experience for today's players. Thank you to Takeuchi-san and Capcom for that incredible news. Now, some surprise breaking news from one of the top independent game studios in the world.
So, Cuphead?
Hello there, I'm Cuphead here at Studio MDHR headquarters. And today, we have a special announcement for all of you. We're happy to confirm that development has begun on a brand new, hand-animated Cuphead video game. Our talented team is hard at work on this ambitious project, which will take Cuphead and friends on a fresh, exciting adventure. It's still in early stages, but we look forward to revealing more when the time is right. Well, from all of us here at Studio MDHR, thank you for... I didn't know this was plugged in. Hello? Yes? Oh, indeed. Oh, you want me to tell them? Yes, I'll tell them. Yes, right now. Well, it seems I have one more surprise. A small team within our studio has been working in secret on something completely different. This new project is a love letter to the era that brought us into the world of video games. We have prepared a sneak peek, and I'd say... it's pretty radical. Over here. Pretty radical.
Now in development at Studio MDHR. It's Mighty Cuphead Adventure. A new fast-action platform shooter with arcade graphics and amazing sound. Mighty Cuphead Adventure.
It's a riff on Bugs Bunny Adventures. Ha! Ah! Ah! Or rather, Tiny Toons, I should say. Tiny Toon Adventures. So it's like Looney Tunes, but I guess their universe.
Only from Studio MDHR.
You know I love my puppets, that was great, and there you have it. 2 brand new games from Studio MDHR up in Canada with Mighty Cuphead Adventure, a true 8-bit action platformer coming to consoles and PC, and then a brand new hand-animated Cuphead game has been confirmed too. Great news. All right, well now please join me in welcoming my co-host and partner in a new game discovery website called Looking for Game. Exclusive games, everyone.
Thanks, Jeff. I am thrilled to be back here at Summer Game Fest, and I'm excited to share in so many incredible announcements. Now, this next one is very special for me. It's a game we've all been waiting to see for a long time.
Do you understand? Yes. I understand.
Yeah, I'm not excited for Alien Isolation 2. I'm not the target demographic for Alien franchise. I'm not the target demographic for Alien Isolation. I have a hard time giving a shit. But whatever. It'll make somebody happy.
Hi, I'm Al Hope, Creative Director of Alien Isolation 2.
And I'm Anna Sofika, Art Director of Alien Isolation 2.
On behalf of the whole survival team at Creative Assembly, we're very excited to share our return to the survival horror genre. It's been 12 years since we released the first Alien Isolation, and we're continuing what we started, creating an authentic new chapter which builds on that core isolation experience of escaping the terrifying, unkillable, relentless alien.
And this time, we're unleashing the alien on an unsuspecting colony world. From the claustrophobic confines of the colony itself to the exposed and stone-ravaged landscape surrounding it, Kurosaki Station is a new hunting ground for the ultimate apex predator. Players will face a desperate struggle to survive and escape, and we cannot wait to show you more in the future. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Anna and Al. Today, we are honored to have one of gaming's true visionaries here with us in the audience. For more than 2 decades, his work has reminded us that games can be emotional and deeply human. From Eco to Shadow of the Colossus to The Last Guardian, he has left an unforgettable mark on this medium. Please join me in recognizing the legendary Fumito Ueda-san. Ueda-san, great to see you. And now, let's talk about his next game. A few years ago, we gave you an early glimpse at Ueda-san's next game, then known as Project Robot. Well, now, it's time to step deeper into the mysterious, unsettling, and epic world that marks Ueda's first game in a decade. Let's take a look.
And it looks like a whole bunch of nothing bullshit, nothing grain, nothing bullshit, nothing. Gen Atlas. Okay.
Does that look incredible? All right, I cannot wait for Gen Atlas. Thank you, Ueda-san. All right, well, next we travel to the east, to China, circa 848 AD. Blood Message is a cinematic single-player action-adventure game from NetEase. You are a messenger who embarks on a perilous eastward...
Another NetEase game!
Impossible odds.
I swear, every 6 months they come up with yet another one. The last one was Where Winds Meet, and I refused to play it. Not even pretending that this was made for the Chinese audience.
以寡过众，没对着，当即成功。好剑，又进击了！
推你的！
大爷，大人们说，只要和西归塔，你不打仗也能守住我们的家。
再不投降，全部杀光！
是死
不降！守住城门！我守不住我的家，也救不了我的兵。
人都死了，哪来的枪？
由来征战地，不见有人还。
真到了那天，我的安宁还有像阿宁一样的孩子。
So what is this? So it's NetEase. So it's got to be some type of like online multiplayer game, right? So it's got like a single player campaign, and then you load into a lobby based system where you play along other people with various levels of Chinese wuxia to continue on what they did with Where Winds Meet. Is that what we're going for here?
Now please welcome a game developer who is visiting the US for the first time in 2 decades. From RGG Studio, it's Masayoshi Yokoyama.
Ah, yes! Stranger Than Heaven, a game that continues to demonstrate that I do not want to play it. Yes! Absolutely. Never have I seen more blander fucking reheated stash and tofu than looking at people being like, what if Tupac was alive? What if Snoop Dogg was in this universe? The reheated nachos of poor expectations.
こんにちは、横山です。本日はストレンジャーズ・ヘブンについて新しい発表がございます。まずはこちらの映像をご覧ください。
Hello everyone, this is Yokoyama. Today, we have an exciting new update about Stranger Than Heaven. First, please take a look at this.
調べたぞ、お前らのこと。海の向こうじゃアジア人ってんでのけ者にされて、日本じゃ毛頭扱い。俺は何人なんだって何度も思ったろ。敵討ちがつまらねえことに人生使ってんだ、大統領。
この件にけじめをつけねえと俺の人生始まらねえんだ。
See? Any game that tries to use a dead fucking person as a fucking selling point should trigger you immediately. To be like, what the fuck are you trying to sell me, bro? Because what the fuck are you trying to sell them? Like, is this like a Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? Where you guys want to be fucking revisionist about that murder that happened? And be like, yeah, you get him, Fido. You attacked that woman who then made fucking amazing movie in Honora. Don't even remember the fucking actress's name. But I do remember her face, because she was definitely a good actor for a crazy bitch in a film. And it's like, I don't care. Like, show me the game. Bring me the completed game. And then I'll give a shit. I ain't gonna get hyped because I saw a dead nigga in a game. like, I'm not gonna get hyped because I saw a dead nigga in a game. I'm sorry to tell you. I feel so bad because the way that I'm gonna say it, it's just so, it just comes off the tongue so loosely. But like, Tupac Shakur is a dead nigga. That is a man who's no longer alive. He is dead. In order for you to have recorded something, means that either one, someone, somewhere, has decided to pull a... What was the last dead nigga? The one before Mr. Ellis. The one that died of cancer. Y'all know who I'm talking about. T'Challa. His actor. You come to me and you tell me, oh, we just happen to have these unrecorded sessions that came from this actor, and we want to be able to record them so that we may be able to get them in likeness for the game. Because it's really important that we include him in the process, because Mr. Shakur would have wanted it. You are not going to get me to believe that's the shit that you're actually trying to do here. No, that's dumb. What's more likely is that you guys thought, you know what we need? We need the effect of the Wu-Tang Clan. The RZA, the Jizza, the RZA, the SZA, the Jizza, and everything you can do with old dirty bastard. Oh wait, he's dead too. And SZA isn't really a woman to be in product like this. She'd rather show up in something like that fucking film I Love Boosters. Alongside Kiki Coleman. No. What we gonna do it with? What we gonna do? What we gonna do instead? Oh, I know. We're gonna get an impressionist to redo his voice. And then we're gonna act like shit's fucking sweet, right? Morbid, disgusting, ghoulish, perish the thought. There's money to be made. And that's the shit you finna do right now. On your life, nigga, that's corny. On your life, nigga, that's corny. Couldn't be me, though. Couldn't be me, though. Could not be me. Could not be me. That could not be me.
Crazy. Well, Yoko Yama, we got a lot to talk about, but first of all, we have a release date.
本作の発売日は2027年1月15日と
In January? I mean, why not Christmas?
あります。そして先ほどのトレーラーには新しいキャストも情報が含まれていましたが、その件に関してはこの方に語ってもらいましょう。
Stranger Than Heaven will be released on January 15th, 2027. As you may have noticed in the trailer, we revealed some interesting new cast members. To tell you more about that, I'd like to bring out a special guest.
Please welcome Snoop Dogg.
Oh! Good. Snoops, everyone's talking about this game. It's so good to have you here, man. So you teaming up with Yoko Yama. Tell us, how does this happen? Why do you want to work with RGG?
I mean, I'm a big fan of Sega. I've been playing that game since it first came out, and to be associated with such a great game and such a great person like this and the team that they put together, it's an amazing feat for me. So I'm happy to be a part of it.
Now we got to talk about what just announced in this trailer. How's Tupac being a part of this?
The Tupac estate and my son and myself, we work very closely together, so it just made sense to put him in this game because his likeness and his spirit still lives on, and I just feel like it was so connected to what we're doing. So, what y'all think?
Game looks insane. I'm sure you got more surprises in there too. I know the song sounds great, but we're looking forward to hearing more on Stranger Than Heaven. I also want to ask you though about something a couple years ago at TGA. You and Cordell talked about Death Row Games or something you guys want to do. Any updates on what's happening there, DRG?
Yes, sir. Death Row Games. We're building a hip-hop gaming universe, bringing an authentic culture to life. You know what I'm saying? We just got a lot of plans that we plan on actually bringing to life in the next couple of months.
Okay. Well, we'll hopefully hear more on that soon.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Snoop Dogg. Thanks for joining us. Yoko Yama-san. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Fantastic. More crazy stuff to come. All right, next we're excited to announce the stunning debut title from a new studio in Sweden. Hex is an open-world action-adventure game from key creators behind The Division and Little Nightmares. You brave the wild north as researchers stranded in a mind-bending, player-shaped procedural world. This is a very cool game. Take a look.
So it's not pronounced or spelled Hex, it's pronounced Hex, with an A. Seems stupid.
I can't wait to see more from Hex. It looks absolutely stunning. We have much more SGF to come, but first on June 14th, Dead by Daylight is celebrating its 10th anniversary. Watch this closely because here's a little tease of what's ahead.
Oh boy, Dead by Daylight having an anniversary. A game that most definitely deserves every bit of bad press that it gets. Because every single time we hear about the game, it's never something positive. It's always something negative. And yet another boring game?
Is it dangerous? Edward. Privateering. Is it dangerous?
Wouldn't pay so nice if it weren't.
Gentlemen, we do not plunge headlong into folly on the orders of a single madman, but act according to our own collective madness.
There's nothing good to be said about Resynced. The only thing that can be said is that the people who didn't get to play it when it first was out, you now get to play it now. It isn't an Assassin's Creed game, I can tell you that much. What it is it's a pirate game.
What?
But the pirate game is not the thing that sells the brand. It is the fact that it's attached to the company. But in terms of what it could be valuable for, if all you want is a pirate game, it does that and in spades. Everything else, you get what you pay for. It's an Ubisoft game. Do you want to allow Ubisoft to continue to make money? If you do, live with it. And then enjoy your new game. Otherwise, I cannot in good consciousness tell a person to play it. Not because it wouldn't be worth your money, but because I, in good consciousness, cannot tell you to play it.
So I'll put it to the vote. All those in favor of storming this cove and taking this ship, stomp and shout aye!
Can you feel it, Ali? We're moments away from the grandest prize of all. After you, Captain. Path ahead is dangerous. Don't save me a spot in Hell, Shaka. I am coming soon.
Welcome back to SGF. That was Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced, which is arriving July 9th. Now it's time for the announcement of a game that reunites one of the best action game developers in the world with a legendary franchise.
Turtles in the house, shell turtle power. So here's the question. Is this a game that secretly has some people from Rocksteady and actually it's just a Batman game with TNMT skins, but it's doing the story of The Last Ronin perfectly? And he beats their ass just like peak Batman? Because if so, take my money now! If not, fuck off! I missed.
You guys having fun yet? We are just getting started, believe it or not. All right, well, that's another TMNT game from Platinum Games. I cannot wait to learn more about Last Ronin. Now, please welcome two-time TGA loser for Expedition 33 and Final Fantasy 16. It's Ben Starr, who voices the Visitor in Fortnite.
That's not funny. Stop insulting Ben. That's not funny. It's a joke between the voice actors if the voice actors make the joke. Because Jennifer English and Ben Starr can make that joke. Ben Starr himself can make that joke about himself. But Carl, it's a scripted book. Shut the fuck up and suck my dick and listen to what I'm saying to you. Ben Starr can make that joke about Ben Starr if Ben Starr is in a room with other people who are giving him an award for being who he is, for what effectively is the connective tissue between celebrity voice acting and actual traditional normal voice acting. You don't insult people like that in that way. That is stupid, because it is insulting. It is stupid as fuck to say in the first place. Then it's doubly insulting, because other people will then think it's okay to say that joke. And it's not. Because if you truly gave a shit, you wouldn't do these goddamn award shows the way you do. But alas, that's me having correct takes again. How dare I do that, being a correct take cabber.
Hello, Summer Game Fest. For the past little while, I have had the incredible opportunity to step into the world of Fortnite as the visitor. And today, I finally get to share a glimpse of where that journey is heading next. We've been working on this for a long time. A new season is about to begin, and everything is about to change. Let me show you what's coming in Fortnite's next season runners, launching later tonight.
The hunt for power breeds chaos. And that chaos is spreading with these sprites. Creatures born from 0-point energy. They can make you stronger, faster, more dangerous. No one can resist that kind of power. So we must secure them.
Now, if you're wondering how we end up on this new island, you'll have to jump into the Shattered event happening live inside Fortnite right after Summer Game Fest. This season, we asked every player to choose a side. And in the live event, that choice changes your experience. It has all been building to this moment. The party starts at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, but the doors open early, and trust me, you'll want to stay to the very end of the event. I've got a little surprise waiting for you.
The stage is set. You chose your side. This ends now.
Now it's time for a special announcement from Bandai Namco about one of the most influential sci-fi franchises ever created.
On Earth, mankind measured time by seasons, not sirens. For a moment, the future felt promising. Out here, that promise is a lie. Every breath taken is inside an armored shell. want our last hope. The darkness coming for us. It remembers one man. The pilot.
So, Gundam? It's just Gundam? Yes! I'm correct. Blind! I tell you, I'm taking the guesses blind!
Find me. I'm here.
Thousands of games launch every year, so finding your next favorite can be tough. That's why I'm launching my new newsletter, Looking for Game. Thank you. I'll be curating and selecting games that deserve your attention every week and sending demos and exclusive playtest invites straight to your inbox. Head over to lookingfor.game to sign up.
But do you know balls? I doubt it.
With player.gg. Speaking of fun, unexpected games, this next title comes from a solo developer, Adrian Mulero from Spain. It is a co-op physics game about two geese and one very fragile egg. Okay, Lucky, ready to be a parent?
Sure, don't worry. This is a piece of cake.
Be careful with our little baby.
Don't drop it, don't drop it. Careful, careful, to left, your other left.
Okay, new plan. This is a good one. Are you listening to me?
What is this? It's way too hard.
Watch out with our baby. Watch out with our baby.
Yay!
So, friend slop rage bait video game based on balancing an egg between two players. People wonder why I don't like rage bait video games, and why I certainly don't like friend slot video games. Ow. Them's one of those reasons.
Just focus, please. If we work together, I know we can do it.
How? This is extremely hard.
Oh gosh, that looks really hard. Maybe if we look for some more people, it would be easier. This really is an extremely hard game.
Ugh! Puns!
What a fun game. All right, now it is time for a debut game from a veteran team of developers who come from Naughty Dog and Game Ward and other amazing studios. Over the past half decade, they've quietly been working on an ambitious new project. Here is the global announcement.
People are endlessly disappointing. They're greedy. They're cruel. They lie. They're bullies.
Yes, dogs? Yeah, go on.
So that's what I say when I look at someone like you. Bully.
See, that's why we're different. I genuinely like most people.
Oh, we're literally a sick fuck.
That's no moon.
We need to move. I'll be coming for you.
Coming for us? You're not one of them anymore.
Yeah, well, that's temporary. Just like you and me.
You guys don't understand the real threat. Not like we do.
Hurry, stay low! If I go to work with managing to survive, so be it. For now.
Either we fight those things together, or die alone.
I have the bug. No. Do not touch him.
We fight together. Or die alone.
Kinetic narrative game. Stay in my ball! Crossfire.
For over 18 years, Jacob and I have developed character-driven games with the goal of thoroughly connecting design and story. In Crossfire, two opposing operators must form a temporary alliance. Depending on one another is their only chance of survival.
To support this narrative, we completely rethought how cover and traversal work together and created a system that rewards tactical thinking, stealth, and repositioning. It's called adaptive cover. With adaptive cover,
We here at We Should Know What We're Doing Games have thought really hard about what's supposed to go into tactile gameplay design. And what we did is we reinvented the wheel. We call it Gears of War. Fuck me, man! I could never be the front man for a studio. I could not lie my ass off in front of these many people and not feel immense shame. Oh my god! How do you make the most mundane thing that is normal for a video game that is supposed to be operating with military-style tactics sound like the gayest shit? The gayest. The gayest and the lamest! Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so stupid. Goodbye, Buster. Oh my god, it's so stupid.
our player character Layla dynamically adjusts her stance to react to the complex terrain and the enemy's line of sight. It fundamentally changes your relationship with the environment and becomes an active skill to master.
Shout out to our amazing...
Except that it doesn't sound like it does. Because what it sounds like you just said is my player character automatically adjusts itself behind cover. And that's normal. That's normal. My player character should be adjusting themselves behind cover. You know why? Because that's supposed to be some fucking Damon shit happening in the background. It's like checking my email. It should never involve me doing a 30-minute step process just to open one fucking object. But that's what it sounds like you did. That's what it sounds like you did. And that sounds gay. That sounds gay. Because it shouldn't take active thought. I missed.
Amazing team at That's No Moon, who are meticulously crafting Crossfire. It's for all of you who, like us, love high-agency, single-player, story-driven games. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jacob and Taylor. Now, last year at the Game Awards, we introduced the next game from Remedy Entertainment. Here's a new look at the mind-bending world of Control Resonant.
And now we get to look at the new comeback of Insidious Second Son.
Everything we tried to contain is now loose in the streets of Manhattan. This was caused by a new type of hostile resonance. It is beyond anything that we can currently measure. It's all quite terrifying. And fascinating. All we can do is dig deeper, keep searching for the solutions in every way we can. Before it's too late.
Right now, it's time for another Summer Game Fest exclusive, the announcement of the next game in a storied franchise.
We all have our own reasons for coming to this vast frontier. But for our guild, we who protect this land, one reason stands above all others. Our wonder. You feel it too. We see it in your eyes. Wonder at the astonishing power that shapes this land of war. At the great spirits to whom we are bound. At the gods who hold dominion over all. We cannot guarantee your comfort or even your safety. But if you yearn for horizons unexplored, for fellowship and purpose, for a cause worth dying for, to you, we can promise magic.
Oh wow, they're finally making a third Guild Wars. Good! I was not gonna fucking buy that bullshit to get back into Guild Wars 2. So sorry. There are certain video games that I gave up when my friend died. This was one of them. Because it came too expensive.
To everyone watching both here and live online around the world, I'm Colin Johansson, the studio head at ArenaNet, and I want to thank you for watching the exclusive first look at our upcoming game. The time is right for the next evolution of the MMORPG, and that game is Guild Wars 3. Glad you all agree. Guild Wars 3 is an epic world that is both beautiful and fun to explore, where the joy of movement is powered by your character's momentum, and combat will usher in an entirely new type of MMO experience. By launching on PC and PlayStation 5, we're inviting the biggest audience yet to experience the world of Guild Wars. We're so excited to welcome all of you to join our Guild Wars community. Go to guildwars3.com to sign up for our newsletter right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Colin. Get ready to blast across the galaxy with daring races, dangerous rivals, and some very familiar faces. Star Wars Galactic Racer is coming this October! And now it's time to head to a brand new planet, Dervenakos. Now this is pod racing.
Welcome to Dervenakos, where champions are born and losers annihilated. My sources say you've been making friends amongst our fellow lead pilots.
Racers don't go head-to-head against Sebulba. Legends do.
They are not your friends.
I've seen your test outside.
Stay out of my way.
Oh, this is the dream shape!
And now for a Star Wars game that's more fun than Star Wars Rebels. Oh, the more we can say, the better.
There's a reason why they call Estar the champion. The golden age of the Galactic League begins now.
Ow. I should have touched that. I did.
A few years ago, we announced Sega's plans to bring back many of its classic franchises, including Jet Set Radio and Crazy Taxi. Another one is Virtua Fighter. Today, we've got your first ever look at the surprising scale and scope of the next installment. This is Virtua Fighter Crossroads.
There's a simple fact that comes to Sega. You do not want them to get back into the console war. But it sounds like, by all the fuck-ups that they did, that they will be getting back into the console war, because that's how badly Sony dropped the fucking ball. If they do, it's probably one of the better developers you could have get back into things. the fuck out of here. Get the fuck up out of here. So basically, Virtual Fighter just looked over at the homework of Street Fighter 6 and said, "Hey, yo, fam, I'm gonna copy the fuck out of you." And they're like, okay, whatever. Alright.
Are we talking about your ex? Hey, I got an idea for you.
Hey, it's Yellow. Bet you're hungry after this morning, huh? Same as usual?
Your sister's really taking this whole job thing seriously, huh, Divina?
I know.
They really weren't kidding about this being a fighting town.
We're all fuck-ups. Otherwise, we wouldn't be living in Villa Safara.
Kill them all.
Hey, it's me.
There he is.
Shit. This is not gonna blow over, Cielo. You fucked with the Chinese mafia.
Oh no, I might be wrong. They might actually be copying off the homework of Deadly Alliance. That looked like a go anywhere, do anything, object destruction matters kind of arena. With world exploration. That's Deadly Alliance, actually.
One more move and I'll cut the fucking head off.
All right, just take it easy.
That's your
Madam Sue? You play the part of a fighter, but you are lacking in kung fu.
Rise over the skies, city of blood, sweat, and survivors. Lives rolling like dice.
Using even the same naming scheme. So, it is in fact Street Fighter 6. But it's also Street Fighter, or excuse me, it's technically Street Fighter 6, but it's Street Fighter 6 in the idea style of Virtua Fighter.
Once you're inside, there's no surrender.
That's Pai-Chan.
Who's Pai-Chan?
What?
It's been 25 years since RuneScape was born, and 20 years tomorrow that Guriel 321 wreaked havoc in Falador. Finally, this legendary universe is...
Nobody who plays this... There are people who remember playing old school RuneScape in 2007. Before they ever made the split off. Before RuneScape became Combat Evolved and became RuneScape 3 and what became the project known as Old School RuneScape. Why are you introducing Old School RuneScape like everybody plays it? Because they fucking don't!
Is coming to console with RuneScape Dragon Wilds, playable now on PC and early access.
Ah, sigh.
Here's a new look.
Plus, it's an SMP. If they wanted to play it, they would have already been playing it now. But hey, this is for the people who are playing on consoles, so I guess, let's see how badly you fuck it up!
Few survive the land of dragons. But some seek more than survival.
Okay, so they show off all the new skills in the first 10 seconds. Including farming.
They fight.
And unlike most of us, they have a better time building fucking houses than we as players do. Haha.
They build. They stride boldly into the unknown, claiming dominion and forging their legend.
And all of this is new content that they released within the last 5 patches. Quietly, mind you. They released this shit quietly, so that they could then sell you this fucking promotion. But I already knew about it, but I was trying to play some of this beforehand. Launching in early access, or rather, launching out of early access into 0.1 on Steam. You can play it right now, but it'll officially be out in my birth month. so many games I'm not going to play because I'm not buying that console. You can eat my cock, I'm not doing it.
In Ebbing Spring.
And now comes your chance to see an explanation for exactly what the fuck Soul Frame actually is.
The skies will clot. Our shedding seeds made piles of rot. Odions cast with tempers rare. Red minnows squirm in tainted clay. 3 virtues known, not all recast. For wrath, and doom, and death. Alas, find me, fall, or I'll find you.
Welcome to Brook Hollow Park.
It's okay, they're not actually monsters. We're just a lot smaller now.
And this is Grounded, a game series which I have been ignoring because there's way too many SMPs I need to finish.
Clever girl.
You're looking at a living fossil.
Hey guys, you're gonna want to see this!
Please tell me that was your stomach.
Hold on to your buckies for a survival epic 65 millimeters in the making.
What the hell did we get ourselves into?
More than likely a DLC for Grounded. Nope, it's just down to 2. Nope, no, it is indeed an update.
Some guys leave it to luck. Let it ride on a roll of the dice. Not me. You can have all the luck in the world. But what matters is the choice you make when the cards are on the table.
Am I supposed to know who that is? Because I don't care. Mafia, the Old Country, yet another Kinect narrative game for those that are supposed to care about Mafia but really don't. The last good Mafia game was Mafia 3. And that's if you really squint your eyes. Really, really squint your eyes.
And Enzo's journey in Mafia, the Old Country this August. Okay, can you imagine working on something for 16 years of your life? Back in 2010, the creator of Assassin's Creed set out on a journey to build his next time-bending epic. Today, after many twists and turns, it is finally time for Patrice Désilets to invite you in to his new world.
I was born to be the collector. To protect a world I cannot be a part of. Destined to be feared for what I am. It is my fate. I have devoted my life to facing them. Those granted the power to raise souls. Those corrupted by their gifts. Tilting the ancient balance toward cataclysm. But at last, their debt is due. Every choice, every breath has led me to this moment. As the moon bears witness, I take the first step. My time has come. I am ready.
Amsterdam 1666, Amsterdam.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, everyone. 1666 has been a monumental and emotional journey. David Lynch once said, the film is the talking. That's how I feel today about the game. Instead of explaining features, I'll simply say this. As of right now, the prologue is free to download on Steam and Epic Games Store.
Good job. You're probably the first person in the history of this fucking award show to just say, you don't want me to tell you about the game? I don't need to tell you about the game. You go play it. I should have asked him what the fuck these markers mean. Because I have no fucking clue what these markers mean. Or these ones. Or these ones. Or these ones. I know what this one is. I set that one.
It's a 30-minute story experience in a amuse-bouche, if you will. I'll leave you with a glimpse of what's to come when the game launches on early access later this year. Join us for the journey. Merci and panache Gaulis.
Thank you, Patrice. Still to come, we've got a lot of great announcements for you, including a special surprise guest. Who's that?
Is this the Jigsaw multiplayer game? Yes. Yes, this is. This is the Jigsaw multiplayer game. 3 players play as escapees. 1 person plays as the Jigsaw apprentice, and their goal is to try and kill everybody. Basically, a better Day by Daylight.
Wait, that's Billy from Saw?
I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. Get to it.
A 100 years have passed since the genesis of your legacy. They call you a monster, but I call you a prophet. Pain is our only true path to redemption. It strips away the lies that people tell themselves. Only then do they get to see what really makes them tick. The sacrifice must always be paid in blood. Live or die. Your book, bound in blood, inspires those who are worthy. The spiral leads ever deeper. Let the games begin.
Our war's end approaches. Humanity's fate will be determined by one final sacrifice. We are ready to bleed, Bearer. Are you?
The veil between realms is unraveling. Life or death.
Lords of the Fallen?
Will decide.
Lords of the Fallen 2.
Yep.
List now.
That's right, Lords of the Fallen 2 is also coming to Steam this fall. Next up is a brand new game from BitReactor, a studio formed by some of the most experienced developers in the tactic genre. This is Star Wars Zero Company.
Intelligence was just briefed off Savage's fleet massing in a Sterilon system.
And we need to make our move.
You got someone?
Zero Company.
What do you got from me, Benny? We're Silius. Coil's been spotted meeting with local gangsters. Find out what they're up to.
So, basically, Mass Effect?
I've been tracking Titan for months. She's at the center of it all.
All right, let's get a team together.
Oh, no, worse. Oh, no, worse. It's turn-based Firaxis Mass Effect. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting that you people keep copying Firaxicom. If it was just made in the form of Mass Effect, people probably will play it. Oh, fuck me, running. Oh, they just keep digging lower and lower and lower and lower and lower and lower. Oh, that's delicious Coke. Oh, Lord. You cannot get much worse than that. Somehow they're trying. I just keep getting impressed with how shit they go. Every time.
We work with all kinds of folks. Ex-separatists, ex-noble, ex-cons, and we're better for them. We're almost there. We just gotta finish this job.
Here we go!
General Skywalker.
A little surprised at the end there. All right, Dark Fantasy has always been about one thing.
And therein lies the problem with that entire presentation. In the back end of that, everyone was expecting it to be a whole moment, the moment that they saw a Hayden Christensen accurate name, Anakin Skywalker. And yet, that did not happen. And so he smooths it over by saying, yeah, a little bit of a surprise there. In esports, as a host, sometimes, occasionally, and it happens a lot in sports casting as well, there's a moment where if you can recognize the movements that a person's doing, you can lay yourself into the next casting decision by saying, all right, here we go. Or, oh man, it's getting hot. Because one of the problems with directing people's attention is they don't know where to look. They don't know what play is the play they should be paying attention to and watching. You know, if it's basketball, you'd assume that the one who's the playmaker is the one who's got the rock, not the person who's slowly walking into position for a rope-a-dope play that's about to put him right there on the rim, and then he lays it up, and in comes the guy who passed the ball, and then or esports, because there's thousands of things happening on the screen, and the screen is moving around from the direction of the people who are working at the actual table. They tell you to pay attention to what's happening in all the various plays that are going on across of the map. And for them, because you can usually tell when someone's going to go for a decision, especially when it's very obvious, because for the people who are watching at home, they're watching with the view on with Fog of War, so you can see the rotations of the junglers, you can see the rotations of the laners, you can see them leave the map, start walking towards the play, and they can see something happening. There are moments inside of stagecraft for Masters of Ceremonies where something is just, it didn't click. It wasn't the moment. It wasn't a click. And so they just gotta smooth past that shit. Years of watching him do this. That was probably the most bitch-made one I've seen yet. The sheer fanfare last year of Highguard? He ain't talking about that shit. He ain't talking about that shit. I don't think he's ever going to mention it. Not again on stage. Not unless Severe Amir from the Game Changers has something to say about it. No, no, no. He's not going to talk about that. He wouldn't make that joke, would he? I don't know. And don't you fucking spoil it for me. I want to find out raw. Raw! Oh my god. Like, it's not that it can't be exciting for somebody. It's just like, if I wanted to have a bunch of normies play a video game, what mechanics do I put in that video game to get them to play it? First person, third person, shooter, isometric top-down, twin stick, choices matter. They created the perfect condition of all the things that most gamers would not want to have. The same reason why people would have skipped playing Marvel Knights, Marvel Midnight Suns, is the same reason they would skip this game. And because that didn't have such a hype moment for a Hayden Christensen-styled Anakin Skywalker, they're just like, you know what I'm saying?
The monster within, and today, one of Europe's most ambitious studios is ready to take you into a brutal new world where vampires have emerged, hiding.
Come in.
Oh, shit! The box, please.
You certainly have reasons to hate me. My son, you've ruined my life. We crave same thing.
Evil? Am I evil? They adore me.
You're a pawn in Brentus's hands, nothing more.
This won't end well for you. I've done the unthinkable for my own family.
Determination is not enough to cheat your fate, Dawnwalker.
Dawnwalker.
How many innocents did you drain dry? Maybe we aren't so different after all.
Hello everyone, my name is Konrad Tomaszkiewicz and I'm the game director of The Blood of Dawnwalker. What you just saw was an invitation to join us on an adventure. Adventure through eras and cultures in our story-driven open-world dark fantasy saga. The first part, a CGI, shows where our saga leads to, a present-day adventure. The gameplay segment that followed is from our current game, and it's an origin story of Cohen. I hope you will have as much fun playing our game as we had making it. Thank you, and have a great rest of the show.
Thanks, Conrad. Next, the creators of Among Us have been hard at work on a new project. And today we're revealing
Vegas! And it's just a sequel game? Oh no, standalone game. Ah, story-based game. Yes.
From the Among Us TV series, please welcome Yvette Nicole Brown and Liv Hewson.
Hello, Summer Game Fest! Hey! We are so excited about the future of Among Us. As crew members ourselves, our task is sharing even more good news about the animated series.
Otherwise known as I, as an actor, who has made my way being a bit character through things such as Nickelodeon and general Disney Channel shows, desperately would like to make sure I don't bust my ass live on stage. Please give me more money. Please let me be a part of more projects. Please. Y'all don't look like you belong here. And why is your forehead so big?
Yvette? Look, I know fans have been dying for updates, but there's a dead body right there. And the imposter could be any one of us.
Skip.
The official cause of death. Crewmates, our fellow mates of crew, have perished. They would have.
Why are you talking so weird? Let me
I don't know. The official cause of death: acute ripping off of the face. One's a crewmate. That's an oopsie. 3 makes it a murder mystery.
Any one of us could be the killer. Was it you?
Whoever smelled it dealt it.
If only there was someone who could take charge. Wow, that was a lot of screaming.
Green, blue, orange, purple, white, brown, yellow, lime, cyan, black, and I'm red, the hot one. What's back there?
Oh, really? We have to kill the imposter!
We're so happy to have you among us. Or is it amongst us?
I always forget.
Would you believe me if I said some of our biggest surprises at SGF are still to come? Stay tuned, and it turns out there's more coming from one of this year's best reviewed games, 007 First Light. Here's a first tease of a new story mission coming later this year.
We've received an urgent call from Aleph, James. King Bavma requests MI6's help with a matter most sensitive, and he's asked for you, personally. Our alliance with Bavma is fragile at best, but if he has what he claims to have, well, M figures the reward is well worth the risk. Go back to Aleph and find out what this is all about. Best of luck, 007.
Bavma will return in a game nobody cares about.
Brothers, the time is finally here. I know it's been difficult. All these years, the unbelievers mocked you for your faith. Tonight, we shall show everyone how wrong they were. Sleeper, awaken!
And yet another story game. Is this one of the anime ones? It looks like it. Aeon Online 2. So that's 2 MMOs.
I'm looking to find the source of the disturbance and end it.
Both of them potential. Well, no. This one's coming out on my birth month. The other one is to be announced in the future.
To do that, I need a complete picture. Maybe this is all a brain dance, a simulation?
Time to knock the rust off!
Maybe the two of you really are from another universe.
Run. I'll erase you at the finish line. Deleting your ass.
Come on! Let's loser!
I can feel it. That Nightmare-tastic Discord is looking for us.
This fucking Scarlet Nexus looking ass goddamn dialogue and pack out of fucking Wuthering Waves. This is fucking embarrassing.
That was a look at what's ahead for Wuthering Waves and its collab with Cyberpunk Edgerunners on June 8th. Now, if you want to track all the games shown today, head to player.gg/SGF to see the full lineup and wishlist your favorites across all platforms. Right now, it's time for news on a massive expansion coming to a franchise that has been on this stage before.
So, Monster Hunter?
White Barrier negated the way of buildings and mounted the sky.
I can't stop wondering, how can all this exist up amongst the clouds?
Yeah, it's about that time to get back into Monster Hunter. I gotta ask whether or not Kasog wants to. Yeah. Gotta admit, the hype that existed around Monster Hunter Wilds, it started and then it just kind of died. I'd like to blame several things. However, I think the most blamable thing is that it just... I don't know. At some point it became unfun. And so naturally many of us fell off. But it's just... Nah. Just nah, you know? Looks like we're using all new movement tech, which also goes into weapons. Close enough! Welcome back! Monster Hunter World!
They can affect the environment with just their presence. Removing natural disaster.
Too powerful to tame, too difficult to reproduce. Sounds like an elder dragon.
Ascendance! Mind you, this is where the shit's gonna get real, because everything that happened beforehand, that was before Master Rank or G Rank. This is where the real test is gonna come, if it hasn't already come already. I know there's that one mission that's like all 4 of the hardest monsters that were in the game at the same time, and all of them were arc-tempered. Yeah, this is gonna be where the rubber hits the road.
You know it's all for nothing. Still you press on.
Obsession! Step in a dream! Howling gales, soaring into walls!
Okay. Unfortunately, this game looks a lot like it's just parry slop, so I'm waiting for something interesting.
Disrupting my play? You know not your life!
Is over.
Swords of Legend.
Take your time. Enjoy.
That was a new look at gameplay from Swords of Legend, a fantasy action RPG. There you saw a boss fight against Kong Kong Zi, with each move pulled from real centuries-old Chinese magic tradition. Now, how about a little toy car magic? Get ready for lots of loop-de-loops and massive jumps with the announcement of the biggest Hot Wheels racing game yet.
Ain't nobody give a damn about no Hot Wheels racing! The bunny goes on. Hot Wheels Infinite Rush. Yet another game releasing in my birth month. Crossroads. Matching up with TMNT. And Avatar. All of these in year one. So in year one, they crossed over with Minecraft, SpongeBob SquarePants, TMNT, but specifically the shitty one, which is Mutant Mayhem, Avatar Legends, and Pac-Man. So, are we just treating this as the new fucking Smash? Is that what we're doing? Because the new Mario racing game was that shit. This is what we're doing. I mean, I don't give a shit if that's what we're doing, but I just want to know if that's what we're doing. And so, into year 2, more new worlds. Gogeta! And Ava. Because for some reason we need that. Sonic Pico Park.
Happy anniversary, Sonic, and happy birthday, Sega. All right, now the world premiere of a project that depicts the entire
I'll just be
story
doing
of
shit.
a famous anime from beginning to end. Dedicate your heart to this.
Can we stop milking this fucking franchise? Attack on Titan 3.
From many of the creative leaders behind Forza Horizon comes a new cinematic open-world driving experience. Set in
And he ducked me
the
down.
era where the worlds of pro and underground street racing collide. This is Clutch from Maverick Games.
We have 2 drivers dead. 3 more in intensive care.
I'm done.
Did you narrativize F1, the fucking movie?
My friend said you can help me.
Some people are meant to be outlaws, Theo. Think about it.
I did all that for you to get out of trouble. Now I'm in deeper than when I started. I can't be taking risks like this. I'm a lead driver in the R1K.
I've tried to help you. I'm not going to jail for you.
Nah. I didn't think so. I would have been fucking out of my goddamn mind.
What?
They can't be out of their fucking mind.
The dead won't rise, but their sons will. Plant fear or respect. You'll harvest one.
Total War? So not Total War. It just looks like it.
We have lots more Summer Game Fest ahead, and trust me, you definitely will want to stick around. Right now, here's a new look at Sea of Remnants from NetEase.
And then Sea of Remnants.
Wake up laughing, half a mess, wrong direction, no regrets. Every face feels out of line, that's how I know they're all mine. We don't fit and we don't care, broken jokes and broken hair. They said grow up, graduate, make a sign and I'm a flame. Make it out, don't look back, burn this moment till it crash. If this one won't let us stay, we'll steal this night. Make it loud. Say we're lost, say we're strange, say we'll fade and drift away. But if memory lets us choose, I'll remember all of you. Hands up, shout it out loud, nothing over the down. If tomorrow please the slave, let tonight decide on it.
I still don't know what this game is about.
In a world, in a room, on a shelf.
Guys, is it me or is there something off with this one?
Yeah, he seems different. Has he always had that mustache? He doesn't have a mustache. Oh, yeah.
Hey, buddy, what's your deal?
Howdy. Name's Ryu. What's all this mess about me being different?
Well, look at that. He sounds different, too.
What in the Sam Hill? Everyone in Tokyo talks like this.
I know what this is. It's called a knockoff.
Well, our nation could have knocked off dude. Howdy. Duke it.
Yikes.
The Capcom Summer Game Sale is here.
Howdy Dukin. Howdy Dukin. Not only did you waste my time with a commercial, you wasted my time with a commercial with a horrible lame-ass joke. Which woman made this joke? Take her ovaries.
Take home genuine, bona fide, 100% authentic, real deals on select titles. You're not up.
I can't do it if you're watching.
Uh-huh.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing the elite ranks of the Ark Society, Mr. Graves!
Yellow paint. I hear the scared of it with them pros ain't.
Please stop it with the nigga music. I don't care about the music. I don't care if Wiz Khalifa's doing a crossover. I don't want to hear black people's music in video games anymore. You all ruined it. You ruined it. Ruined it. The only people who get to make music for games that are black are Neo Soul Sisters. If her hair doesn't look like it's been braided and or possibly smells like patchouli and weed, I don't want it. I have a very important question about the sword blade. Is the fish alive when you put the blade on and out, or is it just for the graphic? This is a very important concept, and whether or not I go get that particular creature if I find it in the wild.
There you have it. Our World 1.0 is coming out on July 10th. Now, at the start of the show, I mentioned we'll have lots of...
And how little underselling you did there. A game that was in early access for so long. And then, because it was in early access for so long, you got dumbasses making arguments saying, oh, this game could have done double X the numbers, but because they didn't put the focus into it, it's just going to die on the vine and be completely irrelevant. An actual argument that was made live on Twitter, and I did in fact react to that take, and I told them how stupid they were to their fucking face. Because it is a stupid ass fucking take.
New worlds to explore today, and the return of some long-awaited ones as well. This next game falls into that last category. It's been a long, long, long 8 years.
Homicide. 6 total so far. Each case, husband and wife found. Shredded. People are dying. Some monster.
The wolves within us?
Word around the precinct is... You're the guy to call.
Big Sheriff.
I'll have your job within the week. Are you living under a rock? You're a raging dumpster fire of a person.
You're the reason I'm here.
She's a detective.
Ready to get to work?
Yes, the wolf among us too. Until then, re-release the first game and experience the first title.
Oh, no, don't look human.
These lips are sealed, but I'm not helpless. See you around.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Looking for me?
And we continue the goal of remastering games that have already existed instead of getting people to buy the original releases and selling them with masterful updates. So it's the same game, but without any of the actual need to say that it's a remaster. This is a tripe practice that's going to lead to one place, and that's going to be every single time a game gets made, eventually you're never going to buy the game when it first is launched. You're going to buy the game after it's been remade. Because that's what every single one of these games is. Something that gets remade. It gets remade, and then that's when you decide you're going to support it and buy it. Because, hey, if you're just going to remake the game thousands and thousands of times, why would I ever buy the original edition? I should only ever purchase the one that actually is going to matter. And it is a gamble that will pay off every time. Because that's the correct way to look at these business decisions. Eventually, every game inside of the industry is going to get remade. Some, if they want it to, and some, if they do not. Yet, titles that should get remade. Again, here's me on my bullshit. Dark Cloud 2, Dark Cloud 1, all of the original Star Oceans and Final Fantasies, and also Phantasy Stars. Pretty much anything from before, or actually, let me know. Let me do you one better. Everything before 2017. It has to be remade. It needs to be brought to the PC console with a PC port. It's never going to get done. They're never going to do it. Never. Never. They won't do it. Because they know we would pay money for it. And the amount of money that would be paid into sheer weeks of doing so. They would say, well, why would we ever not do this? It's so infuriating. So much money on the table. Just waiting on the table. And all they have to do is just buy into it. That's all they gotta do. But they won't do it. I know why they won't do it. But that doesn't mean it's okay for them not to do it. They don't have an excuse. But alas, what do I know? I'm just some dumb chud.
That's right, Bigby is finally back! And as we wait for his new adventure in 2027, check out The Wolf Among Us Remastered this holiday. Now this next game comes from an acclaimed studio that is deep into development on its next project.
The outer circle line train bound for Nexus sector is now arriving. Please wait for everyone to exit before boarding.
I hear J-pop. It has to be something specific. Get K-pop.
I'm listening.
Oh, wait, no. This is Stellar Blade. Never mind. I remember now. Too many people busted their nut over this for me not to remember this particular scene. Me almost forgot.
Scarlet Sin, that's the beginning and end of it all. How about try taking a hit?
You're acting a little strange today.
Oh yeah? It's our first mission in a while. Are you a little excited?
Stop saying weird things.
Okay, take it easy.
Quiet. They're moving.
Initiating C3 sync. Ready, Angel.
Roger, Kenny. Checking.
Doors closing.
And I suppose they give you an extended look so you can see how much different she is from the original character.
In the movies, this is always where things go wrong.
Hey.
Well, just saying. It's cliche. Wait, the target stopped.
Hearken! The pulse rain shall cease! In the name of the Father!
Certainly looks like a lot better in different combat. These are Gelroys. I can't kill these. I'm gonna cut them up myself!
About power, about violence, about the world we live in.
I accidentally clicked too far forward. Fuck. 1 second.
Stage, Nakayama-san, director of Street.
No. There we go. Alright, as I was saying, it definitely looks a lot different, and it looks a lot better than what they had to deal with when they first made Stellar Blade. This is probably something that should have been a part of the base game, but it is still missing something.
That was a good one. Shipped Up is returning to the world of Stellar Blade with an all-new sequel developed entirely by the original team that's here today. Set in the same universe as Stellar Blade, this next chapter continues the story beyond the events of the first game, introducing a new protagonist we saw there, Evie. It's early in development, and we will have more to share in the future. All right, we're almost done, but not quite. It's been almost exactly 3 years since Street Fighter VI was released in June 2023. What's ahead? This is Street Fighter VI Year 4.
Street Fighter VI is already entering Year 4, but I can sense that we already have new challengers on the horizon. Fascinating.
Please welcome to the SGF stage, Nakayama-san, director of Street Fighter VI, and Hamaguchi-san, director of Square Enix.
皆さんのおかげでストリートファイター6は3周年を迎えることができました。そして本日、ファイナルファンタジー7との特別コラボレーションを発表します。
Thanks to all of you, Street Fighter VI has reached its 3rd anniversary. And today, we're announcing the special collaboration with Final Fantasy.
Tifa はですね、世界中のプレイヤーから愛されてきたキャラクターです。だからこそ目指したのは、ストリートファイター6の世界で本当に戦っているティファの姿です。
Tifa is a character loved by the players all around the world. That's exactly why our goal was this, to bring to life a Tifa who truly fights within the world of Street Fighter VI.
衣装や動きまで再構築してストリートファイターのティファとして形にきました。マテリアもそのままではなく新たなバトルシステムとして再設計しています。
Everything from her design to movement has been rebuilt as Tifa the Street Fighter. Materia has also been reimagined as a new gameplay system.
そして今日はまだお見せできないんですが、ファイナルファンタジーの象徴的な要素もバトルに落とし込んでいます。
We cannot show it today, but we adapted an iconic Final Fantasy element to the battle experience.
ティファの戦いはまだまだ。
Is it Materia?
終わりません。ぜひこれからの展開にも期待してください。
Tifa's fight is far from over. We hope you all look forward to what's coming next.
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you to Hamaguchi-san and Nakayama-san for coming all the way from Japan to join us for that special moment on stage. And we'll see you guys again later this year. All right. Well, now it has come time for our final announcement. I know. What's it going to be, guys?
Middle of the show? So what the rest is it? What the fuck is all this shit in the back end? This is barely 55 minutes into the runtime of this content. It's 1:47:22. What the fuck did they do here?
Any guesses? No. And frankly, I don't know what I could say to set this moment up besides this. Get ready for the final battle.
Long ago.
Is it Soul Calibur? Get ready for the next round. Get ready for the final battle. Get ready for the next fight. It must be Soul Calibur, no?
A shadow fell upon our planet. Guided by calamity, one man sought dominion through reunion. By his will, a star fell. A meteor.
Is it Dissidia? Is it Dissidia? That's the only thing I can fucking think of that's an actual fighting game franchise inside of fucking Final Fantasy. Something that they should have cultured for the longest time. But, like, you're choosing now to come back to Dissidia? I have to be smoking crack. I have to be smoking crack. No. I have to be smoking crack.
Called forth to bring ruin to all. For our planet, answered. Awakening mighty weapons to stand against the celestial threat. Now, hope endures in those who fight.
Long story short, the world's in trouble. Has been for a while.
So what are we waiting for? Let's give Sephiroth the beating of a lifetime. You're mine. I'll make this quick. Good night, sweetie.
The sky's the limit.
I can do this. I'll make you proud.
Just ain't your day. Oh my, is that a weapon I see?
Because if it's not that, then it's something to do with fucking Final Fantasy Rebirth. And bro, you should have fucking ended that game 5 years ago.
As far as I can tell, these things don't distinguish between friend and foe.
Save the planet by killing her protectors. Let us put your faith to the test, Cloud.
Yes, give it the name Revelation. The same title they chose to give the shittiest and bad and worst ending of the fucking Matrix franchise. Who cares? Who cares? This is not what people want. Give them fucking Final Fantasy 17 or something. Didn't I bring back over 137 fucking instances of coal? Huh? Okay.
Never would have made it this far without you guys. And I won't let you down. I promise.
There you have it, and no, he's not done yet. Please join me in welcoming back to Summer Game Fest the director of Final Fantasy VII Revelation, Naoki Hamaguchi-san.
I'm back. ようやくですね、このファイナルファンタジー7リベレーションをマルチプラットフォーム同時で、発表できたことを本当に嬉しく思います。ここまで来れたのもこの物語を信じ待ち続けてくれた皆さんのおかげだと本当に感謝をしています。
I'm truly delighted to unveil Final Fantasy VII Revelation, which is launching simultaneously on all platforms. And we've only been able to come this far thanks to every single one of you who continue to believe in the story and waited for this moment with us.
今作のテーマは決意です。クラウドたちは最後の戦いに進むため、それぞれの決意と向き合います。
The central theme of this title is resolve. Cloud and his companions each confront their own destinies and find the resolve to march toward the final battle.
そして私自身もこのシリーズを完結させるという決意を胸にこの作品と向き合ってきました。
I too have carried a promise in my heart throughout this journey, the resolve to see the series through to its very end.
皆さんに最高の形でお届けします。ぜひ見届けてください。
We're committed to delivering this experience in its ultimate form. Please stay with us and witness what lies beyond that resolve.
Today, to help guide us on our path, please show me in Welcome to the Stage the voice of Vincent Valentine, Matt Mercer.
Thank you very much, Hamaguchi-san. It's truly a privilege to be here with you today, if you know me. There's honestly so much to see in Revelation. I think we just kind of need to dive right in. What do you say?
Let's do it. Take it away, Matt.
I don't mind if I do. As we reunite with our heroes, the meteor looms in the skies above, a constant reminder of your mission and the grave threats you'll confront as you embark upon your journey and face the epic conclusion of the remake series. Aboard the Highwind, your very own airship and the pride of the Shinra fleet, you'll take to the skies and witness our most expansive open world yet. From the outskirts of Midgard, to the sun-drenched Medeal Archipelago, to the warrior nation of Wutai. Simply pick a direction and set sail. But how can you be expected to protect the whole world at once? You need to cover ground fast.
I am not jumping. No way, no how.
Don't worry. These parachutes are top of the line. Pull the cord and pop. You'll be floating through the air like a feather.
At any moment in the open world, simply pilot the Highwind to your destination and take a leap of faith. With the wind rushing past, you'll descend seamlessly from the sky above to the ground below. Where will the winds guide you first? That freedom is in your hands. But no matter your destination, to defeat your enemy, you'll need a fighting chance. And that starts with your trusted allies. At long last, with the world teetering on a blade's edge, everyone assembles at Cloud's side, forming an epic ensemble of heroes. Each with their own story that brings you closer together than ever. But a good unit needs more than friendship to save the day. It needs a disciplined combat regimen. The hybrid battle system, established in Remake and refined in Rebirth, is perfected in Revelation, putting even more power in your hands. In fluid, real-time action, seamlessly switch...
Nobody cares about ATB action systems because the entire reason people play turn-based games is to take their turn. If a person is looking for something that gives them the ability to move in action in real time, they are playing the wrong franchise series, and they would be better off playing something that is more their speed, like Dragon's Dogma. That's the actual truth. There's no other truth than that truth. It sucks that that has to be said, but that's the truth. Anything else is coping and lying. I'm deadly serious. Anything else outside of that is coping and lying. Lying to themselves, lying to their friends, lying to their loved ones, just lying in general.
Yep. Between party members to even the odds. Then, when the fight calls for strategy, enter tactical mode to unleash a suite of powerful new spells and abilities. Activate devastating synergies with your companions. And of course,
so, in other words, you wanted to give them the ability of thinking, hey guys, I liked having a tactical system, and I like the game looking fancy and pretty. Then, I'm going to have the same effect of what would happen by having already set up my fucking moves, because now, instead of playing Final Fantasy, let alone Final Fantasy 13, or Final Fantasy 15, or Final Fantasy 16, now you're playing Final Fantasy Yomi Hustle!
of course, call on mighty summoned entities that can turn the tide of battle. Summoning Ifrit never gets old.
Oh god! Oh! Let it die! Let it die! Let it die!
There are truly some chill-inducing fights ahead in Revelation. I'm so excited to see all of your reactions. It's gonna be amazing.
I'm guessing you have a favorite character to play in battles?
I might be a little biased, but since you brought it up, let's have a look at our newest coffin-dwelling companion, Vincent Valentine.
I won't return to my coffin until we've put Sephiroth in peace.
Vincent is a deft gunslinger, capable of delivering precise, high-yield shots. But there's more to this secretive former Turk than meets the eye. The result of experimentation at the hands of...
Hey, here's a question. Since we're remaking games, are we going to remake Dirge of Cerberus, Final Fantasy? You know, Vincent Valentine's split-off video game? No? We're just LARPing? Okay, that's what I thought we were doing.
Of Shinra, Vincent can transform into the galleon beast at the press of a button, gaining tremendous power while transformed. And when combined with the skills of a certain ace pilot, their high-impact synergies disrupt the fight with ferocious results.
The Leaping Lancer, the Dashing Dragoon, the one and only Sid Highwind.
Sid Highwind, the cantankerous pilot extraordinaire, joins the party and their mission to defeat Sephiroth. Sid's command of his lance allows him to rapidly close the distance for powerful strike.
Ah, yes, the ability to play the playable Sid that appears in almost every single franchise, but usually isn't playable.
Or engage in sweeping area of effect attacks to bring a whole host of enemies to heal. But to fully control the battlefield, skill with a weapon only gets you so far. To further augment your combat capabilities, try this on for size. Function Integrated Tactical Suitwear, or the FIT system for short, allows you to further customize your playstyle with new uniforms imbued with unique movesets. Alongside your equipment and materia, FITS gives you an extra edge in battle. And to face what's coming, you'll need all the strength you can muster.
That's not the reason why that was introduced. It's so that you can have your characters wear different outfits. They will never stop shitting on your grave, but I know who had to die for that to be made, and that's why we're going to be playing it in September. Y'all finna learn the name Lightning. You finna like it too. Because that is literally fucking Lightning Returns. That is literally the system from Final Fantasy 13-3. Fucking hell. Alright, this time we're gonna shoot you in the face and not kill you instantaneously.
Its fate hanging in the balance. The planet itself has unleashed its last line of defense. The weapons, ancient beasts that are larger than life and capable of untold destruction. Will you be enough to stop them before it's too late? As the world is torn apart, you and your friends must unite. In Revelation, we come to the thrilling conclusion of the Final Fantasy VII saga, and your mission is clear. Take up your Buster Sword, equip your materia, and stand together. One last time.
These guys belong to me. Hope you're ready.
Well, thank you all. Thank you, Hamaguchi-san, for bringing us this extended look at Final Fantasy VII Revelation. I think I speak for all of us when I say we cannot wait to play it.
But man, I think we ended the video too early. I hate to leave a story unfinished.
Is that right? Well then, you better take a look.
Get the cannon back online, now!
At last, the promise is fulfilled. The journey ends here.
This right here is the main reason why the remake shit continues to happen. By the way, if you can constantly remake a franchise and effectively give people a drip feed of something to look forward to, you can justify nickel and diming them to remake episodic stories. And I ask you, while we're doing these remakes, is anybody saying this to CyberConnect 2? Anybody? Does anybody want to clue in CyberConnect 2 that they could do this to the original Hacksign quadrilogy? You know, again, in Carl's quest to get games from before 2017 to be remade in this style. Is anybody telling them that he could do that? No, nobody is. But why are we remaking Final Fantasy VII with a fake alternate timeline story? Because they're lazy fucks. That's why. That's the honest answer. The answer they'll give you is because, well, you see, everybody didn't get the chance to play the original game, and some people find archaic design schemas boring! So we have to recreate everything and redesign everything and constantly remake and redesign everything because that's what gets people engaged. I would argue that that's half the reason why people are disengaged. Because it don't really matter to them. Because they're not truly engaged with the game. They just want to say that they played it. And if they just want to say that they played it, why the fuck are they bragging about it? I'm about to jump in your head. God damn! Did you have to hit him with the Hyper Beam? Couldn't you have saved that for the Nog that's right there in the corner? But all these problems and more. You won't do this to titles that need to be remade. But you'll keep doing it to titles that you desperately, kinda, sorta, want people to try and make. Stay in the fucking ball. See more? You want people to do that to all of the titles, but you only do it to titles that are considered too old to be made. It's just a fucking popularity contest. I'm so glad we're locked in the same thing at the same time, Sidwin. It's just a fucking popularity contest. Because why haven't we done this to the original Persona 1 and Persona 2? Hey, why don't we do that? Instead of remaking Persona 3 again, and Persona 4 again, and eventually Persona 5 again, and then instead of just making the game again and making it better, you're actively changing shit that you don't need to change. And I don't mean like a little bit of itty-bitty big things like, hey, why is he carrying two male symbols and instead a male and female symbol to represent the duality between the male and female personalities for that one character? Or to do better voice acting because we do not want to give people like Amanda Wynn Lee money ever since the Pen incident and ever since she embarrassed herself on a wide national stage the same way other stupid fucks did. No. Why are we instead just changing the games in a way where it's not actually the original game? Changing the context, changing the narrative, changing the outright fucking plot. Who was it for? Is the first question I'd ask. Beat his ass, kid. We know the reason why they're doing it the way they're doing it. Because the people otherwise wouldn't play it. Almost many to none. Because old games are embarrassing to play for some fucking reason. This is a argument made by that of Video Game Donkey and the likes of people like him. It could get changed at any time. It could just make better shit at any time. Damn, I did not mean to one tap him. We're gonna keep doing this for every single title when somebody tells them to. Hey, why haven't we remade Disgaea? That's a thought that just crossed my mind. What Disgaea are we on right now? Disgaea 5? Disgaea 6? I'm gonna check. Because they're sold on Steam. It appears we're on Disgaea 7. Disgaea Mayhem, Disgaea 2 PC, Disgaea 5 complete, Disgaea 4 complete, Disgaea 6 complete, Disgaea Mayhem, Disgaea PC art book, Disgaea Mayhem. Yeah, we're on 7 now. And all the fucking shit that's inside of 7, oh my god. So, why is it we haven't remade these titles and packaged them all together? You know, why haven't we done that, NIEs? Nippon Ichi Systems. Why haven't we remade these titles and ruined them the way that you've remade these other things? I know the answer, Because NIS is invaded with the same fucktards that are pushing for it. And yet, I don't think I've ever seen a normie play a Disgaea game. I don't think they could be able to. I think their fucking heads would explode. Considering how many of those characters are technically drawn in a lolly-made style. Despite the fact that it's drawn for the moe style that it was invented for. Not accounting for how many of them happen to be, you know, cutesy in the first place. But, I digress my point. Or rather, my point is, these titles for these games that need to get remakes, that need to be brought to these platforms, I don't ever see them coming to certain titles and coming to certain pieces. It's always certain titles that need to be brought over in a certain way because they basically don't trust them to make it that way. They don't trust them to do the content. And I just don't, I don't believe, I refuse to believe that this is what the industry believes is correct. Then again, I shouldn't be shocked if they believe that's what they should do. Because they've been often lying to themselves in the first place to begin with anyways. But I, again, refuse to believe. Because it's just too stupid. It's just too stupid of an idea. It's too stupid of an idea. It's too stupid a plan. It's too stupid a failure. But what do I know? This shit makes money. It sells like crack. Shame. Fucking shame.
There you have it. Final Fantasy VII Revelation coming to all platforms next spring, which is appropriate for today because SGF is really a celebration of games across all platforms. Thank you to Hamaguchi-san, Kiru-san, and the team at Square for that very special announcement.
Oh, he just said something that's really funny, but nobody's gonna recognize that in the audience as something that's really funny. Oh, oh, oh. This is a celebration of games across all consoles. Shot in the head! Shot in the head! That should be where Sony should have been mad as fuck, and he should have made a point to bring it to the attention that he was doing a dig at Sony. Because that's probably the funniest thing he could have fucking said. Despite how many Sony games are there at the show, don't you run from me, little motherfucker. Don't you run from me. Give me your carrots. Give me your carrots. Give me your carrots. Give me your carrots. Not only is it hilarious in context, it is probably the best thing that he could say. Because if there's one thing that you would want gamers to have, even if one version is considered to be inferior to another, and then he fucking Thanos breasts him, you should have the ability to play a video game on various consoles and various platforms. It should not be the case that a game is basically locked onto consoleware, because then you're not really serving the democratic public. Hell, they even sell these fucking copies of these games on these platforms, which I have intentionally not bought because it's like I can't tell the difference on whether or not it is intended to be a sequel or if it was them re-updating the game for another platform. But now I guess now I have my answer. All the effort that goes into the shit. And it's just like, yeah. Just, yeah.
Announcement. And thanks to Lucy for a great job coaching. Didn't you do great?
Thanks, Jeff. What an amazing way to end the show, but that's not all, because coming up right now is Day of the Devs with a look at many new independent game titles, including multiple new game announcements.
That's right.
It's already 8:04. I think I'm going to stop it there. Mainly because I have to cook dinner, and I want to cook dinner for myself like a human being. But wow, what a piece of shit show. Is this actually the end, though, is the question.
Alright, tons of awesome indie games, so make sure...
Which is a fencing tug-of-war game with... Hi, I'm Mark.
Nidhogg on that list. So I'm very excited to show you.
Yes, it is, actually. So, you put the day presentation for what was on the Flagship event together with Day of the Dev, and you didn't keep them separate? That's so weird. Anyways. That was a horrible show. But this time, I guess he learned from the mistake he made last time, which is do not feature a game-as-a-service model video game at the end of the show and tell everybody to look forward to it so they can be disappointed by how trash that shit is when it touches the marketplace. Although I don't know if that was as much as it was a lesson that he learned as it was an advisement that he was told before he embarrassed yet another studio on another company. Whichever it is, it appears that he's learned from his consequences, kind of. You escaped the spear, I'm not going back to find you. As much as it is he might have learned from his lesson, I think the thing that is most important about Summer Games Fest is effectively to get a barometer of what basically normies think is acceptable. And the thing that has been made clearly acceptable this year is that people are more than happy to take remasters. How many remasters were a part of this show? 4? 5? Uniquely, they presented like a handful. But they presented like what? 4? 5? 3? Probably, if I'm being honest. No, 5. Because you have the announcement for these 3 games. Then you had The Wolf Among Us. What was the other remaster? Oh, that's gonna bother me. Anyways. Oh, that's right. Code Veronica. I'm dumb. So, you showed off at least 5 different games in participation and in expectation of them coming to platforms as titles, in the context of them being titles that would be expected as a part of a major IP. So, when people get done playing the games that they're already playing, they're going to then play those games with the expectation that they are cluing in to something that they really want to enjoy, as opposed to the alternative, which is shit that they don't actually want to be a part of, just things they were told they have to enjoy, and so they end up coming away from it kind of like a redhead stepchild. Something within that barometer. If that is the equation, they end up going down. And that ends up getting used. What they've clearly communicated, what we have clearly heard from the demographic of the normies, is they are willing to take absolute cockslop. Absolute cockslop. They will eat and take absolute cockslop. Sloppy seconds, even. If it means they get to have new video games on their brand new shiny systems to play with. There's an underside? And they're willing to take the cockslop because, for them, it's a game that's new to them. So is it the same thing as playing a game that's actually not that important and it's not that good? I would wager the argument is that, yes, that is the equation they are going with. And therefore, that is how they make that judgment. Beat his asses in a ram. They're willing to make that case, and they're willing to make that judgment, but they're not willing to actually take gambles on new franchises. They didn't structure the show in the way that I would have. Like, okay, Code Veronica goes at the end, okay? If what you're going to do is you're going to sell people on remakes, Code Veronica goes at the end. And the reason why Code Veronica goes at the end is just like how you guys presented Requiem last year. You need to present this in a way that gets people to give a shit, okay? And then, with a new IP title, or rather a new entry in the IP title of a company that is already pre-established, if what you really want to do is put together something like what they did with Saint Stranger in Heaven, you can present that like penultimate at the end of the show, and then put forward Guild Wars. But I don't think normies play Guild Wars. At least it should be the one that they're most likely to play. They don't give a shit about Dragon Wilds. We all know that. None of you give a shit. I'm the only one who probably cares. So that's normal. But all the other shit, you've got to like try. You have to try to get me to believe that people give a fuck. Because if you can't even convince me that they give a fuck about that, you can't convince me they give a fuck about any of the other shit. And at that point, like a fucking teenager on a date who knows that she's not going to put out, and a nerd who already knows that they're just going through the motions, you're going to have to give me a reason to give a fuck. And there are no reasons to give a fuck. Not if any common sense is to be believed on the subject matter. In my intimations. So, like, you have all of the pieces of the puzzle that lead to catastrophe. Because ultimately, last year, and through the fiscal quarter of this year, you told them, we do not want games as a service. And so they said, will you take remakes instead? And some of you fucking sluts said, yes, I will take that. I'll eat it up like a little fucking cum dumpster. And alongside the friend slop, and alongside the various levels of S&Ps, the question I ask you is, when are you going to have time to consume all of these remakes if you're still consuming the same way you do now? When will you find the time to play these remasters if you don't even finish the shit that you're doing now? I say to you verily, when? I don't know the answer. I know for me, I plan out my time. When I get to a certain point in Pal World, because I already said that for the community server, I'm going to push the server to 2 levels if possible, and then I'm going to make my own solo file so that you guys don't have to necessarily wait for the server world to progress. Certainly people like Reflex Sight will be happy with that, but in all the shit that matters, knowing myself and knowing when I can find the time to do it, when are you guys going to find the time to do it? And that's the part that I'm curious about. Because I ain't got that answer. I try to play shit by ear on purpose. But according to the industry, y'all motherfuckers got plenty of time. And I don't know when. Because, like, who's playing Rivals right now? People who are actively playing Marvel Rivals. Where are they? Who are they? Because I'm not playing it. Despite the fact that Jubilation Lee's in the game. And she's crazy as fuck. I don't see people being hyped for any of the DOS models that already exist. So they have to be playing single-player titles. And if they're not playing single-player titles, the fuck are they playing? It's just really fucking persnickety, bro. I'm just saying. It's really persnickety, bro. There's a lot of people who pretend that they're playing these titles, and I don't see them. I don't see them when I see them. It's really weird. Really weird. But okay. So far, the biggest sell event has been LAGS. That's been the best event so far. Everything else, women-led games is down here. SGF is right about here. LAGS is up here. Black Voices is down here. Black Voices is down here every year. But like in Barometer, somehow, Women-led games came up a bit. If just because the presentation was not put together in the most fucking infuriating way possible. But everything else, there's like maybe 10 titles total that I would want to touch. Not play, touch. That I want my hands to be associated with. Everything else, garbage. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Am I off base? Am I retarded? Am I stupid? Speak now, forever hold your peace. Because I'm going to be leaving to go to dinner now. You got 2 minutes. Nobody has anything to say. Okay. I'm out the building tonight. I'm going to put Day of the Devs on top of the pick for tomorrow. Because I will probably be live again. I don't see anything that's going to stop me from being live. So make sure to change the title now. And I will see you all, same Carl time, same Carl channel. And we will see what's crack-a-lackin' then, because the last things, or rather the next things, not the last things. The next things on my docket would be Day of the Devs, Southeast Asian, SAGS, Wholesome Direct, and then the beginning of the fucking Z Squad. Southeast Asian games is usually good. Sometimes full of a bunch of bullshit, but it's a community spotlight event. You get what you pay for. Then you have a partner showcase in Wholesome Direct. Then you have another partner showcase. 2 partner showcases after that. So technically 3 total. For Story Rich and Green Games Showcase. Then it's Pride Parade. Gaming Pride Parade. Frosty Games Showcase. Xbox Game Showcase 2026, PC Gaming Showcase, Dorish Indie Showcase, India Games Showcase, and Nintendo Direct. And it appears to be a Nintendo Treehouse. So, if this was 9/6/2026 and this was Nintendo Treehouse June, that means Xbox Game Showcase and PC Gaming would be the last. So then Deutschland, India Games, Frosty, Gaming Pride, Green Games, Story Rich, Wholesome Direct, Aus Eastern Games, and Day of the Devs, or what's remaining and what's left. If that is the case, it's probably going to be SAGS, Day of the Devs, Wholesome Direct, and then whatever I can stomach. 1, 2, 3, 4, no, 1, 2, 3. And assuming this is a flagship on its own, that's standalone. Let me look at this real quick. $2, probably that. So the Nintendo Direct for Nintendo Treehouse June 2026, alongside Day of the Devs, Southeastern Game Showcase, and Wholesome Direct. Because everything after that, until Xbox Game Studio and PC Game Showcase, is absolutely the Z-tier squad. That's going to be the one that's going to want to make you blow your brains out. Okay? I'm pasting this together in a way so that people can stomach it. Now, I'm leaving. Goodbye. So long. Farewell. To you, my chuds. Until we meet again.